despite being a cherished and pampered young lady of noble birth due to her unique blood, that she was sold by her own grandfather to be someone's blood slave. For a whole decade, she endured the agonizing pain of daily blood extractions, living a life worse than livestock. Lu Miaoling, the legitimate daughter of the minister's household, had recovered. After 10 years, Mu Yuan no longer needed to rely on her heart blood to survive. The Grand Chancellor, having found clues, stormed the minister's mansion. That very night, he ordered the wet nurse to handle the investigation. Mu Yue lay on the ground, weak and dying. Crimson blood continuously seeped from the wound, staining her clothes in large patches. Having just had her heart blood drawn, she was already incredibly frail when she heard these cruel words. Seeing her pathetic state, a perverse pleasure arose in Lu Miaoling's heart. She yanked Mu Yue's hair, a sinister expression on her beautiful face, just as the wet nurse was about to bring down the blade. Mu Yue mustered all her strength to knock the dagger away, scrambling back to avoid the blow. She staggered to her feet, her eyes filled with overwhelming resentment and indignation. Lu Miaoling, for 10 years, has it been difficult, relying on my heart blood to survive. Lu Miaoling was provoked by her gaze. The fact that she relied on Mu Yue's strange, tainted blood to live was a stain on her life. She would never allow such a stain to remain. Lu Miaoling grabbed her hairpin and viciously stabbed it towards Mu Yue's chest. Wet nurse, dig out her heart. With blood rapidly draining from her body, Mu Yue felt the call of death. The wet nurse raised the dagger again, its sharp edge glinting with a chilling light. The breath of death drew closer. A flash of lightning, accompanied by a clap of thunder, split the night sky. A red light flickered in Mu Yue's resentful eyes. With lightning speed, she grabbed the wet nurse's wrist. A bone-shattering pain shot through the wet nurse's arm. The wet nurse stared at Mu Yue in stunned silence. The girl before her gazed back intensely, her brows furrowed in a chilling, captivating glare. A strange, devilish smile spread across Mu Yue's lips. The one who's going to die from having their heart dug out is you. She plunged the dagger into the wet nurse's chest, then swiftly ripped it out and slashed across her throat. Lu Miaoling collapsed to the ground, paralyzed with fear as she watched Mu Yue, seemingly revived and full of blood, step towards her through the gore. You demon, stay away. Thunder roared outside. Lightning illuminated Mu Yue, making her look like a vengeful ghost from hell. Countless images flashed through Mu Yue's mind. This vicious daughter of the minister's household had clung to life for 10 years, sustained by the original Mu Yue's heart blood. Now, on the verge of recovery, she had tried to kill her. But the person standing here now was no longer that pitiful girl. She was Mu Yue, the heir to the 22nd century Xianling clan. Mu Yue pressed the dagger against Lu Miaoling's chest. Lu Miaoling's face paled, her body trembling uncontrollably. Xiaoyu, I didn't want to kill you. It was all the wet nurse's instigation. Mu Yue looked down at Lu Miaoling. It doesn't matter anymore. Now I want to kill you. The sound of countless footsteps approached the door. They were about to burst into the room. Mu Yue didn't have time to deal with Lu Miaoling. She could only quickly summon her Xianling tree and release 3 spectral figures. The specters let out eerie, shrill laughter as they flew towards the guards. Come on, boys. Let's have some fun. The sight of these fanged, headless ghosts made the guards, who had just rushed in, turn tail and flee, screaming in terror. Taking advantage of the chaos, Mu Yue quickly escaped the Lu residence and arrived at Mount Huang. As the heir to the Xianling clan, Mu Yue had possessed extraordinary abilities since childhood. She hadn't expected them to come in handy after transmigrating. Mu Yue found a quiet spot and tried to use her Xianling techniques to heal her wounds. However, this body was far too weak. After several attempts, she failed to consolidate and condense her internal energy. In her despair, but she noticed a gray wolf standing before her, accompanied by a man. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Shaolian Village. Mu Yue lay on a tree trunk, raising her hand to shield her eyes from the sunlight filtering through the leaves. Her thoughts drifted back to that night 3 years ago. For the past 3 years, she had constantly pondered the identity of the man who had saved her. Who was he? Where did he go after rescuing her? Lost in thought, she suddenly heard a dog bark. Mu Yue sat up abruptly, muttering, "Damn it." The heir to the 22nd century Xianling clan, who feared nothing in heaven or earth, was inexplicably terrified terrified of dogs. This phobia was deeply ingrained, impossible to shake off. Aunt Lee's laughter drifted up from below. Miss, an important person from the capital has arrived with his daughter, seeking medical treatment. Are you still refusing to see them? Meanwhile, a carriage approached from the distance. Two figures quickly emerged. Lu Yonghui stepped down with his daughter, Lu Miaoling. How could there possibly be a divine doctor in this godforsaken place? Lu Miaoling complained, filled with disdain. Tired and hungry, she looked up and saw a woman sitting leisurely nearby. Enraged, she stormed over. Tell your divine doctor to get out here. Mu Yue, veiled, lifted her eyelids and glanced indifferently at Lu Miaoling. I'm a doctor here. Who needs treatment? A little brat like you can treat illnesses. Believe it or not, with a single order from me, everyone in this village will die. Lu Miaoling felt she had definitely been tricked. Her face was etched with disgust. So much anger, that could it be due to infertility? Mu Yue calmly stated, sipping her tea. Lu Yonghui's eyes narrowed with suspicion. His servant quickly chimed in, our divine doctor specializes in infertility. A short while later, after taking Lu Miaoling's pulse, Mu Yue declared with a knowing look, this young lady has suffered a serious illness in the past, leaving her body severely depleted. Recovery is possible, but her internal organs have suffered varying degrees of damage. Furthermore, her pampered lifestyle hinders conception. Lu Miaoling's heart skipped a beat. What should we do? I'm so nervous. Mu Yue replied with a tone suggesting they discuss it. Simple. I have a few quick solutions, but the process might be a bit agonizing. Do you want to try them? Lu Miaoling eagerly responded, yes, of course we'll try. Lu Yonghui hurriedly got up as Mu Yue stood and pointed towards the door. Come with me. A moment later, they arrived at a door leading to a livestock pen. Allowing a substitute to take her place, she enjoyed herself immensely. She tortured and extracted blood from the protagonist for a whole decade. Just as the protagonist died with resentment and hatred, Mu Yue, the heir to the Xianling clan from the 22nd century, transmigrated into this body. 3 years after she escaped from the minister's mansion, Lu Miaoling, the murderer, actually came to her door, begging her to cure her infertility. Mu Yue naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. She brought Lu Miaoling to the livestock pen and had Aunt Li tie her hands and feet. She claimed this method could quickly help Miss Lu conceive. Desperate for a child, Lu Yonghui, seeing Mu Yue's reputation as a divine physician, believed her without a doubt. Mu Yue wrapped the other end of the rope around a tree, pulled hard, and Lu Miaoling screamed. Her screams echoed throughout the pigsty. Lu Miaoling's feet were tied, and she was hanging upside down in the pigsty. A dozen pigs, seeing this, gathered around, oinking and licking her face. Although Lu Yonghui felt pity, she thought about the prince consort and how if Lu Miaoling couldn't conceive this year, her position as princess consort would be in jeopardy. So, she persuaded her daughter to endure it. Mu Yue looked at Lu Miaoling in the pigsty, a smirk playing on her lips. She loosened the rope a bit more. Now, a group of pigs completely surrounded Lu Miaoling. Lu Miaoling, already nauseated by the stench, was now covered in pigs, and she felt utterly broken. Lu Yonghui couldn't bear to watch, so she left with Aunt Li, no longer looking back. Lu Miaoling was trapped in the foul-smelling pigsty for nearly 2 days, her cries for help unanswered. When she was barely clinging to life, Mu Yue finally let her down. Lu Miaoling glared at her fiercely. Is this what you call treatment? You're clearly just toying with me. Toying with you. So what? Mu Yue didn't deny it. She slowly removed her veil, looking at Lu Miaoling with a calm and composed expression. Lu Miaoling's pupils constricted in fear as she recognized her face and recoiled. Mu Yue smiled, her gaze falling on Lu Miaoling's belly. It seems you haven't been doing so well these past few years. 3 years, and you still can't conceive. Do the prince consort and the empress dowager know about this? Lu Miaoling instinctively covered her stomach. She had no time to dwell on how Mu Yue was still alive and had become a divine physician. If the prince consort and the empress dowager found out about her infertility, she couldn't imagine the consequences. Mu Yue had to be eliminated. Lu Yonghui, who had been asleep for 2 days, finally stumbled out of the house, shaking his head. Lu Miaoling shouted at him, Father, she's Mu Yue. She knows my secret. We can't let her leave here alive. Lu Yonghui finally understood. No wonder he had mysteriously fallen asleep after dinner that day. He rushed towards Mu Yue with murderous intent. Lu Yonghui drew his sword. Today I will eliminate this threat once and for all. Suddenly, the courtyard door was flung open. A deep, powerful voice boomed, "Stop! I'd like to see who dares touch a single hair on my daughter's head." The sudden interruption startled everyone in the courtyard. They looked towards the entrance and saw a richly dressed, middle-aged man glaring furiously at Lu Yonghui. "Lu Yonghui, you got some nerve." The newcomer was Mu Jiaohui, Mu Yue's father, the Grand Chancellor. When Mu Yue transmigrated 3 years ago, she didn't know whether the Grand Chancellor's mansion was friend or foe, so she hadn't revealed her identity. She hadn't expected him to show up today. Lu Yonghui panicked and feigned ignorance. "Grand Chancellor, I don't understand what you're talking about." "Lu Yonghui, my daughter has been hidden by you for over 10 years, and you almost harmed her just now. You better give me a satisfactory explanation, or I, Mu Jiaohui, will stake my life to make your Lu family pay in blood." Mu Jiaohui's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked ready to kill Lu Yonghui on the spot. Lu Yonghui was too frightened to speak. This gave Lu Miaoling a reprieve from her plan to silence Mu Yue. She stepped forward, shielding Lu Yonghui, and invoked the prince consort's name. "Grand Chancellor, by saying this, you're completely disregarding the prince consort. The prince consort is nothing." Mu Jiaohui didn't care whether he was a prince consort or a fool. This matter isn't over. Lu Miaoling was speechless. She glanced at Mu Yue, who was watching the scene unfold. Panic rising, Lu Miaoling pulled Lu Yonghui. "Father, we can't stay here. Let's go." She threw a handful of powder, and the two disappeared. "We'll deal with you later, Mu Jiaohui." Mu Jiaohui, having more important matters to attend to, cursed a few more times but didn't pursue them. Mu Ygue. This old man is quite fiery. After finishing his tirade against the Lu family, Mu Jiaohui suddenly burst into tears. "My poor child, father has let you down. All these years, father thought you died in that fire. But I didn't know. You were right by father's side all along. Father is useless." He sobbed even harder. Mu Yue was stunned, unsure how to react. Mu Jiaohui sniffed and took Mu Yue's hand. "Your mother, your brothers, and I have been longing for you to come home. Come home with me, all right. When we return to the capital, father will avenge you. Father will skin Lu Miaoling and Lu Yonghui alive and hang them on the wall to dry." Mu Jiaohui's expression seemed genuinely heartbroken. Mu Yue had assumed that since the original Mu Yue had been trapped in the minister's mansion for 10 years, the Grand Chancellor's mansion must have been indifferent to her. She hadn't expected this. After a moment of thought, she realized it was indeed time to return to the capital. She would repay the suffering she endured at the Lu family 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Meanwhile, Lu Miaoling and Lu Yonghui hadn't gone far. Now that things had progressed this far, they couldn't allow Minister Mu and Mu Yue to smoothly return to the capital. Otherwise, they would be in serious trouble. Lu Yonghui was sick with worry. He recalled that Lu Miaoling had suffered from a strange illness since birth. He had overheard that Mu Yue's blood had life-saving properties. Then, during the fire, he happened to be present and took the opportunity to steal the 4-year-old Mu Yue. 10 years had passed. Although Lu Miaoling had been cured by Mu Yue's blood, the truth couldn't be hidden forever. Minister Mu had finally discovered clues. However, he didn't have enough men with him this time, and likely wouldn't be able to eliminate them both. Lu Miaoling smiled eerily and took a token from her sleeve. "These are men secretly trained by His Highness Prince Koan." As the carriage entered Pingzhou's territory, darkness had completely fallen. Passing through a quiet mountain pass, Mu Yue heard the sound of footsteps rapidly approaching. Soon, someone blocked the carriage's path. The sounds of fighting between the Virun and Minister Mu's guards quickly ensued. The black-clad individuals were well-trained, and Minister Mu's guards were quickly defeated. Tian, don't be afraid. Stay here and wait for me." Minister Mu's words were cut short. Mu Yue yanked out a handful of his hair. Facing the assassin's attack, Mu Yue remained calm. She reached out and plucked a strand of hair from Minister Mu's head. In her hand, the soft strand suddenly seemed to come alive. It flew out from the carriage and pierced the forehead of a black-clad individual. The black-clad individuals didn't even have a chance to scream. They all died on the spot. In a short moment, countless corpses lay around the carriage. Minister Mu, witnessing this scene, was speechless with shock. Mu Yue stepped out of the carriage, sword in hand. Her cold gaze fell on the last remaining black-clad individual. She approached him and placed the sword against his neck. "Tell me who sent you." The individual remained silent, refusing to speak. Suddenly, Mu Yue saw 2 figures hiding in the nearby bushes through the reflection in the sword. The corner of her eye flickered towards them, a mocking smile playing on her lips. In the next second, she threw the sword, lodging it firmly between the two figures. She turned and returned to the carriage. After Mu Yue left, Lu Yonghui helped the trembling Lu Miaoling to her feet. Lu Miaoling was drenched in sweat. If Mu Yue's sword had been even slightly off, she didn't dare to think about what would have happened. Mu Yue was terrifying. She could have easily killed them there, but she didn't. What was she planning? Along the way, Minister Mu fiddled with his hair, mimicking Mu Yue's earlier actions. How could such a soft strand of hair kill so many people? Minister Mu finally couldn't contain his curiosity. Tian, is it true that you are the legendary divine doctor of Mount Taiching? Mu Yue didn't deny it, nodding in confirmation. This excited Minister Mu immensely, but seeing his daughter's expression, he knew the gravity of the situation. He understood he had to keep both her abilities and medical skills a secret. The journey back to the capital took 7 days. Along the way, Minister Mu constantly talked about their family, giving Mu Yue a deeper understanding of the Mu household. Upon arriving at the minister's mansion, before they even entered, a shadowy figure zipped in front of them. You're finally back. Hey Tian, I'm your second brother, Mu Xingze. He completely ignored Minister Mu, striking a dashing pose and looking at Mu Yue dotingly. After all these years, our Tian is still as delicate as ever. Mu Xingze looked at her slender frame with heartache. Minister Muskoft. Delicate. You must have a misunderstanding of the word. He pulled Mu Yue towards the mansion. Li Zong, have someone go to the Imperial Hospital and call your third brother back. Your eldest brother is still busy at the military camp, and your fourth brother took a case out of town. He probably won't be back for another 2 days. Minister Mu continued as he led Mu Yue to her courtyard. Li Zong, Tian, let me know if you need anything. If it's not enough, I'll arrange for more. Mu Yue looked at the numerous maids and servants, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. That's enough. I don't need so many people. Minister Mu looked slightly disappointed. In the end, only a few personal maids remained. After Mu Yue entered the courtyard, Minister Mu's expression changed instantly. Why are you here? Mu Xingze rolled his eyes. This old man and his changing faces. Minister Mu clasped his hands behind his back, his expression serious. How is the investigation I asked you to conduct going? At his words, Mu Xingze also straightened up. While Lu Yonghui was away from the mansion, I privately inquired with some of the older servants in the Lu household. Under the charm of my irresistible good looks. Get to the point, Minister Mu interrupted, glaring at him. This is serious business. Stop boasting about your looks. Mu Xingze koft okwerdi. Several servants who have been with the Lu family for over 10 years told me that Tian was brought back by Lu Yonghui 10 years ago. Lu Yonghui claimed to have found her, a palace maid, outside. At the time, Tian was unconscious for several days. After she woke up, she was assigned to serve Lu Miaoling. Some said that Lu Miaoling had been suffering from a hidden illness since childhood. But after Tian started serving her, Lu Miaoling's health gradually improved. I suspect it has something to do with Tian's unusual blood. Minister Mu's face darkened with rage, his fists clenched. Just as I suspected, that despicable Lu Yonghui. I treasure every single hair on my daughter's head, and he used her blood to save his own daughter. 10 years. For 10 whole years, Tian suffered right under our noses, and we knew nothing. Minister Mu's voice choked with emotion. Mu Xingze was equally furious. Father, why don't we just burn down the Lu household? Burning them down is too merciful. We need to ask Tian what she wants to do. Minister Mu knew from their journey that his daughter was very independent. He intended to see what she planned to do first. Whatever she wanted, even if it was the moon in the sky, he, as her father, would do everything in his power to get it for her, especially since this matter concerned his daughter's reputation. Making a fuss will be detrimental to Tian. Go stir up the Lu family's hornet's nest. Cause them some trouble. Mu Xingze looked bewildered after hearing this. Father, are you serious? Are you sure this isn't adding fuel to the fire? Just go when I tell you to. So much needless chatter. Give them a show of force first. Mu Yue, listening to the conversation from the courtyard, showed a slight touch of emotion on her face. She couldn't help but be amused by the responsible dialogue. This family was becoming more and more intriguing to her. At lunch, Mu Xingze thoughtfully helped Mu Yue to her seat. Mu Shuyin, the third brother who had returned from the imperial hospital, showed a gentle softness on his face when he saw Mu Yue. Tian, you're back. Mu Shuyan, the third son of the Mu family, had secured the position of deputy judge at the imperial hospital at a young age, thanks to his exceptional medical skills. He wanted to be closer to his sister, but seeing Mu Yoyue's slight reserve, he felt even more heartache. He took out an oiled paper package from his sleeve. Tian, these are the dried apricots you used to love. See if they still taste familiar. Mu Yue felt a stir within her, a genuine feeling of warmth. She took a dried apricot and put it in her mouth. The sweet and sour taste spread through her mouth. Seeing Mu Yue enjoying the treat, Mu Shuyan recalled his sister's sweet appearance as a child. He gently wiped the crumbs from her face and smiled indulgently. Eat slowly. There's more for the little glutton at home. Seeing them like this, Minister Mu was so moved he almost burst into tears. Mu Xingze, fearing his father would start wailing again, quickly changed the subject. We're eldest brother and fourth brother. When will they be back for such a happy occasion? Minister Mu shot him a look. Do you think everyone is at your beck and call like you? Eldest brother, as the military governor, is training troops in the camp. Fourth brother, the assistant minister of justice, is also busy handling a major case. But I've already sent a letter informing them of Tiantian's return. Just then, someone came in to announce, Master, Miss Rue is here. Hearing that Fu Rue had arrived, Minister Mu's expression immediately soured. What's that adopted girl here for? And at such a crucial moment. She's just an adopted daughter of the minister's household, yet she dares to try and overshadow the true daughter of the house, trying to take her place. Fu Rue, dressed in a green gauze dress, entered the dining hall. Upon entering, she first bowed to Minister Mu, then slightly bowed to Mu Xingze and Mu Shuyan. Mu Xingze couldn't be bothered to respond, while Mu Shuyan nodded politely. Fu Rue finally turned her gaze to Mu Yue. So this is elder sister Yu. I heard you were trafficked to the countryside. It's good that you're finally back. Minister Mu choked on the food he was eating. Mu Yue sipped her tea gracefully, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Fu Rue's innocent face was filled with a warm smile. Elder sister Yu, it's so wonderful that you're back. Now we two sisters can keep each other company. It's quite lonely being the only girl in the residence. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Minister Mu introduced Mu Ygue to Furui. Rue'er is the daughter of the deputy steward. The deputy steward passed away 2 years ago, so I took Rue'er in as my adopted daughter. Not wanting Mu Yue to be unhappy, he tried to smooth things over. He addressed Fu Rue, who was about to sit down. If you have nothing else, you should go back first. Tian just returned today, and we have a lot to talk about. Fu Rue stiffened, a look of embarrassment appearing on her face. Her hands clenched imperceptibly, and she forced a stiff smile. Then Rue'er will take her leave. Second brother and third brother, please keep elder sister Yu company. Until she reached the door, no one spared Fu Rue another glance. She only heard the three Mu men constantly offering Mu Yue more food. As the sound of their meal faded, she stepped outside. The expression on Fu Rue's face could no longer be concealed. Hearing Mu Yoyue's constant refusals from inside the dining hall, she snorted disdainfully. This is the minister's residence, a place of dignity and solemnity. Mu Yue, that country bumpkin, is so vulgar. She truly lacks the manners of a young lady. Especially that face of hers, like a vixen, putting on such a pretentious show. And yet, father and my brothers are so attentive to her. I, Fu Rue, may not be the minister's biological daughter, but I am a proper young lady of this household. 5 years ago, when Minister Mu was assassinated, if it weren't for my father sacrificing his life to save him, the Mu family wouldn't have the glory it enjoys today. The prosperity and status I, Fu Rue, deserve, no one can take away. Seeing Fu Rue's upset mood, her maid, Kailon, stepped forward to console her. Miss, second young master has never liked our Hexiang courtyard, but master still dotes on you immensely. Don't you dare speak out of turn, you slave. Fu Rue glared at her. She glanced back towards the dining hall. So what if she's back? She's just a country bumpkin. I will crush her under my feet. The next morning, box after box of items were carried into Mu Yoyue's courtyard. They were all sent by Mu Xingze. Sister, see if you need anything else. Second brother will go and get it for you. He added pointedly, you should know, You're the true young lady of our minister's household. Not like some stray dogs and cats who just have a title and come to provoke. Although Mu Yue had only been back for a day, she was quite taken aback by the Mu family's enthusiasm, seeing that his sister was no longer reserved. Mu Xingze took her hand and led her outside. Brother will take you to breakfast and show you around the capital. They took a carriage to Fuman Lu on West Street. Mu Xingze packed a portion of soup dumplings and took Mu Yue to Prince Jing's residence. After arriving at the residence, Mu Xingze settled Mu Yue in a pavilion in the garden. Tian, rest here for a while. I have something to attend to and will be back soon. Mu Yue nodded, eating the dumplings while recalling the original owner's memories. Yi Xianjin, the only prince granted a title other than prince in the Xian dynasty, was known as the Grand Trader. He held the position of imperial tutor while also wielding significant power, his influence in the Xian dynasty unshakable. As Mu Yue was lost in thought, she suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring at her. Turning around, she saw a gray wolf baring its fangs, its eyes fixed on her with a fierce gaze. Mu Yue stood up in shock. Looking at the gray wolf before her, she felt a strange sense of familiarity, but her fear of dogs made her jump onto the railing. "Little wolf, what are you doing?" A childish voice rang out. Mu Yue looked up and saw a 6 or 7-year-old child standing there. The child patted the gray wolf's head, and the wolf sat down obediently. "Sister, you can come down. Little wolf won't bite you." Seeing the child hug the gray wolf, Mu Yue breathed a sigh of relief and jumped down from the pavilion. The child recognized Mu Yue at a glance. He had already heard from Minister Mu. "Sister, you're the divine doctor from Mount Taiching." Mu Yue nodded. The child's tone became even more excited. He looked around, making sure no one was there. Then he quietly moved to Mu Yue's side and whispered, "Sister, can you help me?" Remembering that he couldn't casually reveal his illness, he immediately changed his words. "Can you take a look at my uncle's illness?" Mu Yue found the child extremely cute. "Sure. What kind of illness is it?" "It's that kind of. Oh, how do I say it?" The child stammered nervously for a long time, unable to explain clearly. Seeing his difficulty, Mu Yue subconsciously asked, "What? Is your uncle also infertile?" The child's jaw dropped in surprise. Just as he was about to say something, a gaze fell on Mu Yue's back. Before she could turn around, she heard the person behind her chuckle and speak in a sarcastic tone, as expected of a divine doctor. Mu Yue turned around and saw a man in black, python-like robes standing behind her. His otherworldly appearance. Wasn't it the man, Yi Xianjin, who had saved her 3 years ago? She just hadn't expected him to also have a hidden ailment. As Mu Yue sighed inwardly, she thought that since she still owed him a favor, she might as well cure his illness. That way, they would be even. Mu Yue coughed lightly. "Actually, this kind of illness is quite common. If your highness trusts me, I can treat you." "No, sister." The child anxiously tried to explain, but Yi Xianjin interrupted him. He raised an eyebrow and slowly said, "Oh, and what if you can't cure it?" "I'm confident, unless..." Mu Yue didn't finish her sentence. Her gaze drifted vaguely towards his lower body. Yi Xianjin noticed her glance. His dark eyes narrowed. He said softly, "You're quite bold." Hearing his cold tone, Mu Yue felt a sense of danger. "After all, I owe your highness a favor. If your highness needs my help, I will certainly not refuse." Before leaving, the child called out to Mu Yue, "Sister, I'll come find you again when I have time." Mu Yue glanced at him, her lips curving slightly. "Your Majesty, you don't have to be so polite to me." The child muttered, "No fun." "How did you guess so quickly?" Yi Xuanjin's gaze lingered on Mu Yue for a moment, but he didn't say anything. He thought, forget it, Xian Yu's illness is important. I'll let her misunderstand for now. Because of the child's unfinished sentence, Mu Yue mistakenly believed that Yi Xianjin had some unspeakable hidden ailment. Mu Xingze, who loved gossip, chuckled seeing his sister's hesitant manner. He had worked for Yi Xianjin for so many years and never knew he had such a secret. The two tacitly agreed to keep the matter secret and not let Mu Yue know about their relationship with Yi Xianjin. Minister Mu always disliked Prince Jing, considering him a treacherous official. He usually forbade his family from interacting with him. But what Minister Mu didn't know was that his second son, Mu Xingze, while appearing to be the capital's biggest playboy, was actually Yi Xuanjin's right-hand man. Mu Xingze wanted to make a name for himself and prove himself to Minister Mu. Elsewhere, after the morning court session, Minister Mu waited eagerly at the door. Seeing Mu Yue return, his eyes lit up and he rushed forward, offering her the snacks he had prepared. Mu Xingze, who was completely ignored, thought, "I'm definitely adopted." Suddenly, a commotion arose outside the mansion gates, accompanied by the voices of commoners shouting, "Please, divine doctor, save me. Divine doctor, please have mercy. My father has been ill for years. I am desperate." The housekeeper, Hu Bo, hurried over with an anxious expression. "Master," a group of people seeking medical treatment suddenly appeared outside. "They're blocking the gate." Minister Mu was quite pleased with this outcome. He reassured Mu Yue, explaining that he was behind it all. The minister's daughter had been presumed dead for years. Now that she had returned, he naturally had to find a way for her to establish herself in the capital. So, during the morning court, he had revealed Mu Yue's identity as the divine doctor from Mount Taiqing. "I understand father's good intentions." Mu Yue looked at Minister Mu, who beamed with pride. "You're the most understanding. Unlike your second brother." Mu Xingze rolled his eyes, wishing he could disappear. He coughed, changing the subject. "So, Tian, are you going to treat them?" Mu Yue held up 3 fingers. "I'll hold a clinic every 3 days and only see 3 patients each time. They could draw lots." Minister Mu and Mu Xingze both looked at her in confusion. "What do you mean by draw lots?" Mu Yue explained the rules of drawing lots and assigning numbers. She would only treat the first 3 numbers drawn. Minister Mu understood. "There's an empty shop in the south of the city. We can convert it into a clinic for you, Tian." He looked at Mu Yue hesitantly. Mu Yue knew what he wanted to say and smiled faintly. "If Lu Miaoling dares to come, I dare to treat her. I'm just afraid she won't have the guts." Mentioning the Lu family, Minister Mu's face darkened. After Mu Yongyuan left the Great Tang, he turned to Mu Xingze. "How is the matter I entrusted to you progressing?" Mu Xingze replied, "Don't worry, everything is under control. Once I've gathered enough evidence of Lu Yonghui's corruption and law-breaking, I'll make the Lu family disappear from this world." Minister Mu's eyes flashed with a murderous glint. "If you can't find any evidence, then fabricate some. I won't let the Lu family off easy." Mu Xingze hadn't gone far. Hearing the father and son's conversation, some memories slowly resurfaced. Just the Lu family wasn't enough. This time back in the capital, besides settling the score with the Lu family, he also had another target. 5 days later, the clinic's opening in the south of the city attracted a large crowd of onlookers. Everyone was skeptical of this young divine doctor. Inside the clinic, Aunt Li from Xiaoyan village had also been brought over by Mu Xingze, specifically to assist Mu Yue. After all the preparations were complete, Mu Yue received her first patient. The man wore a bamboo hat, appearing nervous and somewhat embarrassed. "Can you take a look at my face? Can it be changed?" Mu Yue looked at him, puzzled. The man lifted his hat and pointed to his face. "They all say I look like a ribbon fish. Divine doctor, can you see if there's a way?" Mu Yue subconsciously took a closer look. She hadn't noticed before, but now that it was mentioned, he really did look like a ribbon fish. "You have ocular hypertelorism," Mu Yue concluded, based on his facial features. "Is there a way to treat it?" The ribbon fish man was overjoyed. After so many years, finally a doctor could identify his problem. Mu Yue wrote a prescription and handed it to Aunt Li. Aunt Li took it and led the man upstairs to apply the medicine. Da Yunan kept observing Mu Yue. Seeing her calm and composed demeanor, he still had some doubts. After a while, Aunt Li applied the ground medicine to the man's eyes and wrapped them with a thick layer of gauze. It felt a little prickly. Da Yunan wanted to touch his eyes, but didn't dare. Aunt Li escorted him out, instructing him, "Go home and keep this on for 3 days. Come back for a checkup in 3 days." The people downstairs, seeing Dai Yunan with his eyes covered, being helped away, began to murmur amongst themselves, eager to try. Around the corner, Lu Miaoling sat in a sedan chair, reaching out to lift a corner of the curtain. Looking at Mu Yue inside the clinic, her face twisted in anger. She had tormented Mu Yue for 10 years and had no idea when she had learned medicine. Now her biggest secret was in Mu Yue's hands. She was truly afraid that it would be exposed, that the Kuan King and the Empress Dowager would find out about her infertility. If Mu Yue truly solidified her status as a divine doctor, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mu Yue had to die. "Even if you have the Prime Minister's manor as your backing now, I will still crush you under my feet." After Lu Miaoling's sedan chair left, Aunt Lee, on the second floor of the clinic, gave Mu Yue a look. Let him do what he wants. Mu Yue's lips curved slightly, her eyes full of confidence. On the first day of consultations, Mu Yue only saw 3 patients. Although the results weren't yet visible, the number of people seeking treatment remained high every day. 3 days later, during Mu Yue's second session, Mu Xingze brought over a package of soup dumplings from Fuminla early in the morning. Mu Yue hadn't seen Mu Xingze for a few days and was curious where he had been. Mu Xingze was evasive, not telling the truth. He just wanted his sister to be carefree and do what she wanted. He would handle the rest. Mu Yue could guess some of it and didn't press further. Having eaten most of the soup dumplings, she was still eating when a commotion arose downstairs. "Where's Mu Yue? Get out here. What kind of lousy divine doctor are you? You blinded me." Mu Yue's very first patient, from the clinic's opening day, had encountered a problem after 3 days. Outside the clinic, Dai Yunan was being supported by a maid, blood continuously oozing from his eyes, a horrifying sight. He claimed that Mu Yue, the self-proclaimed divine doctor from Mount Taiching, not only failed to cure his eyes, but had blinded him. Now he had brought people to demand an explanation. Ho Shinkong's wife, Xiao Shi, was furious, yelling at the top of her lungs. The onlookers, hearing this, became panicked and afraid. "I knew the rumors were false. The Prime Minister opened a clinic for her. Isn't this deliberately harming people?" Everyone started talking at once, discarding the numbered tokens they had received. They didn't dare to take the risk. Mu Xingze listened to these comments with a grim expression. "All of you, be quiet. Don't spread rumors before you know the truth. Second young master, you can't be deliberately protecting your sister. If you don't give us an explanation today, I'll go to the capital prefecture and sue you." Xiao Shi was indignant. At that moment, Mu Yue walked out from inside. Looking at Dai Yunan's blood-streaked face, she asked, "Has anyone touched your eyes?" Dai Yunan vehemently denied it. Mu Yue looked at him intently. "Really no one? Then why does your maid smell of aconite? And it's the same poison that's in your eyes." The maid's expression flickered with panic. She quickly waved her hands in denial. "I didn't. You're slandering me. Find a doctor to examine her, and we'll know." Mu Yue had a keen sense of smell, especially sensitive to medicines. Mu Xingze immediately spoke up. "Sister, wait here. I'll go to the palace and invite some imperial physicians." After a short while, Mu Xingze returned with Imperial Physician Zhang, the head of the Imperial Hospital, and the deputy head, Mu Shuyan. As they were about to examine Dai Yunan, Xiao Shi stopped them. "No, this deputy head physician is from your Mu family. Can he conduct a fair examination?" Mu Shuyan glanced at her and replied calmly, "This official serves His Majesty. Medical practice is based on evidence, not personal relationships. Is Madam questioning His Majesty's judgment?" Xiao Shi realized her mistake and became flustered. Then, Mu Shuyan examined Dai Yunan's eyes, while Imperial Physician Zhang examined the maid, Sui Xin's, fingers. In the end, they both reached the same conclusion. It was indeed the same toxin, as Mu Yue had said. Sui Xin was startled, her face turning pale as she knelt down. Dai Yunan then remembered that Sui Xin had helped him adjust the gauze on his eyes the previous night. Hearing this, Xiao Shi slapped Sui Xin. "You treacherous slave! Why did you poison the master?" Sui Xin's heart raced as she denied it. Dai Yunan, no longer focused on Sui Xin, bowed to Imperial Physician Zhang and Mu Shuyan. "Imperial physicians, can my eyes still be saved?" Both shook their heads helplessly. Ho Shinkong's heart sank. He turned and knelt before Mu Yue. Just now, this lowly one spoke rashly. "I hope the esteemed divine doctor will be magnanimous and mercifully save me. This lowly one will be your ox or horse, anything you ask. I'll remember your words. Follow me." Mu Yue turned and entered the clinic's second floor. Mu Yue once again covered Ho Shinkong's eyes. After confirming he couldn't see, she channeled the spiritual energy of the Xianling tree, gathering it at her fingertips. A thread of energy formed in the air, a cluster of blue starlight, and quickly entered Ho Shinkong's eyes. Ho Shinkong suddenly cried out in pain, instinctively trying to cover his eyes. Mu Yue immediately stopped him. "Don't move if you don't want to go blind." Ho Shinkong trembled all over from the pain. After a while, the pain gradually subsided. When the bandages were removed, Ho Shinkong opened his eyes. The bright light made his face fill with surprise and disbelief. "Go out and turn right to look in the mirror." Ho Shenkong followed Mu Yue's instructions and went out. A moment later, Ho Shenkong's excited shouts came from outside. Heavens, a divine doctor. She truly is a divine doctor. My eyes can see again, and my face no longer looks like dot-like before. His wife, seeing her husband's bright eyes, knelt on the ground, sincerely thanking Mu Yue. Mu Xingze and Mu Shuyan were also astonished. Their father had previously said that their younger sister was a divine doctor, but they hadn't quite believed it. Now, witnessing this miraculous healing ability, comparable to a celestial being descending to earth, they were amazed. She was indeed worthy of being their sister. The crowd, who had just been disrespectful to Mu Yue, also knelt on the ground. Divine Doctor, we were blind. Please save our lives. In a tea house across the street, Yi Xianjing, who had witnessed the entire scene, stood by the window, his fingers lightly tapping the curtain. It seems the young lady is indeed quite capable. Mu Yue's gaze fell in a certain direction. I owe a great deal to Miss Lu's arrangements today. This self-sabotaging farce has solidified my identity as a divine doctor in the capital. Suixin's screams came from the doorway. Ho Shenkong and his wife rushed over, practically ready to tear Suixin apart. Suixin was about to confess everything when a flying dart pierced her throat. Suixin died instantly. Yi Xianjing looked towards the direction the dart had come from and coldly ordered Yun Qing, retrieve the body and deliver it to Miss Mu. Yun Qing acknowledged the order and chased after the shadowy figure. After the guards carried Suixin's body away, Mu Xing's expression turned serious. Today's events clearly show someone is deliberately causing trouble. Tian, don't worry. I'll handle the aftermath. The usually gentle Mu Shuyan nodded in agreement. Remember the saying, great trees attract strong winds. Today's incident is likely just the beginning. Tian, you must be more cautious. Mu Yue patted her brother's shoulders, signaling them to relax. Don't worry, brothers. You are both so outstanding. How could I, your younger sister, be outdone by you? After escorting Mu Yue upstairs, Mu Shuyan returned to the Imperial Hospital. When Mu Xingze returned to the clinic's backyard, he saw Yi Run tied up and thrown on the ground. Yi Xuanjing's personal guard, Yun Qing, stood there. Mu Xingze cupped his hands in a salute. I'll remember this favor. I'll treat you to a drink another day. You're welcome, Yun Qing replied before vanishing. An hour later, in the Mu family's backyard, Mu Yue, Mu Xingze, and Mu Qingxiang stood menacingly before the black-clothed person who sent you to cause trouble. Mu Qingxiang roared, causing Mu Yue and Mu Xingze beside him to instinctively rub their ears. The three continued their interrogation, ignoring the gagged black-clothed person, discussing how to make him talk. Since he won't open his mouth, let's just kill him. Engrossed in their discussion, they didn't notice the black-clothed person had cut the ropes. He suddenly grabbed a nearby dagger and lunged towards Mu Qingxiang's chest. At that moment, Mu Yue flicked a strand of hair. The hair pierced the black-clothed person's forehead. He instantly collapsed. Witnessing Mu Yue take a life with a single strand of hair, Mu Xingze's jaw dropped. Mu Qingxiang, already accustomed to her abilities, punched Mu Xingze. Tian is the pride of our Mu family. You should learn more from your sister and stop fooling around all day. You eat like a bird and are useless at everything else. Under the dark of night, a blade gleamed. Mu Yue looked at the large knife and smiled coldly. Since the Lu family doesn't know restraint, I should prepare a return gift for them. Mu Yue nimbly infiltrated the minister's residence. Upon leaving, she bumped into Yi Xianjing. Looking at the woman cloaked in black, Yi Xuanjing's lips curved into an enigmatic smile. Out thieving so late at night. Mu Yue gave a nervous laugh. Couldn't sleep, came out for some air. Yi Xianjing saw through her lie, but didn't bother exposing it. It's almost dawn. You should head back. Mu Yue responded and quickly disappeared from Yi Xuanjing's sight. After she left, Yi Xuanjing's gaze fell on the spot where she had stood. His eyes narrowed slightly as he walked over and picked up something she had dropped. It was a book. Under the moonlight, he saw the words treatment of infertility on the cover. He chuckled and flipped through a few pages before putting the book away. On a day she wasn't seeing patients, Mu Yue sat in the courtyard, basking in the sun. Mu Qingxiang approached cheerfully with a plate of pastries. After ensuring the nearby servants were out of earshot, he whispered, I heard someone died in Lu Yonghui's residence last night. A cook from a minister's residence was found with his throat slit, hanging by a rope from Liu Yonghui's door. I did it, Mu Yue admitted readily. Minister Mu froze, then became anxious. Tiantian's father knows you harbor resentment towards the Liu family. But this is the second time now. The Liu family will definitely be on guard. You shouldn't go there again. Just be like your carefree second brother. Just be a couch potato every day. Mu Xingze, standing behind Minister Mu, suddenly felt like his chest had been stabbed repeatedly. Misplaced trust? It was misplaced after all. Minister Mu turned around and took the intelligence report from Mu Xingze. Why are you here? Mu Xingze poured a cup of tea. I heard Liu Yonghui went to the Jingzhou prefecture just now. 2 lives were lost in the Liu residence. The matter has been reported to the authorities. Minister Mu slammed the table. That shameless woman is already in trouble herself. Instead of keeping a low profile, she dares to expose this. Don't let me see her, or I'll smash her head in. Mu Xingze held him back. Don't be hasty. Someone has already turned themselves in this morning. I just want to see the person who turned themselves in. Isn't that the black-clothed person from yesterday? Speaking of which, I already ordered someone to throw that black-clothed person into the mass grave. How could? Mu Xingze stroked his chin, unable to understand. Minister Mu subconsciously glanced at Mu Yue. Mu Yue shook her head, indicating she didn't know. This is strange. Who is helping us in the shadows? Mu Xingze really couldn't figure it out. Mu Yue's thoughts drifted, inexplicably recalling her chance encounter with Yi Xianjing last night. Could it be him? As Mu Yue was thinking, she heard Minister Mu tell them both to go back to their rooms. He needed to write a memorial to the throne. Seeing his serious expression, Mu Xingze cast a questioning glance. Father, what memorial? Why so serious? Minister Mu snorted and paced back and forth. It's that treacherous official Yi Xianjing again. He actually proposed to dismiss General Zheng today. General Zheng has risked his life for the Xian dynasty and made great contributions. That traitor is infuriating. Just thinking about him makes me want to grind his bones to dust. Mu Yue, who had once been saved by the treacherous official, and Mu Xingze, who worked under him, knew they absolutely couldn't mention Prince Jing in front of their father. Mu Yue felt that compared to Yi Xianjing, the wolf by his side was even more terrifying. Thinking about this, Mu Yue suddenly felt a blur before her eyes. A nimble figure vaulted over the wall and landed gracefully before her. Miss Mu, His Highness requests your presence. Yunqing escorted Mu Yue to Prince Jing's residence. As Mu Yue approached, she saw the gray wolf sleeping on the ground. She instinctively kept her distance. Ye Yuanjing chucked it softly. Someone who dares to break into the Liu residence and kill with a knife is actually afraid of a wolf. How is the infertility research coming along? Ye Yuanjing asked Mu Yue jesually. She answered truthfully, if your highness is determined to treat the illness, I will proceed with the standard procedure. Yi Xianjing looked at her lazily, waiting for her to continue. Also, I require the cooperation of the madam in the residence, because I'm not certain the issue lies solely with your highness. Mu Yue voiced it, Hertots. After she finished speaking, Yi Xuanjing's expression almost cracked. Even Yunqing, the guard beside him, struggled to suppress his laughter. This Miss Mu is quite something. His Highness was just teasing her, and she's dug herself into a hole. Yunqing couldn't help but speak up for Yi Xianjing. Miss Mu, you misunderstand. His Highness has no women in his residence. Yi Xianjing stood up, holding the book in his hand. Accompany me to the palace. Aren't you seeking treatment? Mu Yue asked, puzzled. Who said I'm ill? Yi Xianjing retorted, his gaze falling on her delicate face. Mu Yue thought carefully. Could she have misunderstood? Was the emperor the one who was truly ill? Eunuch Jiang yawned from reading the memorials. The young emperor at the table struggled to keep his eyes open as he looked at the memorials in his hand. Can someone bring me a piece of candy? I need to stay awake. When Yi Xianjing entered with Mu Yue, they saw the young emperor on the verge of tears, refusing to look at the memorials. Seeing Mu Yue, the young emperor's eyes lit up. He suddenly blurted out, Sister, why are you with uncle? Are you helping him with his treatment? How is his illness? Is it serious? Will he still be able to have babies? Yi Xianjing practically gritted his teeth as he interrupted the young emperor. The young emperor quickly realized this was a secret and needed to be discussed discreetly. After the young emperor, Xuanyu, finished reading 2 memorials, nearly half an hour had passed. He held out his hand, expectantly waiting for Yi Xianjing to give him candy. The young emperor had suffered from a hidden illness since his coronation. Every month, he would inexplicably fall into a deep sleep for 3 days. Apart from imperial physician Zhang, no one knew about this. Mu Yue's expression grew serious. She first took the young emperor's pulse. After a while, she discovered that the young emperor wasn't sick, but had been poisoned with sleeping goo. As time went on, the duration of his sleep would increase until he eventually died in his slumber. Mu Yue gently rubbed the young emperor's head. But it's all right. I can cure this goo. It would just take some time. After comforting the young emperor, Mu Yue left the palace to prepare the antidote ingredients. Mu Yue left the imperial palace and headed towards the outskirts. Lu Miaoling was selecting jewelry in a bustling shop. She glanced out and saw Mu Yue passing by. Lu Miaoling signaled to the guard beside her. They followed Mu Yue and soon returned to report that she had gone to Fenluo Mountain in the outskirts. Lu Miaoling frowned, a bad feeling rising in her heart. That mountain was where she had chased and tried to kill Mu Yue before. She still didn't know who had saved Mu Yue. Could there really be something hidden on that mountain? Lu Miaoling grew increasingly uneasy. Tonight, she would see who was helping Mu Yue. As dusk settled, Mu Yue arrived at Fenluo Mountain and kept her head down, searching for the herb she needed. Immortal Bamboo Vine. As she walked, Mu Yue sensed several presences approaching her from behind. Mu Yue flew up and hid in a tree. Sure enough, many people arrived shortly after. Lu Miaoling was leading them. Lu Miaoling searched the surroundings and, finding no one, ordered her people find Mu Yue for me. Mu Yue still had things to do and didn't want to waste time here. She summoned the ghostly red smoke. Go and greet them properly. The red smoke understood immediately. Screams rang out one after another. In a short while, the terrified guards fled down the mountain. Seeing the ghostly figure, Lu Miaoling's legs went weak with fear. She suddenly remembered that night 3 years ago. It wasn't a hallucination after all. She instinctively wanted to run. After just 2 steps, a figure jumped down from the tree. Where's the princess consort going? Lu Miaoling just barely recognized Mu Yue. Just as she was about to call her guards back, Mu Yue kicked her over. Lu Miaoling rolled twice and fainted. Without Lu Miaoling's interference, Mu Yue found what she was looking for very quickly. Going down the mountain, she seemed not to notice Lu Miaoling fainted halfway down the path. She walked away with her ghost. After Mu Yue left, 3 ghosts of varying sizes quietly approached Lu Miaoling. They smelled the phoenix bloodline on Lu Miaoling. They wanted it, but also disliked its impurity. The 3 ghosts deliberated for a long time. Suddenly, they smelled a purer phoenix bloodline. They looked up and saw Mu Yue looking at them with a carefree expression. Have ghosts switched to being vampires? The 3 ghosts initially cried out in alarm, then became excited. Wow, this woman can actually see us. What luck tonight. One of the fat ghosts reached out a hand. Sister, give me a bit of your phoenix bloodline. Afterwards, I'll treat you to the finest delicacies. If you don't, I'll turn you into pork stew. Mu Yue revealed a sinister smile. She then threw out a Spirit King talisman without a word, trapping all 3 ghosts inside. The cries of the 3 ghosts echoed from within the Spirit King talisman. Sister, I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. Please let us go. We'll be your loyal servants. Mu Yue squatted down and said, all right then, let's play a game. One of Mu Yue's greatest hobbies was playing games with ghosts. A bit of blue light passed through the foreheads of the 3 ghosts. Now, all 3 of them had a blue dot on their foreheads. Having found enough fresh bamboo vines, Mu Yue was ready to leave. Before leaving, she glanced at Lu Miaoling again and said to the 3 ghosts with a faint smile, although her blood is impure, something is better than nothing, wouldn't you say? Master is right. The ghosts nodded repeatedly. Mu Yue smiled and went down the mountain. The 3 ghosts looked at each other. Let's take a little. It's a waste not to. It was late at night. Lu Yonghui, holding a torch, led the house guards up the mountain. From afar, he saw Lu Miaoling lying halfway up the mountainside and ran over in a panic. Upon closer inspection, he found Lu Miaoling's face was alarmingly pale. There were also 3 red marks on her neck. Lu Yonghui's eyes widened in shock. Lu Miaoling slowly regained consciousness. She felt achy and cold all over. Worse, she was seeing ghosts again. Lu Yonghui thought she had hit her head and was hallucinating, so he didn't take it seriously. The priority now was Lu Miaoling's sudden illness. Mu Yue's special blood had clearly cured Miaoling years ago. Why had it relapsed? It seemed he needed to find a way to recreate what happened back then. Mu Yue took advantage of her free time to prepare the first phase of the young emperor's antidote. However, too many people were watching her. At this time, she couldn't risk being seen with Yi Xianjing. She would have to wait for the Hundred Flowers banquet to find an opportunity to see the young emperor. Thinking of the Hundred Flowers banquet, Mu Yue took out the guest list Mu Chengxiang had given her. Empress Dowager Wei, the host of the Hundred Flowers banquet, was the older sister of the current imperial censor Wei and also Prince Koen's mother. Back then, the late emperor had passed the throne to the 6-year-old Xianyu. Considering these connections, Mu Yue thought that Empress Dowager Wei would likely be a difficult person to deal with. The young emperor's loneliness might also be related to Empress Dowager Wei. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the window. Li Shen nimbly climbed in. Just as you predicted, Miss Lu Miaoling's illness has indeed relapsed, and it seems she was quite frightened by what happened on Fengluo Mountain. I'm afraid Lu Yonghui will be looking for you again soon. Mu Yue's eyes flashed with certainty. She instructed Li Shen, if Lu Miaoling comes looking for us, we'll treat her. If she wants blood, I'll give it to her. The more, the better. As for what kind of blood, well, that's a different story. Lu Miaoling's show has just begun. She needs to last a bit longer. On the day of the Hundred Flowers banquet, Fu Rue, a concubine's daughter, was also on the guest list. Seeing Mu Yue, she hurried over and reminded her, Sister Yu, there are many rules in the palace. You must follow me closely today. If you cause any trouble, you'll embarrass our prime minister's estate. Mu Yue ignored her and walked forward calmly and gracefully. Fu Rue rolled her eyes, putting on airs. A country bumpkin coming to such a noble place, I bet she's thrilled inside. Mu Yue's appearance attracted almost everyone's attention. Whispers filled the air. Knowing she was the divine doctor of Mount Taiching, some looked at Mu Yue with admiration. Fu Rue was fuming at all the praise. Just as she was about to approach some of the noble ladies she knew, a few sneers came from the Li family's seats. What divine doctor? I heard she was kidnapped as a child and raised in the countryside. She was only recently found. Who knows if she's really treating people? She's just being all mysterious about it. Mu Yue walked past the Li family's seats and sat down at the Prime Minister's estate's table, completely ignoring their remarks. Seeing Mu Yue not reacting, Li Xiang shifted her gaze to the snickering Fu Rue. These days, even a steward's daughter is attending the banquet with us. More laughter erupted. Fu Rue's face alternated between pale and flushed. The Li family had always been at odds with the Mu family, but she hadn't expected Li Xiang to be so openly disrespectful. However, it was reassuring that Li Xiang disliked Mu Yue. Mu Qingxiang held a high official position at court, and Li Xiang was also Mu Yue's cousin. The Mu family's daughter, attending the banquet for the first time, was publicly ridiculed and humiliated by someone from the Li family. Li Xiang deliberately tried to embarrass Mu Yue at the Hundred Flowers banquet, using her past 10 years to shame her. Mu Yue initially didn't want to respond, but the incessant chatter was giving her a headache. She summoned ghostly red smoke in her mind to teach Li Xiang a lesson. The red smoke instantly drifted behind Li Xiang, opening its mouth to reveal sharp teeth and taking a vicious bite out of Li Xiang's neck. Li Xiang suddenly felt a sharp pain in her neck and screamed, tumbling out of her chair. Mu Yue looked over with a concerned expression, saying solicitously, Cousin, what's wrong? Be careful. Many onlookers were touched by Mu Yue's apparent kindness. Even after being publicly mocked, she still showed concern for Li Xiang. In comparison, Li Xiang seemed incredibly rude and malicious. Li Xiang, fuming and about to retaliate, heard a sharp voice, Enough. Go and clean yourself up. Must you make a spectacle of yourself here? The white-haired elder, though over 70, had sharp, authoritative eyes. This was Mu Yue's grandfather, the former General Li Ruexian. Their gazes locked, a silent battle of wills. Finally, Li Ruexian laughed. I was skeptical when I heard the girl who had been dead for 10 years had suddenly returned. Seeing you today, I see the resemblance is undeniable. You're quite lucky, girl, to have survived that. Mu Yue gave a nonchalant, cold laugh. Of course, I was constantly worried about my aging grandfather and eager to return to his side to fulfill my filial duties. But seeing how radiant you look, you must have been doing well these past years. It seems my worries were unnecessary. Li Ruexian laughed heartily and walked towards Mu Yue. At your age, it's best to temper your sharpness. He leaned closer, whispering so only Mu Yue could hear, otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Mu Yue met his menacing gaze without fear, returning his words, what goes around comes around. Those words are more fitting coming from me to you. From his position on a raised platform, Yi Xianjing observed the scene unfolding below. This young lady possesses spiritual abilities. Intriguing. An old eunuch approached. "Your Highness, Princess Xuanru is here." Irritation flashed in Yi Xuanjing's eyes. "Do I need to instruct you?" The terrified eunuch quickly retreated. Yunqing stopped the insistent princess at the door. "Princess, His Highness is occupied. Please excuse him." Xuanru glared haughtily at Yunqing. "Then tell the prince to wait. I'll see him after the banquet." Beside her, Song Momo cautioned, "Princess, the Empress Dowager disapproves of the prince. It's best to keep your distance." Xuanru was defiant. "Why should I? I will have the most noble man in the world. Yi Xianjing will be my husband." On her way, Xuanru encountered Lu Miaoling. Lu Miaoling, looking pale and frail, had been ill for several days but forced herself to attend the banquet. "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" Xuanru, Prince Kuan's sister and close to Lu Miaoling, expressed her concern. Lu Miaoling offered a weak smile, seemingly hesitant to speak. Her maid quickly interjected, "The princess consort has been ill for 2 days. Yesterday, we went to the Tombstone Medical Clinic in South City, but they refused to treat her without an appointment." Preposterous. Xuanru's face hardened. A mere daughter of the prime minister's estate. How dare they refuse treatment to the princess consort? Lu Miaoling tugged at her sleeve. "Princess, it's a small matter. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding. Mu Yue is also at the banquet. Let's not cause a scene." Xuanru seized on this information. She turned to leave. "Sister-in-law, you're too kind. We can't let such behavior go unpunished. Just watch." Lu Miaoling, a triumphant smile on her face, followed behind. Xuanru, spoiled from a young age, thought, "Mu Yue, you'll pay for this." After they left, a woman emerged from the shadows and hurried to inform Consort Mu. Consort Mu's face contorted in anger. "That Lu Miaoling is nothing but trouble. I'll see who dares to harm a hair on Tiantian's head. Lin Momo, go to Prince Kuan's manor at once. Inform him the 100 Flowers banquet has begun." Empress Wei, dressed in dark red, entered the hall with an air of authority. Her gaze swept over Mu Yue, a daughter hidden by the Mu family for over 10 years, returned as a renowned physician, possessing such striking beauty. What secrets did Mu Jiaowei harbor? As the banquet commenced, servants brought in dishes and wine. Xuanru, holding a wine cup, stood and approached Empress Wei. "Mother, allow me to offer you a toast." She took a step and suddenly stumbled, crying out in pain as she clutched her ankle. "Mother, I've twisted my ankle. It hurts." Empress Wei immediately ordered for a physician. Xuanru interrupted. "The physician will take too long. Isn't there a divine doctor right here?" She pointed at Mu Yue, her tone imperious. "Mu Yue, you claim to have medical skills. Come and tend to my ankle." Empress Wei, understanding her daughter's intent, saw an opportunity to put the Mu family daughter in her place. Speaking in a deceptively gentle tone, she said, "I've heard the daughter of the prime minister possesses remarkable medical skills, renowned as the divine doctor of Mount Taiching. Perhaps Miss Mu could examine Ronger's injury." As soon as Grand Empress Dowager Wei spoke, it was clear she was far more astute than Xuanru, Lu Miaoling, and the others. This made it difficult for Mu Yue to refuse. Just as Mu Yue stood, preparing to examine Xuanru, a large group of Imperial Palace guards suddenly arrived at the entrance. Grand Empress Dowager Wei looked at the armored man at the front, Commander One, her face filled with anger. "Commander Tong, I am holding the 100 Flowers banquet here. Why have you brought so many people?" When Shao pulled a golden search warrant from his waist, "An assassin has infiltrated the palace. I have been ordered to search." He said nothing more, ignoring Grand Empress Dowager Wei's further questions. With a wave of his hand, the large group of Imperial Guard behind him began to search the banquet hall. The scene instantly became chaotic. Several timid young ladies huddled together, trembling with fear at the thought of an assassin in the palace. Fu Rue clutched her chest nervously, thinking how unlucky she was. She was finally about to see Mu Yue humiliated, but an assassin had to appear. Meanwhile, when Shao respectfully addressed the Grand Empress Dowager, "An assassin has infiltrated the palace. Your Majesty, the princess, and the other noble ladies are all precious. As a precaution, please end the banquet." Looking at the chaotic scene, Grand Empress Dowager Wei lost her enthusiasm. However, the timing of this incident seemed a little too convenient. Lu Miaoling walked over to help Xuanru up. They had no choice but to abandon their plan. Just as everyone was about to leave, another person arrived at the entrance. A man in azure robes strode towards them, his gaze finally locking onto Lu Miaoling. "Lu Miaoling, have you no shame? Lu Miaoling had intended to use Princess Xuanru to humiliate Mu Yue. Unexpectedly, she was first interrupted by Wen Xiao, Yi Xuanjing's subordinate, and then startled by the sudden appearance of Prince Xian Kuan. Xian Kuan started berating Lu Miaoling as soon as he entered. Lu Miaoling, have you no shame? You, the princess consort of Kuan, were found unconscious on a mountain outside the city last night. Tell me, did you sneak out to meet a lover? The more Xian Kuan thought about it, the angrier he became. He thought to himself that Lu Miaoling usually clung to him like glue, so why'd she been running back to her family home so often recently? Lu Miaoling couldn't think of an excuse, so she could only try to appease Xian Kuan. Your Highness, there are many people here. Can we talk about this later? We don't want to become a laughingstock. Xuanru also chimed in, Brother, I believe in sister-in-law's character. You understand nothing. Xuan Kun Schnackbeth. Xuanru pulled Lu Miaoling's arm and quickly left. The meticulously planned 100 Flowers banquet ended before it had properly begun. Grand Consort Mu walked over to Mu Yue and whispered, It's good that you're back. But this palace is a mix of good and evil, a place where people are devoured without a trace. As the daughter of the Prime Minister, you will inevitably have to enter the palace often. You must be careful in everything you do. There are too many spies in the palace. Grand Consort Mu could only offer a few simple words of advice. Thank you, Aunt. I'll remember that. Mu Yue could clearly feel the affection from every member of the Mu family. Protecting each of them would be her mission from now on. Just as Mu Yue was about to leave, Commander Wen Xiao caught up to her. My lady, Prince Jing requests your presence. Mu Yue suddenly understood why there had been a sudden commotion about an assassin at the 100 Flowers banquet. It was quite a spectacle. He was indeed a powerful official who wielded great influence in the Xian dynasty. Inside the imperial study, the young emperor would sneak a glance at Yi Xianjing every time he finished reading 2 lines of memorials. When Yi Xuanjing's attention wasn't on him, he would secretly grab a pastry from the plate beside him. Don't you think you've had enough? Yi Xianjing raised an eyebrow lazily and spoke slowly. The young emperor quickly stuffed the last piece into his mouth, his cheeks bulging as he chewed. Enough, enough. Yi Xianjing frowned in slight disgust, then picked up the teacup beside him and handed it over. The young emperor beamed at Yi Xianjing. Thank you, uncle. Uncle is the best. Just then, Mu Yue entered. At the same time, Yi Xianjing took the teacup from in front of the young emperor, turned it around, and placed it on the empty spot beside him. Wasn't that for me? Yi Xianjing smiled faintly at Mu Yue and tapped the table with his finger. Seat. Mu Yue sat down and naturally picked up the teacup beside her and drank it all in one go. The young emperor pouted. Uncle is so biased. He pours tea for sister, but not for me. Mu Yue knew why Yi Xianjing had summoned her, so she got straight to the point, taking out the medicine she had prepared in advance from her storage pouch. 1 packet a day for half a month. I need to be present on the last day to supervise. You must not miss a single dose. The young emperor covered his face with his hands at the sight of the large pile of medicine. So much. Mu Yue looked at Yi Xianjing. Thank you, Prince Jing, for helping me out today. I owe you one. It was nothing, don't mention it. Yi Xianjing appeared completely unconcerned. Hearing this, Mu Yue couldn't help but look at him a few more times. She recalled the scene from 3 years ago, which seemed similar to the present. For Yi Xianjing, offering help seemed to be a casual act. Therefore, even though she was standing right in front of him, he didn't remember her at all. Ye Wanjing Notijit Hadgaze. Why do you keep staring at me? Because you're handsome, Mu Yue replied casually. Yi Xianjing looked at her face. She was truly perfunctory. She didn't even look at him when she complimented him. Mu Yue took a sip of water, then caught sight of something moving in the small side hall out of the corner of her eye. Her expression changed. Well, I have to go. Goodbye. She quickly fled the scene. Yi Xianjing frowned and glanced at Shuiyu, his snow domain gray wolf. Shuiyu looked bewildered. Master, I swear I didn't do anything. When Mu Yue returned to the Prime Minister's residence, she saw Fu Rue standing in front of Prime Minister Mu, blocking Mu Qingxiang's path. Sister Yue will be fine. She's probably just delayed. Don't worry. Mu Qingxiang looked anxious and was about to rush out when he heard Mu Yue's voice. I'm back. Seeing Mu Yue safe and sound, Prime Minister Mu immediately relaxed. My precious daughter, you're finally back. You nearly scare me to death. The woman beside him, watching this touching scene, tried hard to insert herself. Sister Yue, I'll go back and rest now. Prime Minister Mu didn't even turn his head, just gave a casual grunt. When Mu Yue returned to her courtyard, Fu Rue was sitting there waiting for her. Seeing Mu Yue, Fu Rue stepped forward, gritting her teeth. You're very pleased with yourself, aren't you? Yes, I am. Very pleased. Extremely, extremely pleased. Mu Yue's slightly mocking voice rang out. Fu Rue took a few deep breaths. Don't get too cocky. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. Today I saw it. Princess Xuanru seems to really dislike you. And those other noble ladies too. Mu Yue snorted and patted Fu Rue's shoulder. Based on my years of medical experience, Miss Fu Rue, I think you might have a hole in your head. As she spoke, she casually plucked 2 strands of hair from Fu Rue's head. When you have time, why don't you come to my clinic? I'll give you a special appointment. With that, she didn't bother to look at Fu Rue again and turned to leave. Mu Yue, ow, it hurts. Fu Rue's knees suddenly began to ache, and she collapsed to the ground. When Kailon pulled 2 strands of hair from Fu Rue's knees, she looked terrified. Could it be? Miss Fu has offended something unclean. How did these dyed hairs pierce through her knees? Both knees are injured this time. She'll probably be bettered in for half a month. Early the next morning, as Mu Yue was leaving, she heard Prime Minister Mu muttering, "What's going on with her? She's getting injured every other day." He turned around and saw Mu Yue. Sweetheart, Rue's legs often have problems. I don't know what's going on. Calcium deficiency, probably, Mu Yue said casually, then walked out of the courtyard. Prime Minister Mu scratched his head in confusion. What does calcium deficiency mean? Arriving at the clinic, Annie Lee, she whispered a few words in Mu Yue's ear. Mu y chakel. Prepare it. Auntie Lee went to the side and lit a stick of incense in the burner. Not long after, the first patient walked in. It was none other than Lu Miaoling. Lu Miaoling stood at the door for a while before walking towards Mu Yue. Remembering her father's instructions before she came, she gritted her teeth and knelt down in front of Mu Yue, tears welling up in her eyes. I'm sorry. Mu Yue looked at her impassively. Well, she can bend and stretch, even kneeling before me. Yue, I shouldn't have treated you like that before, but I was afraid you would leave after knowing my identity. Then I would have died. It was all my fault. I was blinded by my nanny's words. For the past 3 years, I've been repenting almost every moment. You were by my side for 10 years. We were like sisters. How could I do that to you? When I was in Shaoyan village, I found out you were still alive. I was guilty at first because I had wronged you. But at the same time, I was so happy you were alive. It gave me a chance to atone. Mu Yue's gaze drifted over the red mark on Lu Miaoling's neck and shoulder, a faint smile playing on her lips. Since she was putting on such a good show, she might as well play along. To cure her strange illness, Lu Miaoling had imprisoned and tortured Mu Yue for 10 years. Unexpectedly, the tables had turned. Mu Yue had been reborn, and now it was Lu Miaoling's turn to grovel. Watching Lu Miaoling feign humility and pretend to be deeply affectionate, Mu Yue pretended to be fooled and went along with her words. Miaoling, I knew it. With our 10 years of sisterhood, that night couldn't have been your true intention. Lu Miaoling froze, somewhat surprised that Mu Yue was so easily deceived. But with her serious illness, she only hesitated for a few seconds before exposing her neck for Mu Yue to examine. She knew that if she didn't get Mu Yue's blood again, her illness would only worsen and she might not live much longer. Mu Yue comforted her gently. Miaoling, we're like sisters. How could I stand idly by? She then asked Annie Lee to bring over a tea bowl. She pricked her finger with a silver needle and let a few drops of blood fall into the bowl. Seeing this, Lu Miaoling's eyes lit up with excitement. She was saved. Lu Miaoling drank it down without hesitation. In just a moment, she felt her body improving. Lu Miaoling had gotten the blood, but she couldn't let her guard down. Yue, then I'll come back to you in 7 days as usual. Mu y nodded. After she left, Mu Yue picked up a silk handkerchief and wiped her finger. Her finger was smooth and unblemished without any wound. Annie Lee came out from behind the screen and extinguished the incense. Using this femme fatale incense along with the venomous blood of the Emperor's serpent, Lu Miaoling is in for a treat. Mu y laughed. Femme fatale does suit her. Downstairs, after getting into the carriage, Lu Miaoling touched her smooth neck. She sneered. Mu Yue, you're nothing special. I just lower my head, and you eagerly came crawling. Once I'm completely cured this time, I'll personally rip out your heart and see what other miraculous abilities you have that allowed you to survive. Just what kind of blood is flowing through your body that has such life-saving properties? Lost in thought, Lu Miaoling didn't notice the passing scenery. For 2 days straight, Lu Miaoling sent clothes and jewelry to the Prime Minister's residence. Seeing these things, Prime Minister Mu was so angry he wanted to throw them out. Damn it, keep these tattered things for yourself and burn them in the underworld later. We have a blood feud with the Lu family. In this life, the next life, and the life after that, I will never be done with them. Mu Yue didn't tell her father about her plan, afraid he would worry. Instead, she offered a solution. Father, sell these and exchange them for money. Then, in the name of the Prime Minister's residence, help some poor and suffering people. Brilliant. Prime Minister Mu's anger was instantly replaced by joy. As expected of my daughter. How can you be so clever? He turned around to take care of it, muttering as he walked, that good-for-nothing second brother of yours, always idle. Tomorrow, I'll punish him by making him guard the city gates. Mu Xingze, who had just returned, happened to hear this. He felt so wronged. He had just run through 3 cities in the past few days, eliminating several hidden dangers. He was exhausted. He took several secret letters from his chest and stealthily asked Mu Yue to make a trip to Prince Jing's residence. Mu Yue arrived at the outer wall of Prince Jing's residence in the afternoon and heard the roar of the snow region gray wolf from within, mixed with the screams of a man. Mu Yue paused where she was. From afar, she saw a man lying on the ground, covered in blood. Yi Xianjing, you treacherous minister, you'll come to a bad end. The man cursed through gritted teeth. Yi Xianjing stood before him, looking languid and relaxed. How have I wronged you? Don't think I don't know the late emperor was. The man wanted to continue, but Yi Xianjing casually waved his hand, sealing the man's throat. Someone immediately dragged the man's body away. Mu Yue waited until things were more or less settled before approaching. She directly handed him the secret letters. Yi Xianjing didn't take them, but instead looked at her with amusement. When did you arrive? I only saw the latter part. I'm completely unaware of what happened before. Mu y shrug. Your method of killing is quite aesthetically pleasing, though. Mu Yue ignored the speechless expressions of the surrounding people. She said goodbye and prepared to leave. Just then, a dark figure suddenly appeared from the shadows. Before Yi Xianjing could react, Mu Yue plucked a strand of Yinqing's hair. She flicked it towards the dark figure. It pierced through the assassin's forehead. The assassin fell to the ground dead. Yinqing hadn't even had time to cover his head, staring dumbfounded at the scene. A strand of hair can kill too. Yi Xianjing raised an eyebrow. He said sarcastically, your method is also quite aesthetically pleasing, though it's a bit of a waste of hair. Mu Yue spread her hands. What can I do? I'm slow-witted and only learned this one trick. Mu Yue left Yi Xianjing, muttering to herself with a smirk, little freak. The next day, Mu Xingze was indeed dragged by Mu Xiang to guard the city gate. Mu Xingze felt utterly humiliated. The old man bribed someone to let him guard the city gate, which was bad enough. But he was assigned the lowest rank, just opening the gate. He didn't even have the qualifications to patrol. And as if that wasn't enough, the dashing Mu Xingze, simply by standing there, caused the city gate to be completely blocked. A large group of women surrounded him, expressing their concern. There were women of all ages, old and young. Brother Xingze, you're sweating so much. It makes my heart ache. Faced with the calls of Brother Xingze, Mu Xingze could only retreat further and further, constantly declining their attentions. A young woman in the Wei family carriage, not far away, quietly told her maid to put away the snacks. Inga, let's go. Mu Yue happened to run into this carriage when she arrived. She glanced at it casually and walked towards the city gate. Seeing Mu Yue, Mu Xingze's face, which had been strained all morning, finally showed some other expression. You're finally here. Mu Yue brought Mu Xingze's steamed buns from Fumanlu and started feeding him. As she was leaving, she saw Mu Xingze's sunburned face and couldn't help but feel Xin Kung for him. After walking for a while, she entered a secluded alley. She took out the jade lin net from her storage pouch and released the 3 ghosts she had captured on Fengluo Mountain. The fat ghost floated out first. Cease, you called. An hour later, the 3 ghosts floated to Mu Xingze's side. Mu Xingze, who'd been feeling hot all over from the sun, suddenly felt a strange, cool breeze. He felt a ghostly wind whistling around him constantly. Even standing under the scorching sun, Mu Xingze no longer felt the slightest bit of heat. It even gave him goosebumps. The fat ghost rubbed his hands. This young man is quite handsome. Too bad he doesn't have the phoenix's divine blood. The ghost next to him looked at Mu Xingze, shivering incessantly, and was very puzzled. Why is this guy making that face on such a hot day? Finally, Mu Xingze couldn't take it anymore. He weakly asked the captain of the city guard, could I get another layer of clothing? For the entire afternoon, Mu Xingze was bundled up in layers, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Even under the scorching sun, he didn't break a single sweat. After leaving the palace, Mu Xiang specifically made a detour to the city gate to take a look. Seeing Mu Xingze standing there obediently, he felt very pleased. Such a teachable child. He had slipped the captain of the city guard 100 taels of silver this morning. He had to make his second son stand there for at least 10 days to half a month. On a scorching summer day, under the blazing sun, Mu Xingze stood at the city gate, bundled up in layers like a walking spectacle. When Yi Xuanjing's carriage left the city, Yin Qing, who was driving outside, saw Mu Xingze in such a state and couldn't help but be stunned. Second young Master Mu, could it be that he's fallen gravely ill? Isn't he afraid of dying from heat stroke dressed like that? Yin Qing, still puzzled, stopped the carriage. Second young master, are you cultivating some sort of ascetic practice? No, don't you think it's quite cold today? Mu Xingze asked innocently in return. Yi Xianjing lifted the curtain of the carriage and whispered to the person inside, Your Highness, just as you predicted. Last night, before the city gates closed, the people who were supposed to meet Zheng Yuanhua secretly arrived in the capital. I took the opportunity to let them into the city. A cool breeze drifted into the carriage. Yi Xianjing raised his eyes slightly and glanced at Mu Xingze, then chuckled softly. It is indeed quite cool. What? Mu Xingze asked, confused. Is he talking about Zheng Yuanhua? Did Prince Jing hear him or not? Yi Xianjing added casually, Your sister is quite good to you. Mu Xingze was completely bewildered. What does he mean? Outside, a ghost shivered. I think he can see us. A few days passed. The ghost diligently circled Mu Xingze, releasing cold air like it was free. Mu Xiang saw Mu Xingze again and asked Fu Bo worriedly, Did that boy, my second son, lose his mind? I just wanted to train him a bit. How did I drive him to this? If his mother finds out, she'll definitely scold me in my dreams again tonight. No, I can't let my second son guard the city gate anymore, starting tomorrow. As Mu Yue entered, she discreetly moved her fingers and recalled the 3 ghosts. Mu Xingze instantly felt an overwhelming wave of heat wash over him. He was just about to take off his padded jacket when Mu Xiang walked towards him quickly. Second son, you don't have to guard the city gate tomorrow. Mu Xingze reached out and gave Mu Xiang a big hug. I knew father was the kindest father in the world. The young emperor in the palace wasn't taking his medicine, eagerly awaiting Mu Yue's arrival. Hearing sounds from the secret passage, the young emperor jumped up. Sister, you're here. Seeing Yi Xianjing behind Mu Yue, he asked, Uncle, did you come as sister? Yi Xianjing had a look on his face that said, Are you asking the obvious? He thought, calling me uncle and her sister, though what kind of messed up hierarchy is this? Am I that old? Mu Yue finished examining the young emperor. The large amount of toxins in your body have been cleared. Only some residue remains. Continue taking the medicine and you'll be fine. As they were speaking, the iron-bodied eunuch, head Eunuch Chong, came in to report the Empress Dowager has arrived. Hearing it was the Empress Dowager, the young emperor subconsciously frowned. This mother figure had always been indifferent to him, even harsh. Sometimes he was even punished by being made to kneel for minor things. Yi Xianjing gave a young emperor 2 words, play sick. The young emperor understood and immediately hid under the covers. The sound of footsteps outside grew closer. Mu Yue had no choice but to stand behind the screen. The next moment, Empress Dowager Wei, dressed in magnificent robes, strode in. Upon seeing Yi Xianjing sitting to one side, she narrowed her eyes. So, Prince Jing is here as well. Yi Xianjing gave a light hum and continued to sit there, showing no intention of standing up to greet her. Empress Dowager Wei wasn't seeing Yi Xuanjing's arrogant and aloof demeanor for the first time, but she couldn't recall when Yi Xianjing had suddenly appeared in the Xian dynasty or when he had started wielding so much power. The emperor had suddenly died, and Yi Xianjing, holding an imperial edict, supported a 6-year-old child, yet delayed his own ascension to the throne. This man's intentions were truly unfathomable. Empress Dowager Wei suppressed the unease in her heart and walked to Xuanyu's bedside, putting on a loving expression. Turning around, she fixed her gaze on Yi Xianjing again. Prince Jing must be 24 this year, right? Yi Xianjing raised a handsome eyebrow. A few days ago, Ronger mentioned Prince Jing to me. I think the two of you are a perfect match, truly well-suited. Why not? Why not? Wouldn't the Empress Dowager be overjoyed to have someone as notorious as me as a son-in-law? Yi Xuanjing's eyes held undisguised disgust as he interrupted Empress Dowager Wei. Mu Yue, hidden behind the screen, almost burst out laughing. Yi Xianjing, this man, certainly had a unique perspective on himself. Empress Dowager Wei was so choked by his words. She was speechless for a moment. Then what kind of woman does Prince Jing prefer? Perhaps I can help you find someone. This time, Yi Xianjing seemed to ponder seriously, stroking his chin. Finally, he answered earnestly, as the saying goes, every pot has its lid. I've thought about it carefully, and I think I need to find someone whose reputation is as bad as mine to be my perfect match. In the end, Empress Dowager Wei didn't say a word, leaving with a dark expression. Mu Yue emerged from behind the screen. Yi Xianjing asked her, "Do you think I was wrong?" "Your Highness is right. Every pot has its lid is a universal truth," Mu Yue said as she walked towards the secret passage. Before leaving, she teased, "Then I wish you luck in finding that Princess Jing whose reputation is as bad as yours." On the bed, Xuanyu suddenly sat up and exclaimed excitedly, "Uncle, I know where that woman with the bad reputation you mentioned is." Xuanyu pointed seriously at the floor. "In prison." Yi Xianjing said, "Shut up." Xuanyu retorted, "Am I wrong? Aren't all those female prisoners in Lao Li's prison notorious?" Mu Yue emerged from the secret passage in Prince Jing's mansion onto the main street, where she happened to be seen by Li Xiang's younger sister, Li Shan. Observing Mu Yue's gait and posture, Li Shan narrowed her eyes. She thought, why do I feel like Mu Yue knows martial arts? Thinking of Mu Yue's 10 years of rural life, Li Shan scoffed disdainfully. Even if she knows martial arts, she must be a novice. She instructed the guards behind her, spread a rumor among the commoners that Mu Yue has mastered peerless martial arts during her years away. At the martial arts tournament the day after tomorrow, I'll goad Mu Yue into participating. I'll make her suffer a crushing defeat, lose face in front of the entire city, and become a laughingstock. The rumor spread by Li Shan quickly became widespread. The entire city was talking about Mu Yue. The Prime Minister's eldest daughter not only possesses exceptional medical skills, but also peerless martial arts. I wonder why the Prime Minister hid his daughter away for so many years. Mu Yue and Mu Xingze exchanged a silent look and walked straight towards the medical clinic. When they arrived at the entrance, the scene before them infuriated Mu Xingze. The martial arts ring had been set up right in front of the clinic's entrance. Li Shan walked out. "Oh, it's cousin Xingze. Why so angry? This annual martial arts tournament was approved by the late emperor. Get lost. Who's your cousin? Don't try to claim kinship with me." Mu Xingze said coldly. Li Shan wasn't angered. She continued, "The tournament is about to begin. I've heard that cousin Yue's martial arts skills are unparalleled. I wonder if you would grace us with a demonstration today." Someone in the crowd started to stir things up, clamoring for Mu Yue to participate. Mu Xingze stood in front of Mu Yue, looking at Li Shan. "You're not qualified to challenge my sister, unless you defeat me first." "You," Li Shan sneered, her eyes full of disdain. "Everyone knows you're the biggest playboy in the capital. Choose your battles wisely." "Cousin Yue, could it be that your peerless martial arts are a lie? If so, then your reputation as a divine physician must also be exaggerated." Li Shan's instigation caused the crowd to waver. Mu Yue placed a hand on the nearly enraged Mu Xingze. She smiled slightly. "All right, since my cousin is so eager for a demonstration, I accept." Having achieved her goal, Li Shan laughed gleefully. "But let's make it clear beforehand. This tournament is a fight to the death. Even if you're my cousin, I won't hold back. A fight to the death. I like those rules." Mu Yue seemed quite pleased with this. Mu Yue and Mu Xingze sat in the front row before the ring. Currently, Li Shan's guards and other tournament participants were competing on stage. As a prominent aristocratic family, any guard from the Li household was a first-class expert. For 3 consecutive rounds, Li Shan's guards emerged victorious. As the crowd grew larger, Li Shan was just about to step onto the stage when someone shouted, "Prince Jing has arrived." After these words, the crowd parted to the sides and knelt down. Li Shan was secretly delighted. Prince Jing and Mu Xiang had always been at odds. Could it be he came specifically to see Mu Yue make a fool of herself? Everyone was kneeling, so no one noticed. Mu Yue and Mu Xingze sitting nearby on chairs. They acted as if they hadn't seen Yi Xianjing. Li Shan stealthily glanced at Prince Jing and excitedly ushered him to a seat. As Yi Xianjing sat, he murmured, just passing by, joining the fun. With Yi Xuanjing's arrival, Li Shan became even more emboldened. Mu Yue, I challenge you. Fists and feet have no eyes. Life and death are irrelevant. Do you dare accept? Mu Yue didn't move, yawning as if she hadn't heard. Yi Xianjing seemed to be anticipating her reaction. He had witnessed the little monster's skills before. He just didn't know what she would do today. Just as the murmurs of the crowd grew louder, a group suddenly appeared, roughly shoving the onlookers aside. At the head was a cute-looking young woman. The men around her, however, looked fierce. Each of them had a red plum blossom embroidered on their clothes. The crowd recognized them instantly and cried out in fear. They're bandits from Chushua Mountain. They murder and pillage. They commit all sorts of evil. How could they appear in the capital? The young woman looked provocatively at Li Shan. What? Can't I participate? Or are you just scared? Nonsense. I'm the daughter of a prestigious military family. How could I be afraid? Li Shan liftet herchin distainfui. You're the one who's overestimating yourself and courting death. With a nimble leap, the young woman landed in front of Li Shan. Mo y takel discreetly. Just in time. Lawsen swailit. Begin. Before Li Shan could react, the young woman's fist shot out. Li Shan staggered back and, regaining her footing, no longer dared underestimate her opponent. Grabbing a nearby sword, she displayed a dazzling sword technique. She attacked with lightning speed. The young woman raised a hand effortlessly, her eyes full of disdain. Is this all you've got? How dare you host a competition? True energy struck Li Shan repeatedly. Feeling her dignity trampled upon, Li Shan gritted her teeth, her eyes bloodshot. With a wave of her hand, 5 more swords flew from a nearby weapon rack. 6 swords, imbued with powerful energy, shot towards the young woman. She stood her ground, a smirk playing on her lips. Just as the swords were about to hit her, they vibrated violently. Reversing direction, the 6 swords flew back towards Li Shan at several times their original speed. Li Shan couldn't react in time. She was cut in several places. The audience was stunned. The people from Chushua Mountain are terrifying. As silence fell, a sudden burst of applause rang out. Magnificent, truly magnificent. Mu Yue winked playfully at the young woman. Well done. Li family guards rushed onto the stage, yelling at the young woman, "Seize her. You lowly wretch, are you tired of living?" The young woman looked innocent. Didn't you say life and death were irrelevant? Did I hear wrong? Or does that only apply to us lowly contestants? You just wait. Unable to argue and fearing Li Shan would bleed out, the guards carried her away for treatment. Mu Xingze rubbed his chin, thoroughly entertained. The Li family will have to swallow this bitter pill. They set the rules. They won't dare cause trouble for the Chushua Mountain bandits. Just as Mu Xingze was reveling in his enjoyment, a furious voice boomed. Mu Xingze, you little rascal. Did you ignore my words? Mu Xiang stormed towards them. Worse, Yi Xianjing was still there. Damn it, caught red-handed by the old man. Mu Xiang grabbed Mu Xingze's ear, gritting his teeth. Can you tell me why Tian Tian is sitting with that treacherous minister? Are you brainless? What if that treacherous minister has wicked intentions towards Tian Tian? After a while, Mu Xiang finally let go. Mu Xingze glittered fiercely at Ye Yuanjing. Your Excellency, why are you always so angry? A mischievous glint flashed in Yi Xuanjing's eyes. He bowed towards Mu Xiang. Since the competition is over, I'll take them back now. Your Highness, please feel free to do as you please. Yi Xianjing stood and left. Watching him go, Mu Xiang snorted. Look at him, acting all high and mighty. Xian dynasty is truly unfortunate to have such a treacherous minister. At this rate, we're doomed. Don't you agree? Mu Xiang finished, turning to Mu Yue and Mu Xingze for a response. They nodded vigorously like chickens pecking at rice. The notorious and ruthless Chushua Mountain bandits were all under Mu Yue's command. As soon as the tournament ended, Mu Yue returned to the clinic. The valiant young woman from the arena instantly transformed into a soft, adorable girl, clinging to Mu Yue and seeking praise. The young woman's name was Yi Luyan. Her main purpose in coming down the mountain was to stay by Mu Yoyue's side, like Li Shan. Li Shan appeared to be an ordinary older woman, but she was actually the renowned shadowless ghost of the martial arts world. Her lightness skill was exceptional, and she wielded a divine blade. Mu Yue looked at her close companions with a bright smile. Chushua Mountain was a force she had been building for 3 years since arriving there. Everyone within its ranks was either a fallen noble or a fugitive from the martial arts world. Mu Yue gathered them one by one and, through her strength, made them willingly serve under her command. For 3 years, she had avenged them, which took considerable effort. The outside world saw the Chushua Mountain bandits as bloodthirsty and ruthless, but they only killed their enemies. The evil they committed was merely returning the bitter fruit that had been sown. In this world, karma is inescapable. One day, debts must be repaid. No one can escape. Mu Yue's companions from Chushua Mountain left the capital under the cover of night, awaiting her next summons. Meanwhile, Li Shan of the Li family was brought back covered in blood, horrifying everyone. It took more than a dozen physicians to staunch the bleeding and save her life. Li Ruixian sat there, her face filled with rage. Li Qian addressed her, "Father, no one expected this. Who could have foreseen the people from Chushua Mountain suddenly appearing?" Li Ruixian snurta. The martial arts tournament is always held in autumn. Why was it held 3 months early this year? The guard trembled with fear as she spoke. Miss Li Shan only wanted to teach Mu Yue a lesson. "We never expected the people from Chushua Mountain to interfere." Chao Shi gritted her teeth. "Those bandit fiends dared to injure my Shaner like this. I won't let them get away with it. Just you." Li Ruixian's cloudy eyes glared at Chao Shi. "A pampered noblewoman like you. How do you propose to deal with them?" Chao Shi was speechless and looked to Li Qian for help. Li Qian, knowing his father's temper from years of battlefield experience, said, "Father, are we just supposed to suffer this humiliation in silence? Everyone's laughing at us now." "Idiot." Li Ruixian ruadat. He hurled his teacup at Li Qian, striking his forehead and drawing blood. "All of you are idiots. How'd I end up with such useless offspring?" Li Ruixian narrowed his eyes. He had always considered Li Shan to be the most like him. Not only did she possess exceptional martial arts talent, but also the foresight and strategy uncommon in women. But today's events served as a wake-up call. Despite her talent, Li Shan was too reactive, too easily provoked. Li Ruixian suddenly thought of Mu Yue. That girl was only a year older than Li Shan, yet her demeanor was completely different, not at all frivolous. She seemed young, but possessed the aura of a seasoned predator, sharp and dangerous. It was a pity she didn't bear the Li surname. Because of that fire years ago, she would always be on the opposite side of the Li family. Li Ruixian's expression hardened. He warned, "From now on, without my permission, no one is to provoke Mu Yue." Though resentful, Li Qian dared not disobey and nodded in agreement. After leaving the front hall, Li Ruixian went to his study and instructed his subordinate, Feng Liang, investigate what Mu Yue has been doing during her 3 years of absence, and find out the current whereabouts of Jiu Yu, the leader of Chushua Mountain. Early on the day Mu Yue saw patients, Tao Shankong sent over a pile of gifts. Mu Yue glanced at them, unmoved. "So, what is it you want this time?" Tao Shankong enthusiastically presented a pair of jade Rui scepters. "I hear, divine doctor, that you are most skilled in matters of fertility and childbirth." Mu Yue raised an eyebrow. Well, as you know, I'm a man of considerable means, yet I still don't have a son. If you can help my wife conceive, I'll give you 30% of my business profits." Mu Yue was about to agree, but when she heard that Tao Shinkong's wife was 42, she frowned. A pregnancy at that age carries significant risks. What is this, a royal succession? Tao Shinkong scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, as long as she's willing, right?" Mu Yue conceded that his logic, however crude, was sound. After a moment of thought, she agreed. Tao Shinkong left, overjoyed. Lu Miaoling then called to be seen. She had been eavesdropping outside the door and overheard the entire conversation, especially the part about the secrets to childbirth. She thought of Prince Kuin's coldness towards her despite her pregnancy, and how he had drunkenly berated her for being a barren hen. If she couldn't conceive again, she feared her position as princess consort would be in jeopardy. She had originally intended to seek Mu Yue's help for her own ailment, but now, with the secrets to childbirth within reach, she couldn't let the opportunity slip. Lu Miaoling forced out a few tears and began to sob softly. Yue, you know about my condition, how it's affected my reputation. I've always longed for a child. Mu Yue offered words of encouragement. Don't lose hope. You'll have a child eventually. Really? Can you help me? Lu Miaoling asked with hopeful eyes. Of course. I'm a physician. Healing and helping others is my duty. However, conceiving a child isn't solely dependent on you. It requires the cooperation of both partners. I'll prescribe some tonic for you to take back for Prince Kuan. No, Lu Miaoling blurted out. She had gone to great lengths to hide her condition and couldn't risk having Prince Kuan accompany her to see a physician. Besides, the concubines in the household were already pregnant. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with His Highness. Mu y side. That may be so, but the workings of the body are complex. If your bodies are incompatible, conception will be difficult. Lu Miaoling hesitated. Mu Yue stated plainly, if you're unwilling, then there's nothing more I can do. Lu Miaoling quickly agreed. I'll listen to you. Yue, please prescribe the medicine. After leaving the clinic, Lu Miaoling took the chicken soup prepared by Li Shan back to the Lu residence. Lu Yonghui had summoned a renowned physician from the capital to examine the soup. The physician confirmed that it indeed contained medicinal herbs, all rare and precious, worth a fortune. Reassured, both women relaxed. Lu Miaoling hurried back to Prince Kuan's residence to give him the tonic. Lu Yonghui reminded her to fawn over Mu Yue during this time. When not seeing patients, Mu Yue remained at home. She even released Hong Yin to keep her company, chatting and playing chess. Hong Yin, in her human form, was a strikingly beautiful young woman. As they chatted in the room, they inadvertently terrified those outside, who could only hear Mu Yue seemingly talking to herself. The father and son nearly had heart attacks. Moxinkes skin crawled. He whispered to Mu Xiang, do you think Tian Tian has multiple personalities? Mu Xiang punched him. Don't talk nonsense. Can't you say anything nice? The two paced anxiously outside the door until they heard sound. Mu Yue opened the door and stepped out. Mu Xiang rushed forward, his face full of concern, subtly probing her for any signs of illness. Mu Yue shook her head repeatedly. Unable to continue questioning, she changed the subject, saying sweetly, Tian Tian, your mother's death anniversary is in half a month. Let's go to the cemetery together, then to pay our respects. Speaking of his beloved wife, Mu Xiang's smile faded, replaced by a look of melancholy. Mu Xing's expression also darkened. In his memory, his mother was always a gentle and quiet woman, devoted to her family and virtuous, tender and caring, the best mother in the world. Despite the old man's usual bluster, he's secretly cried countless times since mother passed away. Others have advised him to remarry, but he's always refused. Mentioning her mother, Mu Yue recalled the raging fire. In the final moments, it was the original Mu Yue's mother who had shielded her tightly, ultimately preventing her own escape from the inferno. Mu Yue suppressed the myriad thoughts swirling in her heart. All right, we'll go together. I miss mother too. At that moment, Mu Jingyu's voice rang out from the doorway. The young man, with handsome features and sharp, arched eyebrows, possessed a noble and refined air. He currently held the position of Junior Minister of Justice. After entering, Mu Jingyu tossed his bundle to Mu Xingze and then bowed deeply to Mu Xiang. Father, I greet you. Mu Xiang was overjoyed. Xiao Si, let me introduce you. Before he could finish, Mu Jingyu darted forward, placing his hands on Mu Yue's shoulders and staring intently at her as he cried out, Tian Tian. Fourth brother missed you so much. Mu Jingyu's face was filled with concern. How have you been these past few years? Has anyone bullied you? Mu Yue was accustomed to the Mu family's enthusiasm, but Mu Jingyu's sudden outburst left her momentarily speechless. Mu Jingyu beckoned to Mu Xingze to bring the bundle over. Here, Tian Tian, this is a welcome back gift from your fourth brother. Seeing his fourth son losing control, Mu Xiang quickly changed the subject. Right, Xiao Si, why did you suddenly return early? Mu Jingyu, his brow furrowed with worry, spoke in a serious tone. Last night, I received a document from the Ministry of Justice. It said that bandits from Chushua Mountain were indiscriminately killing innocent civilians outside the city. I came back to handle the matter. Mu Yue's expression changed. Mu Xiang's face darkened. Those bandits. I knew it. Nothing good ever comes from their presence in the capital. Fourth brother, how can you be certain it was the Chushua Mountain bandits? Mu Igrico inquired. Although Chushua Mountain had a bad reputation, they would never indiscriminately kill innocent civilians. Of this, she was sure. Mu Jingyu's expression was grave. The plum blossom pattern of Chushua Mountain was found at the scene. There were also surviving witnesses who claimed the bandits' clothing bore the same plum blossom pattern. Mu Xingze, who had remained silent until now, shook his head. I'm afraid this matter isn't so simple. The other three turned to look at him. Mu Xingze analyzed. As far as I know, the Chushua Mountain bandits only kill those in the martial world. They've never indiscriminately slaughtered civilians before. This incident doesn't seem like their style. Mu Yue looked at Mu Xingze with newfound respect. She hadn't expected her second brother to have investigated Chushua Mountain's activities so thoroughly. Mu Jingyu glanced at Mu Yue. Tian, I have to attend to some official business first. We'll catch up properly later. Meanwhile, Pei Darren, the attendant of the Jingzhaoyin mansion, also reported the Chushua Mountain bandit incident to Yi Xianjing. Yi Xianjing shared Mu Xingze's suspicions, finding the matter quite strange. More importantly, he knew these people were Mu Yoyue's subordinates. 2 days prior, Li Shan of the Li family had been severely injured after leaving the capital. He suspected the incident was related to the Li family. As the two were talking, Minister Mu and the Junior Minister of Justice entered. Seeing only Yi Xianjing present, Mu Xiang's face immediately darkened. He felt a sense of foreboding. Upon hearing Yi Xianjing instruct him to report directly, Mu Xiang could no longer contain himself. Yi Xianjing, although you are the imperial tutor and hold the authority of the Jiangua, you are not the emperor. There are some things you cannot decide. Mu Xiang was so angry his liver ached. This treacherous official was always causing him trouble. I'll have Tian develop some poison to kill this traitor. Damn him. Ye Yuanjing, Jesua Lehandit Mu Wingyu A Token. This matter is entrusted to you. The two of you will work together to investigate this case and ensure the true culprit doesn't escape justice. The token bore the character Jing. Mu Jingyu was somewhat surprised. In the Xian dynasty, this token represented ultimate authority. After receiving the token, Mu Jingyu bowed and thanked him. Thank you, Your Highness. Mu Xiang snorted softly. When it came to matters of great importance, he still knew what was right. Right now, solving the case was paramount. As night fell, Mu Yue arrived at the crime scene outside the city. It had already been cordoned off by officers from the Ministry of Justice. Many civilians were gathered around, wailing and crying. Chushua Mountain, you've committed heinous crimes. You will surely face retribution. Mu Yue, accompanied by Heido and Peng Peng, narrowed her eyes as she observed the scene. The next moment, she noticed several ghosts standing beside the grieving civilians. These ghosts also wore expressions of sorrow. They repeatedly reached out to touch the living, but their hands passed right through. Mu Yue took out her spirit-catching net and captured the ghosts. As she turned to leave, she bumped into a solid wall of flesh. In such a hurry to go where? Yi Xianjing stood before Mu Yue, his face bathed in the moonlight. In such a hurry to go where? Mu Yue looked up, meeting Yi Xuanjing's gaze. For a moment, she was stunned. When had he gotten behind her? Mu Yue was still eager to question the captured ghosts, so she reached out and touched Yi Xuanjing's chest. Did I hurt you? I was just looking around. I've seen enough. Well, I'll be going now, Mu Yue said, turning to leave. She had only taken one step when her sleeve was grabbed. What? Mu Yue looked back, glaring at Yi Xianjing. Yi Xianjing released her sleeve and pointed her right. Mu Yue followed his gaze and spotted a man furtively hiding nearby, preparing to slip away quietly. Follow him and see, Yi Xianjing instructed. The two stealthily trailed the man, who remained oblivious. He entered the city and turned into a pawn shop in a dark alley. What if we can't get in? Yi Xianjing hooked his lips, feigning regret. It's all right, I have a way. Mu Yue extended her hand, and a wisp of red smoke drifted out, transforming into a human-shaped figure and flying into the pawn shop with incredible speed. Mu Yue glanjet surreptitiosity atye wanjing besideher. Seeing his expression unchanged, she inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. The red smoke was a ghost, invisible to anyone but him. While waiting for the red smoke's return, neither of them spoke. The strangeness of the surrounding area unsettled Mu Yue, so she changed the subject. How has the emperor been feeling these past few days? When she heard Yi Xianjing mention the emperor's frequent complaints of pain, Mu Yue frowned. She almost blurted out, "Aren't you an alchemist?" 3 years ago, if it weren't for Yi Xuanjing's resurrection pill, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. But then she reconsidered. What if he only knew how to refine resurrection pills? "Forget it," she said. "Come with me to the palace tomorrow to see him." Mu Yue couldn't help but worry about the young emperor. Just then, a group of Dali Temple officers approached. "Search every corner of the capital. Leave no stone unturned." Seeing them coming, Mu Yue, still thinking about the ghosts inside the Jade Mausoleum, formally bid farewell to Yi Xianjing. "I'm a bit tired from standing. I'll head back now." "Very well. Come to Prince Jing's manor tomorrow. I have a gift for you." Mu Yue waved to him and quickly left. After she departed, the red smoke followed. The smile on Yi Xuanjing's face faded. Gazing at the pawn shop, he strolled along, head down. Inside, the Dali Temple officers were arresting people. Outside the city, the red smoke swirled around Mu Yue, describing the scene it had witnessed. There were two men inside, making a trade. One had a brocade box. It couldn't see what was inside the brocade box. Mu Yue had a hunch that there was something strange about the man. She withdrew the red smoke and released the ghost she had just captured in the Jade Mausoleum. Terrified, the ghost scattered in all directions, easily captured by Mu Yue. Mu Yue folded her arms, her voice echoing eerily. "You died tragically, and the murderer is still at large. Don't you want revenge?" After a moment of silence, one of the male ghosts began to speak. It was summer. Every night, our village entrance was lively. Everyone would come out to chat and enjoy the cool breeze. Suddenly, a group of men in black appeared, slaughtering everyone like demons. Before I died, I clearly saw a black symbol on the chest of one of the men in black. Mu Yue finally heard a crucial piece of information, a black symbol. However, the ghost had only glimpsed it briefly and couldn't recall the exact details. Mu Yue reassured them. The Dali Temple and Prince Jing are working together to find the true culprit. "Do you have any final wishes? If not, I will release you to be reincarnated." After Mu Yue finished speaking, the ghosts began to weep. They were reluctant to leave their families. Mu Yue considered this. "In that case, I will allow you to say your final goodbyes." Joining her two fingers, she channeled her spiritual energy. Blue light emanated from her fingertips. The ice blue light spread across Mount Fengluo. The ghosts transformed into blue dream butterflies and flew down the mountain, returning to their loved ones and entering their dreams. Mu Yue coughed up a mouthful of blood. The red smoke quickly appeared. "Master, this spirit dream entry consumes your spiritual energy and vital essence. What did you become so kind?" Mu Yue casually wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "So, in your eyes, I've always been black-hearted, aren't you?" Seeing her relaxed tone, the red smoke retorted with a playful smile. The girl and the ghost bickered as they descended the mountain. When she returned to the Mu residence, Mu Xingze was waiting for her at the gate. Seeing Mu Yue's pale face, he rushed forward. "Where have you been? Are you feeling unwell?" Mu Yue forced a smile and made up an excuse. Lying in bed, she felt dizzy. The spirit dream entry was a secret technique of the Xianling clan, but it was extremely taxing. It was rarely used unless absolutely necessary. Today, she had acted out of compassion. As these thoughts drifted through her mind, Mu Yue gradually fell asleep. The next day, at the Dali Temple, Mu Jingyu compared the collected symbol with that of Chushu Mountain, pointing out the details to Pei Yinji. Pei Yinji gradually noticed the discrepancies and confirmed that the matter was unrelated to Chushu Mountain. Their suspicions simultaneously fell upon the Li family. However, what puzzled Pei Yinji was that the Li family always acted discreetly. Such a careless mistake seemed out of character. If it truly was them, it meant someone behind the scenes was very impatient. Just as the two were pondering this, a Dali Temple officer rushed in, holding a note which he handed to Mu Jingyu. It contained a few simple sentences. "The killers impersonating Chushu Mountain have a black symbol on their chests." Pei Yinji blurted out, "It's the Fengyan Pavilion. They're mercenaries." He thought for a moment. "It seems we'll need to borrow some men from Prince Jing. Ordinary officers and guards can't get close to the Fengyan Pavilion." Just as he spoke, Yin Qing strode in. "What brings you here?" Pei Yinji asked. Yin Qing smiled. "I'm here to deliver someone. I've already left him in the Shinshuan Hall." With the clue provided by Mu Yue and the suspect delivered by Yi Xianjing, Pei Yinji and Mu Jingyu followed the trail and confirmed that the Li family was behind it all. Mu Ygue. Remembering Yi Xuanjing's promise of a gift the previous night, went to Prince Jing's manor early the next morning. Yi Xianjing presented her with a long brocade box. You've helped me quite a bit recently. I felt I should reciprocate. I thought long and hard about what would be most practical. Mu Yue opened the brocade box curiously and was instantly petrified. Inside was a funeral shroud. She felt as if a flock of crows were flying overhead. He picked up the fuchin and asked the Prince Regent somewhat uncertainly, "Are you asking me to disguise myself as a eunuch for the attack, or would dressing as a Taoist nun be more fitting?" Yi Xianjing was quite impressed by his imagination. Did he seem that bored? Finally, under Mu Yue's slightly puzzled gaze, Yi Xuanjing's thin lips parted slightly. Most fuchin are made of animal hair. This fuchin I specifically had someone make using human hair. Tell me, what do you think is my intention in giving you this gift? Mu Yue finally understood. Looking at the thousands of hairs on the fuchin, in that instant, she couldn't help but admire Yi Xuanjing's outlandish thinking. This way, if she used her spiritual powers in the future, she wouldn't need to pluck other people's hair. This gift was truly unique. Do you like it? Yi Xianjing raised an eyebrow at her. Mu Yue nodded with a strained smile. Yes, I like it very much. Having received the gift, Mu Yue followed Yi Xianjing through the secret passage into the imperial palace. Emperor Xuanyu's condition was gradually improving. His reliance on Mu Yue grew even stronger, acting spoiled and cute toward her. Before leaving, he insisted on a hug from Mu Yue. He always felt a familiar, comforting scent on her. After coaxing the little emperor to sleep, the two returned to the Prince Regent's manor through the secret passage for dinner. Mingqing returned from outside the manor and respectfully bowed to them. The junior Minister of Justice and Minister Pei are preparing to arrest the Li family at the appointed time. Mu Yue spoke, "Then I must go and see the excitement." Zhou Ba stood up and bid farewell to Yi Xianjing. Yi Xianjing didn't move, but Yin Qing looked as if he'd seen through him. "Your Highness, I bet a bag of spicy strips that you're also going to see the excitement tonight." At this moment, a group of Dali Temple officers suddenly surrounded the Li Manor. Not long after, the Li Manor's steward ran out to open the gate, his tone arrogant. "In the dead of night, you Dali Temple people disturb the peace of the Li Manor. What is your purpose?" Mu Jingyu produced his token. "Your Lady Chao Shi is suspected of hiring assassins and indiscriminately killing innocent people. Dali Temple is here to arrest and interrogate her." Without waiting for the Li Manor steward to reply, Mu Jingyu waved his hand, and the officers rushed into the manor, heading straight for Chao Shi's courtyard. The Dali Temple's late-night raid caught the Li family completely off guard. Chao Shi screamed in terror when she was arrested. Li Ruixian and Li Qian, having heard the commotion, also rushed to the scene. Li Qian pointed at Mu Jingyu. "How dare you? Mu Jingyu, do you know the crime of trespassing on the Li Manor?" Mu Jingyu smiled. "Madam Chao is involved in a murder case. Dali Temple is simply carrying out its duties. Please do not obstruct official business, Lord Li, or you will be arrested as well." After speaking, his expression suddenly turned serious. He raised his official token and announced in a loud voice, "I am here to arrest Chao Shi and escort her to Dali Temple for interrogation. If any of you continue to resist, according to Xian dynasty law, you will be executed on the spot." Li Qian, who was Mu Jingyu's uncle, was actually intimidated by this young Mu Jingyu. Even if he wanted to act arrogant, after seeing Yi Xuanjing's token, he lost his words. Not far away, Mu Yue muttered to herself, "My goodness, fourth brother is quite cunning." A clear voice suddenly drifted to her ear. What does cunning mean? The sudden voice startled the unprepared Mu Yue. "My God, are you a ghost? How can you walk without making a sound?" Yi Xuanjing's eyes flickered with an amused glint. "I just startled you a little. Why resort to name-calling?" Mu Yue pouted. Did she call him names? But thinking about it, he didn't like to sleep at night and enjoyed wandering around. She wondered what kind of strange habit that was. Not far away, Yin Qing yawned. "Your Highness, I saw through your little scheme long ago." After the Dali Temple officials left, Mu Yue was about to return as well. "I'll escort you back." Yi Xianjing followed closely behind. Mu Yue wasn't appreciative. "No need, I know the way. If my father sees us, it'll be difficult to explain." Just as she was about to leave, she saw the Snow Domain gray wolf wagging its tail, blocking her path. The moment Mu Yue's eyes met the wolf's, she instinctively stepped back and hid behind Yi Xianjing. Perhaps you should escort me after all. Finally, Yi Xianjing kindly escorted Mu Yuiwei to the Mu Manor's gate. Mu Xingze, who was also watching the commotion from a corner, was somewhat incredulous when he saw this scene. When did Tian Tian leave the house? And why is she with the Prince Regent so late at night? Oh no, they haven't fallen for each other, have they? If father finds out, he'll probably look for a rope to hang himself. Mu Xingze waited until Mu Yuiwei entered the manor before flashing over to Yi Xianjing. Your Highness, I have something to discuss with you. Yi Xianjing rubbed his temples. I'm very grateful for your concern for my sister. Mu Xingze mustered his courage. I just wonder, Your Highness, do you have feelings for my Tian Tian? Yi Xianjing paused, then chuckled. You're overthinking it. That little thing is merely a distraction from some tedious hours. It's nothing as serious as those meaningless feelings between men and women. Mu Xingze was unsure about his answer. Rest assured, I still want your father to live for a few more years. Yi Xuanjing's figure vanished into the night. Mu Xingze silently breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. As long as you don't like Tian Tian, everything is negotiable. News of the Li family's sudden investigation spread, and the townspeople who rushed to the scene crowded the entrance, all wanting to know what crime Chao Shi had committed. Chao Shi looked around nervously, her heart growing increasingly panicked. Because no one from the Li family came forward, the trial officially began. Junior Minister of Justice Mu Jingyu sat in the presiding seat. Chao Shi, you are suspected of hiring assassins and shifting the blame for the murders onto Red Snow Mountain. Do you confess? Chao Shi shrieked at Mu Jingyu in a shrill voice. Mu Jingyu, I am your aunt. You have no evidence, yet you arrest me without reason and even accuse me of such a crime. Mu Jingyu, how can you live with your conscience? Mu Jingyu picked up a document from beside him. After investigation by Li Si, it has been confirmed that you, through the pawn shop owner Wang Taiheng of the Bright Star Pawn Shop, placed an assassination order, commissioning the Wind Shadow Pavilion to disguise themselves as members of Red Snow Mountain and massacre the villagers. Now that the evidence is clear, you still want to deny it. Chao Shi's eyes darted around, her heart pounding in her chest. I don't confess. I want to see my husband. I want to see my father-in-law. Chao Shi grew increasingly anxious, looking towards the entrance. Just then, two guards from the Li residence appeared outside. Make way. General Li's oral statement has arrived. Li Qian's men. Chao Shi's eyes lit up. She finally saw a glimmer of hope. Her father-in-law had intervened. This time she would be saved. The Li residence guards entered and directly conveyed General Li's message. Li Qian had served the Xian dynasty, risking his life, his only concern the well-being of the people. This time, Chao Shi had acted on her own, bringing shame upon the Li family. Li Qian considered his family disgraced. General Li implored the junior minister to strictly adhere to the laws of the Xian dynasty and punish Chao Shi accordingly, giving the affected commoners justice. Chao Shi was still making her final arguments, but Li Ruixian's statement sealed her fate. Chao Shi was filled with disbelief. The Li family had abandoned her. At this moment, fear and resentment filled her heart. Chao Shi, do you have anything else to say? Mu Jingyu asked mockingly. He was not surprised by Li Ruixian's actions. A man who could so readily order the deaths of his own daughter and granddaughter would not hesitate to deal with a mere Chao Shi. Chao Shi screamed hysterically. I only wanted to avenge my daughter. You all just bully the weak and fear the strong, making an example of me, a commoner. Mu Jingyu's handsome face was filled with anger. You hired assassins to murder innocent people, destroying their families. You only think of your daughter. Have you ever considered those tragically murdered commoners? Chao Shi, your crimes are unforgivable. Mu Jingyu slammed the gavel, giving Chao Shi no further opportunity to speak. He announced the verdict on the spot. Chao Shi, guilty of hiring assassins and murder, with no possibility of pardon, sentenced to immediate public display and execution by bisection at the execution grounds as a warning to others. The crowd gathered outside cheered upon hearing the verdict. Heaven has eyes. Justice had finally been served. Chao Shi's public parade caused a citywide sensation. People threw rotten vegetables and eggs at her. Noble women who had once been looked down upon by Chao Shi now gathered to watch the spectacle. In an inconspicuous corner, Li Xiang, wearing a veil, watched from afar. So-called familial affection was the most precious thing to the Li family. Today, her grandfather and father could so heartlessly abandon her mother. Would there come a day when it would be her turn? Chao Shi seemed to sense something, her gaze suddenly falling upon Li Xiang. Sensing the coldness in Li Xiang's eyes, Chao Shi's heart sank. The bisection was carried out on schedule. The moment the blade fell, many in the crowd instinctively looked away. Only 2 people watched without flinching, as if admiring a work of art. The next moment, Mu Yue saw Chao Shi's ghost floating in midair, her form gruesome. Looking around, Chao Shi's gaze finally met Mu Yue's. The ghostly Chao Shi stared at her in disbelief, gnashing her teeth. Mu Yue, you can see me. Mu Yue chuckled and raised an eyebrow at Chao Shi's ghost. Mu Yue, your Mu family caused my tragic death. I will kill you. Chao Shi's ghost flew towards Mu Yue with incredible speed. Mu Yue extended a finger, touching Chao Shi's ghost on the forehead, her face full of mockery. Kill me. I'll give you complete annihilation. Chao Shi's ghost shattered into countless pieces, finally vanishing into thin air. Yi Xianjing stood at a distance, taking in the entire scene. The little monster has quite the skill. It's a pity she isn't a Taoist nun. With Chao Shi's matter concluded, Mu Yue urged Yi Xianjing to return. Although reluctant, Yi Xianjing obediently listened to Mu Yue. After Yi Xianjing left, Yunqing appeared and gestured for Mu Yue to follow. Mu Yue went upstairs. A carrier pigeon flew in from the distance. Yunqing removed a note from the pigeon's leg and handed it to Yi Xianjing. Yi Xianjing read the contents and placed the note in front of Mu Yue. Daoist Qing Guan for the Eastern Pass. Mu Yue had heard of this figure, renowned as a demigod, highly respected by the world. But what is he doing coming to the capital? Could it be he's coming for me? Yi Yuanjing chuckled nonchalantly. Who knows? Mu Yue returned to the residence after her trip to the palace, arriving just in time for dinner. Today, apart from her eldest brother, the rest of the Mu family was present. As Mu Yue approached, 4 pairs of eyes turned towards her. Daddy had the kitchen make lily and lotus seed soup. Second brother bought soup dumplings from Fumanlu. Third brother brought you some dried fruits. Fourth brother found a pair of jade bracelets. Mu Yue felt the warmth of her father and brother's affection. She always felt a little bad coming back empty-handed. She reached into her sleeve, rummaging through her storage pouch, and finally pulled out 4 flawless night pearls. They stared in surprise at the night pearls, larger than fists. Are these for us? Mu Yue nodded. They each took one, marveling at them. These are incredibly rare purple moon crystal stones. They're priceless treasures. Each one must be worth at least 1,000,000 taels of silver. Mu Jingyu's eyes flickered. What was going on? Yue was a little rich girl. Could the supposedly desolate Shaolian village be hiding some mysterious treasure? These are from my previous collection. I'm giving them to you. Mu Yue smiled at them, slightly worried that her father and brothers might not like them. She was about to reach into her storage pouch again when Mu Xingze glared fiercely at the others. They immediately chimed in unison. We love them. We love them. Anything Yue gives us, even a stone picked up from the ground, we'll treasure. The atmosphere in the room was lively. Fu Rui stood outside the door for a long time, so angry she nearly bit her tongue. Her father and brothers all received gifts, but she was left out. Was Mu Yue deliberately excluding her? Fu Rui wanted to leave, but she was unwilling. Finally, she knocked on the door. Mu Yue was just an adopted daughter, yet she always acted like the true daughter of the Xiangfu, completely unaware of her place. Seeing the harmonious family, Fu Rui's jealousy reached its peak. Instead of leaving, she strode into the hall. Rui greets father, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, and Miss Yue. Mu Xingze scoffed and looked away. Fu Shuyan nodded faintly at her. The others completely ignored Fu Rui. Minister Mu looked a little embarrassed. Pointing to an empty seat, he said, "Ruer, haven't you eaten yet? Come sit down." Fu Rui beamed. "Thank you, foster father. I've been injured these past few days and haven't been able to pay my respects. Please forgive me." Fu Rui bowed slightly to Minister Mu, putting on a display of obedience and respect. Minister Mu waved his hand dismissively. We're all family. There's no need for such formalities. Hearing Minister Mu refer to her as family, Fu Rui couldn't help but glance at Mu Yue, wanting to see her reaction. However, Mu Yue's expression remained unchanged as she calmly continued eating. Fu Rui gritted her teeth in frustration, glaring at Mu Yue with resentment. "How's your leg?" Minister Mu asked Fu Rui. At the mention of her leg injury, Fu Rui's eyes reddened dramatically. "It's much better now. I can barely walk around." Mu Xingze unable to stand the charade any longer, put down his chopsticks and headed for the door. I'm full. I'll be going now. Mu Jingyu quickly followed. Second brother, it's been a while since we played chess. Seeing them leave, Mu Shuyan also stood up. I'm full too, father. Take your time. Mu Yue spoke up as well. I've finished eating too. With everyone gone, Minister Mu looked displeased. These little rascals, leaving me all alone here. Fu Rue lowered her head and began to sniffle softly. Minister Mu was startled by the sound. Ever since your father passed away, you've become so sensitive. You always seem to think your older siblings don't like you. Mentioning Fu Rue's father, Minister Mu's expression softened and he sighed. Silly child, you don't need everyone to like you. If there's anything you want, just tell me. Fu Rue looked down, the corners of her lips curving slightly. I heard the silk business is doing very well these days. I'd like to try my hand at it. Foster father, could you lend me that vacant shop in the north of the city? I want to open a silk shop. Fu Rue knew that this was the perfect time to ask, while Minister Mu was feeling guilty. As expected, Minister Mu hesitated for a moment before agreeing. All right, if you're interested, go ahead. Thank you, foster father. Having secured the right to operate the shop in the north of the city, Fu Rue left the dining hall, unable to hide the smug look on her face. Mu Yue had a shop in the south of the city, and now she had one in the north. Sooner or later, she would have more than Mu Yue. It was another day for Mu Yue to see patients at the medical clinic. Early in the morning, the Tao family arrived, seeking a fertility prescription. Lu Miaoling also appeared on time. Seeing Mu Yue sitting there unharmed, Lu Miaoling thought that Amani Mountain is truly useless. The attack on Mount Qishue had been a grand affair, yet Mu Yue hadn't even lost a single hair. Lu Miaoling herself had been beaten half to death by the people of Mount Qishue. Chao Shi had been executed by waist severing, and the Li family had become a laughingstock. Maintaining a smile, Lu Miaoling once again asked Mu Yue for the tonic soup. Having finished the previous batch, Lu Miaoling had noticed a change in Prince Kun and now waited daily in her courtyard for the tonic. Looking at Mu Yue's arrogant and aloof demeanor, Lu Miaoling hatched another wicked plan. The Empress Dowager's birthday banquet was just a few days away. Not only would the Li family be present, but also Princess Xuanru. They were all thorns in Mu Yue's side. Even with my secrets in your hands, Mu Yue, there are still people who will deal with you. I'll see how long your arrogance lasts. After leaving the clinic, Mu Yue went to Prince Jing's residence with Mu Xingze. According to reports from Mu Xingze's Huanqing Lu agents, the Taoist priest from Dongqi, after leaving the Ziqing Temple, had stayed in Shuiyang City for 2 days before departing for the capital. Isn't Pingzhou under the jurisdiction of Shuiyang City? Yi Xuanjing's gaze fell upon Mu Yue. Mu Yue looked at Mu Xingze with surprise. She hadn't realized that the leader of Huanqing Lu, the foremost intelligence organization in the martial arts world, was her second brother. It was truly astonishing. Hearing Yi Xuanjing's reminder, Mu Xingze suddenly realized something. Wasn't Shaoyan Village just a short distance from Pingzhou? That damned old Taoist. Could he be investigating Tian Tian? He had completely forgotten about this crucial point, but everyone's thoughts were different, clearly not on the same track. Seeing that Yi Xianjing was about to speak, Mu Yue stood up and headed towards the secret passage. Mu Xingze continued. After arriving in the capital, the old Taoist went to the Lu residence and met with Lu Yong. This matter definitely concerns Tian Tian. Seeing his anxious expression, Yi Xianjing chuckled. Your sister isn't worried. Why are you? As her older brother, I'm worried she'll be bullied. Mu Xingze frowned. It's more likely she'll be the one doing the bullying. Yi Xuanjing's tone was light. That little monster fears nothing. Even the Queen Mother of the West herself would probably be beaten half to death by her. Mu Xingze was speechless. Mu Yue entered the palace. The young emperor was squatting by the entrance to the secret passage, eagerly awaiting her arrival. Seeing her, his face lit up. Sister, you're finally here. My legs are numb from squatting. The eunuch quickly brought over the medicine that had been kept warm. Mu Yue patiently fed the young emperor the medicine, spoonful by spoonful. Only then did he obediently finish it all. Mu Yue then pulled a bamboo grasshopper toy from her sleeve. The young emperor's eyes brightened, and he excitedly took the toy, shaking it in his hand. Every time Mu Yue saw him like this, she felt a pang of sympathy. Although he was the emperor, he was still just a child. She couldn't help but feel a surge of affection for him, just as they were enjoying themselves. Empress Dowager Wei's voice suddenly came from outside the door. as if she was about to barge in. Mu Yue quickly hid herself. The young emperor pretended to have just woken up and opened the door. Empress Dowager Wei entered and, seeing that Yi Xianjing wasn't present, got straight to the point. Some time ago, Yi Xianjing publicly accused General Zheng. But General Zheng has made great contributions to the Xian dynasty. My birthday banquet is approaching, and I hope your majesty will issue a decree to pardon General Zheng. At the mention of this matter, a serious expression appeared on the young emperor's childish face. Uncle said that General Zheng colluded with bandits and harbored treasonous intentions. That's preposterous. Empress Dowager Wei slammed her hand on the table. General Zheng has rendered distinguished service to the Xian dynasty. How can he be compared to a treacherous official like Yi Xianjing? You are the emperor. If you can't even make decisions on such small matters, then you might as well abdicate the throne. Empress Dowager Wei glared at the young emperor aggressively. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from the doorway. What's going on here? Does the Empress Dowager intend to emulate the Flower Saint nation and declare herself emperor? Empress Dowager Wei straightened up, then angrily retorted, Nonsense. Ye Yuanjing, chocolate, interrupting care. I've long heard that General Zheng has a close relationship with the Empress Dowager. Seeing you today, it seems to be true. Empress Dowager Wei's eyes flickered. She immediately denied it. What nonsense are you spouting? As the Empress Dowager, I also have the right to help the emperor distinguish right from wrong. Yi Xianjing finished writing with his brush, his eyes lowered. Empress Dowager Wei suddenly flicked her wrist. A scream suddenly rang out. The eunuch grinding ink beside the Empress Dowager collapsed to the ground. Xian Yu quickly covered his eyes. Uncle's angry. It's scary. Empress Dowager Wei immediately stood up, her face pale with disbelief as she looked at Yi Xianjing, her whole body trembling. Yi Xianjing, you dare. My apologies, my hand slipped. Yi Xianjing smiled apologetically at the Empress Dowager, but his arrogant expression didn't waver. Empress Dowager Wei was so angry she nearly vomited blood, but she didn't dare say anything more. Uncle Scary. Xian Yu ran over and hid behind Yi Xianjing. Yi Xianjing called out, Someone, drag this old woman's corpse out and hang it from the Qingliang Pavilion in the Imperial Garden as a display. Overcome with rage, the Empress Dowager fainted, falling backward. The head eunuch was frightened and at a loss, but Yi Xianjing didn't even spare him a glance, coldly ordering, drag her out. After the room fell silent, Mu Yue emerged from behind the screen, calmly remarking, Prince Jing is truly formidable. I am impressed. Yi Xianjing gave a strange, sardonic laugh. Mu Yue didn't speak further. Today's events showed that Empress Dowager Wei was more troublesome than she had imagined. Yi Xianjing was also more arrogant and domineering than she had anticipated. Coupled with what happened to Nanny Yin today, she feared that tomorrow the streets and alleys would be filled with rumors, portraying Yi Xianjing as some kind of demon or monster. Xian Yu, seeing the two of them about to leave, clung to Yi Xianjing, refusing to let go. Uncle, I am scared. Can I sleep with you tonight? Yi Xianjing refused outright. Xian Yu clung tightly to Yi Xianjing, trying to climb onto his shoulder. Yi Xianjing suddenly noticed the bamboo whip in Xian Yu's hand. He snatched it. Let me borrow this for a couple of days. Xian Yu finally negotiated with Yi Xianjing, agreeing to let him go, but insisting on sleeping together that night. Yi Yuanjing relented. You'll sleep on the floor. Uncle's the best. Xian Yu was as happy as a child, clinging to Yi Xuanjing's neck as they entered the secret passage. Back at Prince Jing's residence, Mu Xingze, upon seeing them emerge, thought he was seeing things. They looked so much like a family of three. After Mu Yue left, Yi Xianjing fiddled with the bamboo whip, muttering to himself about her ingratitude for not buying him one too. The next day, Minister Mu returned from court. As soon as he entered the door, he angrily threw his official hat on the ground. That traitor Yi Xianjing is becoming more and more insolent. Yesterday, he actually killed Nanny Yin, who served the Empress Dowager. That was someone close to the Empress Dowager. He just killed her like that. If our Xian dynasty continues like this, it will soon bear the surname Yi. Have you finished developing that poison yet? If not, I'll go out tonight and buy some arsenic. I'll take matters into my own hands and poison that traitor. Minister Mu looked at Mu Yue, his mind made up. Mu Yue placed the official hat on the nearby table. Father, I think we shouldn't just look at the surface. Currently, under Yi Xuanjing's rule, the Xian dynasty is flourishing, and the people live in peace and prosperity. Yi Xianjing hasn't done anything outrageous. Mu Xingze and Mu Jingyu also try to persuade him. I agree. He has the power to overthrow a dynasty at any moment. He wouldn't bother with such superfluous actions. Minister Mu finally grumbled, "Fine, we'll wait and see. I'd rather kill those Lus and Lis. Those two families and the Mu family have a blood feud. After the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, it will be your mother's death anniversary. Make sure you all keep that time free." Meanwhile, at the Lu residence, Lu Yonghui asked Taoist Dong Qi, "Do you have any way to deal with Mu Yue?" Taoist Dong Qi sighed. "Someone possessing the phoenix's essence goes against the mandate of heaven. If that Mu girl truly possesses the phoenix's essence, then your Lu family is doomed sooner or later." Lu Yonghui's face was filled with panic. Is there any way to reverse this? Naturally, before her true power awakens, eliminate her. Lu Yonghui hesitated. Miaoling's health still relies on her for treatment. Taoist Dong Qi said, "Prince Jing is a supreme alchemist. The pills he possesses are miraculous. Why not seek his help?" The hope that had just risen in Lu Yonghui's heart instantly extinguished. Yi Xianjing was unfathomable. He had no prior relationship with the Lu family, so why would he offer medicine? That depends on your abilities, senior brother. Taoist Dong Qi stroked his beard. You have two paths before you now. One is to curry favor with Yi Xianjing and seek medicine. The other is to abandon your daughter. As long as she lives, she will always be your stumbling block. Lu Yonghui was greatly alarmed, looking at Taoist Dong Qi in disbelief. He had never considered such a thing. Dong Qi chuckled. "Senior brother, when you collaborated with me all those years ago, you sacrificed everything to gain the prosperity you enjoy today. Why are you so hesitant now, just for an official position?" Dong Qi pulled the servant girl who had brought in refreshments into his embrace. 20 years of cultivation, and you're still just a mere official. I truly pity you, senior brother. Lu Yonghui rubbed his aching head. Let me think about it. Lu Yonghui didn't know that his moment of compassion would directly lead to the Lu family's utter ruin later on. On the day of Empress Dowager Wei's birthday banquet, the Mu family attracted everyone's attention as soon as they entered. The Mu family sons were already known for their handsome and elegant appearance. However, their recently recovered daughter was even more breathtakingly beautiful. Her exquisite features and radiant complexion instantly eclipsed all the other women present. Many young lords felt their hearts stir upon seeing Mu Yue. Fu Rui, overhearing the discussions from behind, felt her expression darken. Tonight, she had specifically chosen the most expensive fabric from her silk shop to make a new dress and had even prepared a special performance. She was waiting for the opportunity to take the stage and shine, completely outshining Mu Yue. After the Mu family took their seats, Prince Kuin's gaze never left Mu Yue's face. Truly beautiful. He stared unblinkingly at Mu Yue. Beside him, Lu Miaoling's face paled, then she forced a smile. "Your Highness, have some tea." Prince Kuin furrowed his brow. This prince feels that young lady from the Mu family looks familiar, as if I've seen her somewhere before. Lu Miaoling bit her lip, a strong sense of unease welling up inside her. Prince Kuin had certainly seen her. Back when Mu Yue served as a slave by his side, Prince Kuin had spoken to her several times. Since then, she'd made Mu Yue smear dirt on her face. Otherwise, her identity would surely be exposed today. Your Highness has seen countless beauties. This daughter of the Mu family is just like all the others. Beautiful, but in a common way. Prinskun snireth. Such a beauty. You say she's beautiful in a common way? Lu Miaoling. Are you blind? This prince is not. At this moment, an announcement came from the doorway. Princess Xuanru and Prince Chu have arrived. As soon as Prince Chu sat down, Prince Kuin eagerly said, "Fourth brother, look at that Mu family daughter over there. That cold yet sweet appearance. Isn't she much more beautiful than those usual vulgar powders?" Prince Chu didn't respond. Princess Xuanru, however, scoffed disdainfully. Today, she was determined to humiliate Mu Yue publicly, ensuring that no man in the Xian dynasty would dare marry her. The young emperor and Empress Dowager Wei took their seats. Everyone rose to pay their respects. Xuanru and Prince Kuin stepped forward, offering a string of auspicious greetings and presenting their gifts. Empress Dowager Wei nodded repeatedly, a genuine smile on her face. As the banquet's atmosphere reached its peak, an abrupt announcement rang out from outside the hall. Prince Jing has arrived. Empress Dowager Wei's smile instantly froze on her face. Her gaze fixed heavily on the person entering the doorway. Everyone present at the banquet today was meticulously dressed. Yet, Yet, Yi Xianjing simply wore a snow-white cloud-patterned brocade robe. Minister Muskoft. Anyone who didn't know better would think he came for a funeral. Mu Yue couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't that right? He usually dresses so flamboyantly even in the middle of the night. Yet he chooses to wear white to someone's birthday banquet. He's doing it on purpose. Yi Xianjing bowed slightly towards Empress Dowager Wei, wishing Empress Dowager a happy 50th birthday. Empress Dowager Wei frowned, rolling her eyes. Why mention my age? However, before she could speak, Yi Xianjing had already taken a seat with an air of casual elegance. Empress Dowager Wei was fuming, her anger having nowhere to vent. Suddenly, she noticed Yi Xuanjing's gaze fixed on the Mu family's seats. The Gu family had brought 2 daughters today, one legitimate and one adopted. Could Yi Xianjing have taken a liking to one of them? Empress Dowager Wei finally found an outlet for her anger. Her eyes darted around. Minister Mu, this legitimate daughter of yours is truly a beauty. If I recall correctly, you're already 17 this year. In a Xian dynasty, women are supposed to be betrothed by 15. Miss Mu should settle down soon. Mu Yue hadn't yet processed the situation when Yi Xianjing, propped up on his hand, spoke lazily. Such purity is certainly better than some women who, even after marriage, don't remain chaste. His gaze was sharp as he looked at Empress Dowager Wei, his words clearly directed at her. Empress Dowager Wei's face changed. Her gaze flitted sharply over Yi Xianjing. Yet, her own daughter, Princess Xuanru, unexpectedly echoed Yi Xianjing. Yes, Brother Jing Wang is right. Empress Dowager Wei felt dizzy with anger. What did this treacherous minister mean? Minister Mu didn't understand Yi Xuanjing's sudden remark. Beside him, the perceptive dowager, Chao, Shi stepped forward. Why don't we have each young lady perform a talent for the Empress Dowager to liven things up? Almost immediately, Fu Rui was the first to stand up. This humble servant is willing to perform for the Empress Dowager. She had been humiliated earlier because of Mu Yue. Seeing Fu Rui stepping forward, Empress Dowager Wei remarked, such filial piety. Even an adopted daughter of the Prime Minister's manor can be so well-mannered. If your birth father knew of your accomplishments today, he would be smiling in his grave. Whispers of laughter rippled through the crowd. Fu Rui's face instantly paled with embarrassment. She didn't know whether to stand or sit, wishing she could disappear. At that moment, someone gasped, "Why is there blue dye on her chair?" Everyone looked at the blue gauze skirt Fu Rui was wearing and began to giggle. Heavens, is her skirt fading? Could it be she just pulled it out of the dye vat and put it on? Princess Xuanru laughed mockingly. An adopted daughter is just an adopted daughter. They won't even give her decent material. They save the fine silk for their own daughter. Minister Mu's liebste Vithet. What was going on today? Mu Xingze was about to be driven mad by this woman. She clearly had new clothes prepared for her, but she insisted on causing a scene. Mu Yue, seeing her father's embarrassed expression, sighed. She released the chubby ghost from her jade ring and pointed towards Xuanru. Go and cause her some trouble. Mu Yue released the chubby ghost, lightly tapping her finger. Go and cause that obnoxious princess some trouble. In the next instant, Xuanru's expression changed. Her eyes glazed over for a few seconds before she suddenly stood up. Oh, how lively. Everyone's here today. So what? This princess is looking for a good time. My feet are itching for a dance. Just a thing to liven things up for everyone. Let's have some fun. With that, she walked to the center of the hall and beckoned to Fu Rui. Sister, come join me for a dance. Don't you know my Yanga dance is amazing? Fu Rui was dumbfounded. Apart from Yi Xianjing and Mu Yue, everyone else was also bewildered. Why had Princess Xuanru's demeanor suddenly become so unrestrained? What was a Yanga dance? Empress Dowager Wei frowned, unsure what Xuanru was up to. Why had her speech suddenly become so vulgar? Hey, brother, lend me your sash. Xuanru walked to a young nobleman and directly untied his red sash. Then she tied it around her own waist. Come on, musicians, play something lively on the swanahorn. Let's celebrate Mother's birthday. After Xuanru's words, the musicians immediately picked up their swanahorns and played a cheerful tune. Xuanru, holding the red sash, began to wildly dance the yanga to the sound of the swana, humming, "In the first lunar month, 100 flowers bloom," while beckoning Fu Rui to join her. Sister, don't be shy. Let's get this party started. Mortified, Fu Rui didn't dare disobey the princess's command and began to dance along with Xuanru. As the saying goes, comparison is the thief of joy. Compared to Princess Xuanru's foot-stomping dance, Fu Rui looked like a celestial being descending from the heavens. Xuanru kept yelling, Come on, find me another partner. I can dance until the rooster crows. Sit down. Empress Dowager Wei roared at Xuanru, practically bursting with anger. She took her anger out on Fu Ruwei, giving her a few bolts of cloth with a dark expression. Fu Ruwei, oblivious, thanked her happily. Having just been compared favorably to Xuanru, Fu Ruwei felt she was on par with the princess. She sat down and shot a smug look at Mu Yue. Mu Yue, seeing her cluelessness, could only shake her head internally. Turning her head, her gaze met Yi Xuanjing's briefly in midair. He was looking at her with a raised eyebrow. Mu Yue wondered what he meant. Could he see? Empress Dowager Wei, no longer in the mood to celebrate her birthday, stood up and said, "I'm tired. I shall retire," preparing to leave. At that moment, Minister Mu suddenly stood up. "Your Majesty, please wait. I have yet to present my birthday gift." "What is it you wish to present?" Empress Dowager Wei asked wearily. It had been a truly exhausting day. "Minister Mubaut respectfully, for your Majesty's birthday banquet, I specifically went to Purple Green Mountain several times to invite Taoist Dong Qi down the mountain. Taoist Dong Qi is an enlightened master, known by the world as a half-immortal. I specifically invited him down the mountain to perform a ritual for your Majesty's longevity. May your Majesty remain eternally youthful." The previously distressed Empress Dowager Wei's eyes lit up with excitement. She knew Taoist Dong Qi's abilities all too well. Taoist Dong Qi bowed to the Empress Dowager. "It is my honor to celebrate your Majesty's birthday." Taoist Dong Qi, please begin the ritual for Her Majesty, Minister Mu urged. Taoist Dong Qi began chanting, but soon stopped, his face paling. "Not good. There's a powerful demon here." Empress Dowager Wei exclaimed in alarm. "Taoist Dong Qi, what do you mean?" Stroking his beard, Dong Qi looked pointedly towards Mu Yue. "While performing the ritual for your Majesty, I detected a demon in the northwest, constantly interfering with my efforts. This demon is powerful, a reincarnation of a calamitous star. Its repeated interference suggests it intends to steal your Majesty's life force tonight." Empress Dowager Wei was terrified. Dong Qi continued, "This demon arrived in the capital about a month ago. Before that, it resided in the Shuiyang city area for many years, cultivating its demonic powers. This demon is Yin in nature. I suspect it's female." Just then, a slightly panicked voice rang out from the main seat. "How scary. Do demons eat people? I'm so cute and chubby. Will it eat me first?" The young emperor covered his chubby cheeks with his hands, looking frightened. "I'm scared too," Yi Xianjing said, dramatically clutching his chest. The others looked at him in surprise. Even he could be scared. Taoist Dong Qi, thrown off by Yi Xianjing, momentarily forgot what to do next. While racking his brains for a solution, he heard Yi Xianjing urging him to set up an altar to suppress the evil. Empress Dowager Wei, fearing the demon would steal her lifespan, quickly ordered the eunuchs and palace maids to set up the altar for Dong Qi's ritual. While they waited, the snow wolf wagged its tail and walked over to Yi Xianjing. Taoist Dong Qi stood in front of the altar. By the power of Lao Tzu, as quick as lightning, everyone watched intently as he performed the ritual. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed through the hall. The snow wolf lunged with lightning speed, sinking its teeth into Taoist Dong Qi's calf. The Taoist screamed in pain. Empress Dowager Wei jumped up. "Someone, kill this beast." However, none of the imperial guards moved. That was the Jing Wang's wolf. Attacking it could be a death sentence. Taoist Dong Qi, his face pale, was about to strike the wolf when it ripped his trousers, revealing 2 chicken legs. Princess Xuanru stepped closer for a look. "Oh my god, chicken legs." She pointed at the Taoist, who now stood with 1 bare leg. "No offense, but seriously, it's not like there's a famine. Why are you hiding chicken legs in your pants?" Taoist Dong Qi was dumbfounded. Where did those chicken legs come from? When did they get there? Don't tell me the demon is a weasel and you were trying to lure it out with chicken legs. Mu Xingze burst out laughing. The onlookers, seeing this scene, couldn't help but laugh as well. They thought the wolf was trying to kill the Taoist, but it turns out it just smelled the chicken legs. If the Taoist wanted chicken legs, he should have just said so. Why steal them and hide them in his pants? Isn't it greasy? Taoist Dong Qi, repeatedly interrupted throughout the evening, watched as the entire hall mocked him. His plans were in ruins, and that Xuanru, with her sharp tongue, was impossible to argue with. Yi Xianjing quipped, "Didn't find a demon, but we did find a chicken-stealing thief." Mu Yue couldn't help but giggle. Minister Mu glanced at her. Control yourself. We're professionals. 무유유에게는 had composure. Yi Xianjing had quite a few tricks up his sleeve tonight. Before Dong Qi could say anything else, Princess Xuanru kicked him. Don't push your luck. You're just a con artist. Empress Dowager Wei, unable to bear the sight any longer, waved her hand. Taoist, you may leave. Dong Qi's face burned with shame. He bowed to the Empress Dowager. Another day, Your Majesty, I will perform the ritual again. He turned to leave, with Minister Mu calling after him. Xuanru pointed at Minister Mu. You, shut up and sit down. Stop with these ridiculous antics. Mu Yue, sensing the time was right, thought, this place has too much yang energy. It's not suitable for the chubby ghost to stay for long. With a flick of her wrist, she recalled the chubby ghost. Xuanru's body suddenly stiffened. She shook her head forcefully, completely forgetting what had just happened. She was still at the banquet, wondering why she had spaced out. Empress Dowager Wei's head was pounding. I'm feeling slightly unwell. Let's end this here tonight. Hearing that the banquet was ending, Xuanru quickly spoke up, twisting her body coquettishly towards Yi Xianjing. My dear Jing Wanggij, you haven't given your gift yet. I want to see it too. Disgusted by her tone, Yi Xianjing frowned. He stood up and hooked his lips. Slowly, I do indeed have a grand gift prepared for the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager had a bad feeling. Bring it forth. Led by the guards, a man in his 50s walked in. The hall erupted in murmurs. How is it General Zheng? Wasn't he dismissed and imprisoned in Dali Temple? What is Yi Xianjing planning? Don't tell me he wants to kill someone again. Isn't this too outrageous? After all, it's the Empress Dowager's birthday. General Zheng bowed to the person on the main seat. Xuanru, still acting spoiled, said, no need for formalities. Yi Xianjing, what do you mean by this? Empress Dowager Wei looked at Yi Xianjing. He smiled. 2 days ago, the truth came to light. I had wrongly accused General Zheng, so I immediately pardoned him. However, he suffered greatly in Dali Temple. I'm afraid he won't be able to return to the battlefield. To compensate, I've arranged another official position for him. Is the Empress Dowager satisfied with this gift? Yi Xianjing raised an eyebrow, a hint of deeper meaning in his eyes. Empress Dowager Wei, feeling awkward, had no choice but to praise him. Jing Wang is truly thoughtful. This is the best gift I've received tonight. Good. Then the Empress Dowager can sleep well tonight. Seeing the banquet nearing its end, Tang Zhou, who had been quietly playing the flute in the corner, suddenly stood up. He stammered, Your Majesty, I dare to speak. I have a request. He nervously glanced at Mu Yue. I wish to ask for the Emperor's permission to marry. Who do you like? Xuanru yawned sleepily. Tang Zhou took a deep breath. Lady Mu Yue. I fell in love with Miss Mu at first sight a few days ago in the market. I wish to marry her. Minister Mu, Mu Xingze, and Mu Jingyu all looked at Tang Zhou. How dare he ask to marry their Tian without their permission? The young emperor was also surprised. Do you need my uncle's permission to marry my sister? He looked at Yi Xianjing. As expected, after a moment of silence, Yi Xianjing slammed his teacup on the table. The son of the Minister of Rites is truly unruly. The Minister of Rites quickly stood up. Though afraid, he still had some backbone. May I ask, Jing Wang, how is my son unruly for wanting to propose marriage? Yi Xianjing replied with a righteous face. Nanny Yan's mourning period hasn't passed. Her bones haven't even cooled, yet your son is only thinking about romance. Drag him out and give him 50 lashes. Everyone was stunned by Yi Xianjing's shamelessness. Why hasn't her mourning period passed? Doesn't he know? Besides, what does Nanny Yin have to do with the Minister of Right's son? As Tang Zhou was dragged out, Empress Dowager Wei couldn't stay any longer. Dismissed. The tumultuous birthday banquet finally ended. Minister Mu didn't move, staring at Yi Xianjing. He felt something was off tonight. Was it his imagination? This treacherous minister seemed to be helping Tian. Tian, don't let your guard down just because that treacherous minister helped you. Minister Mu grabbed his daughter's shoulder, thinking, could that damn minister actually have taken a liking to Tian? If that's the case, our Mu family is truly cursed. Mu Xingze lowered his voice to explain, Father, Jing Wang, and the Empress Dowager have always been at odds. Tonight, he was deliberately trying to embarrass her. Minister Mu's thoughts cleared instantly. Right, how could I forget that? Then everything tonight makes sense. Good. Minister Mu sighed in relief, walking out cheerfully. As long as he doesn't have his eyes on Tian, everything is fine. Mu Yue, walking behind, saw Yi Xianjing beckoning to her. Understanding, she slowed down. Second brother, Jing Wang is looking for me. Cover for me. I'll be back soon. Mu Xingze hadn't even reacted. Not before Mu Yue slipped away. Mu Jingyu looked up and saw Mu Yue gone. Second brother, where did Tian Tian go? Mu Xingze blurted out. She's delivering something to our aunt. It's girl stuff, don't ask. With his usual investigative instincts, Mu Jingyu sensed something unusual. He felt his second brother and Tian Tian were hiding something from him. He didn't expect the ruthless Yi Xianjing to have such a childish side. He had been slightly jealous after seeing the grasshopper on a stick in the young emperor's hands. After the banquet, he called Mu Yue over and hinted frantically. Mu Yue couldn't figure out what Yi Xianjing meant. Yi Xianjing shook his head in disappointment. I helped you so much, yet you're not even willing to give me a grasshopper on a stick. Mo ypsilonogonus lipstvichet. Childish. I'll get you one tomorrow. Yi Xianjing was finally satisfied. Remember to give me a big one. 2 days later, as if afraid Mu Yue would forget, Yi Xianjing appeared in her room uninvited. Mu Yue, slightly amused, took out the grasshopper on a stick. Yi Xianjing took it and twirled it in his hand, pleased. Just then, Minister Mu's voice suddenly sounded from outside. Mu Yue panicked, grabbing Yi Xuanjing's arm and pulling him behind the screen. What are you doing? Yi Xianjing had never seen her so flustered. Mu Yue glared at him. What do you think, you treacherous minister? Soon, Minister Mu entered. Mu Yue calmly asked, Father, what is it? Minister Mu collected himself and said, It's like this. I ran into General Zheng after the morning court session. I didn't notice during the banquet, but his right hand is practically crippled. That upright General Zheng, now crippled by that treacherous minister, that reduced to being a mere deputy commander of the Imperial Guard. What a pity. Mu Yue gave an awkward laugh. Perhaps he's not so upright in private. Minister Mu suddenly arrived. Have you finished developing that poison yet? Mu Yue retorted, Father, please be quiet. The poison that can kill Yi Xianjing in one go. Preferably colorless and odorless. Can you develop something like that? Mu Yue instinctively shrank hernik. It's hard to imagine Yi Xuanjing's expression right now. Father, he doesn't seem that bad. Sweetheart, don't be fooled by his handsome face. That guy is full of tricks. This time he's targeting the general. Next time it might be my turn. I have to be fully prepared. Work hard and develop something quickly. If we can't fight him openly, we'll resort to something underhanded. Mu Yue replied, Father, you seem more like the treacherous minister. Minister Mu repeatedly urged Mu Yue a few more times before leaving the room. Mu Yue stood there, embarrassed to look behind her. Yi Xianjing emerged from behind the screen. Meeting her gaze, he said with a faint smile, I'll take my leave now. Mu Yue softly asked, Are you leaving already? Is there nothing else you want to say? Yi Xianjing glanced back at her. I won't disturb your poison research. He thought to himself, it's quite an achievement for a foreign prince who came from nowhere to be the target of so many people. He glanced back at Mu Yue once more. Mu Yue watched his retreating figure, a strange feeling stirring within her. She detected a hint of loneliness. Ye Wanjing, Mu Yue called out to him. Yi Xianjing, turn around. You saved my life. As long as you don't harm my family, I won't kill you. This was Mu Yue's promise to him. Yi Xianjing seemed to be pondering her words. When did I save your life? Seeing that he didn't remember, Mu Yue's lips curled slightly. You can go now. After saying that, she slammed the window shut. Yi Xianjing was left feeling bewildered. The next day was the day to visit the ancestral graves. The eldest brother couldn't return from the military camp, which Mu Xingze found somewhat regrettable. Just as they were about to board the carriage, Fu Rue, dressed flamboyantly, walked out, preparing to go to the silk shop. The housekeeper looked at the brightly dressed Fu Rue. Madam, the master and the others have gone to the ancestral graves to pay respects to your mother. Aren't you going? Fu Rue snorted. They didn't invite me. Why should I go? With that, she swaggered out of the residence. Madame Mu's burial place was in a scenic location nestled between mountains and water. As everyone knelt before Madame Mu's grave, Mu Xiang was already weeping uncontrollably. I came to see you last night. Mu Xingze, Mu Shuyan, Mu Jingyu, and Mu Yue all wore expressions of grief. Mu Yue's gaze fell on the grave before her, her expression changing. Thinking she was mistaken, she activated her spiritual power and carefully probed the empty grave. It was indeed an empty grave. Mu Yue blurted out involuntarily, was mother's body buried here? Mu Xiang was taken aback, then nodded. Of course, I buried her with my own hands. Mu Yue's doubts deepened. Then why is it empty? Did someone steal mother's body? She calmly concealed her emotions. How did this happen? I must confirm this. After midnight, Mu Yue's figure appeared once again at the ancestral graves. She summoned Hong Yin and had her look inside the mirror. The result was the same. Madame Mu's body wasn't there. Mu Yue's face darkened. She closed her eyes and focused, her fingers emitting an icy blue light. The light formed a circle surrounding her. Bathed in the blue light, Mu Yue's face became even paler. The surrounding trees and shadows swayed gently. Countless spirits were drawn to the scene, curiously watching. After a long while, Mu Yue opened her eyes. Mother hasn't been reincarnated. Yeah. Mu Xing's voice suddenly rang out. He had noticed Mu Yue's unusual mood since daytime, and had been keeping an eye on her, following her all the way to the ancestral graves. Mu Yue's face was pale, and she felt dizzy. But since her second brother had already seen what happened, there was no point in hiding it. Second brother, Mother's grave is empty, and she hasn't been reincarnated. Mu Xingzhe was shocked. You mean Mother is still alive? How is that possible? I'm not sure. There's also the possibility that someone stole Mother's body, and her soul is wandering without being reincarnated. Mu Xingzhe was stunned. At the same time, he was surprised that Mu Yue could communicate with spirits. We need to keep this a secret. We can't tell Father and the others yet. Mu Yue was worried that the news would cause Mu Xiang another bout of intense pain. Mu Xingzhe was silent for a moment, then nodded. But if Mother is really deceased, but hasn't been reincarnated, where has she been these past 10 years? After returning to the residence, Mu Yue endured the pain coursing through her body and lay down on the bed to investigate. Reincarnation wasn't something mortals could control. Forcefully interfering with it was defying the heavens. Defying the heavens would result in backlash. She had thought the pain would last for a long time, but as dawn approached, Mu Yue felt the pain gradually subside. As the first rays of sunlight broke through, countless spiritual energies from all directions surged towards her. Even the flow of her own spiritual power had improved significantly. That day, another major incident occurred at the minister's residence. It was unknown what bad luck had befallen the Liu family, but every morning for a month, they would wake up to find someone dead. Even more terrifying, this morning, Liu Yonghui woke up to find his concubine lying dead beside him, and he hadn't noticed a thing. Terrified, he rushed to the Imperial Guard headquarters to report the case to Pei Yanji. Arriving at the main hall, he was surprised to find Yi Xianjing there as well, flipping through a booklet. Ding Zhaoying and Pei Yanji were sitting to the side. Minister Liu, another death in your residence. Yi Xianjing, who was beside him, looked up at Liu Yonghui. Liu Yonghui bowed slightly to Yi Xianjing and then said to Pei Yanji, Minister Pei, people have been dying continuously in my residence. The entire capital is in a panic. I request that Minister Pei send someone to thoroughly investigate this matter. Before Pei Yanji could speak, Yi Xianjing casually remarked, Minister Liu, have you offended someone? Before Liu Yonghui could answer, Mu Yue walked in. Yi Xianjing looked at her with interest, the scene from last night flashing through his mind. After returning from the cemetery, Mu Yue went to the Liu residence under the cover of night. While there, she bumped into Yi Xianjing in a corner. Why are you so late? Yi Xianjing seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Mu Yue looked at him with slight surprise. What are you doing here? I wanted to see the world with the heroine, Yi Xianjing said, recalling something he had said before. I'm busy, I don't have time for you. Mu Yue wanted to finish her business quickly. Yi Xianjing followed her. Don't leave. Take me with you. How about I assist you? Just as they were about to take action, they saw Liu Yonghui and Taoist Dong Qi walking over, talking about something. Yi Xianjing pulled Mu Yue into an embrace, feigning intimacy. Then, they overheard Dong Qi advising Liu Yonghui to kill a dozen or so servants and maids in the residence, along with a couple of concubines, and frame Mu Yue for everything. This would eliminate the troublesome demoness and cover up the events of the past. Mu Yue was speechless. She hadn't even done anything yet, and Liu Yonghui and the Taoist were already pinning the blame on her. Since that was the case, just as Mu Yue was about to move, Yi Xianjing grasped her hand and pulled her behind a tree. I have a better way. It's risk-free and will protect the Mu family. I wonder if Miss Mu is willing to cooperate. Pei Yanji turned to look at Mu Yue. Miss Mu, what crime are you reporting? Liu Yonghui was suddenly ignored, and he ground his teeth in anger. Mu Yue frowned, feigning displeasure. My bracelet is missing. Ye Yuanjing similit faintly. Is that so serious? Is the bracelet expensive? Is it more serious than the 15 people who suddenly died in Liu Yonghui's residence? Mu Yue nodded. Quite expensive. It cost 8 taels of silver. When did it go missing? Pei Yinji asked. Yesterday, after I returned from the clinic, she replied. Ye Yuanjing, fine surprise. Perhaps a patient stole it. Someone, go investigate. With that, he summoned more than 20 Jinzhao Ying guards, who marched out to search. Lu Yonghui couldn't stand it any longer and stepped forward. Lord Pei, Your Highness Prince Ding. Pei Yinji raised a hand. Someone, go investigate. 2 guards appeared beside him and gestured towards Lu Yonghui. Master Lu, let's go. An 8-tail bracelet goes missing, and he sends 20 guards. 15 people die in his residence, and he sends only 2. Lu Yonghui was indignant. Your Highness Prince Ding, is this how you handle such a serious matter? What? Do you expect me to personally investigate for you? Yi Xuanjing's eyes narrowed, his voice laced with a threatening undertone. Lu Yonghui didn't dare to say anything more and left with the 2 guards. After Lu Yonghui left, Pei Yinji looked at Yi Xianjing. What's going on between you two? Nothing much. Last night, Miss Mu and I happened to witness someone's melodramatic affair, Yi Xianjing said casually. Pei Yinji was speechless. He looked at the 2 of them incredulously. Are you both insane? Mu y nodded seriously. My bracelet really is missing. Ye Yuanjing simidet. Don't worry, I'll give you a new one. Thank you for showing me the world last night. Pei Yinji rolled his eyes. Yi Xianjing handed her the register he had been looking through. Mu Yue took it with a puzzled expression. She glanced at a couple of pages and raised an eyebrow at the contents. Meanwhile, at the Prince Xian's residence, Xian Kun was admiring flowers with his pregnant concubine when a group of Jinzhao Ying guards suddenly arrived. Xian Kun shielded his concubine and demanded, What are you doing here in my residence with so many men? The Li guard bowed. Miss Mu of the minister's residence lost her bracelet at the clinic yesterday. Our investigation led us to Princess Consort Xian, who also visited the clinic yesterday. We are here to request her cooperation. Xian Kun looked incredulous. What are you talking about? My wife would steal Mu Yoyue's bracelet. Besides, my wife went back to her parents' home yesterday. How could she have been at the clinic? What kind of trick is this? Xian Kun felt bewildered and ordered a servant, Go and get Lu Miaoling. Inside, Lu Miaoling was sitting on a soft couch, gazing dreamily at the blood jade bracelet on her wrist. Yesterday, at the clinic, she had overheard the conversation between Li Shun and Mu Yue. Miss, your blood jade bracelet is truly magical. It not only dispels illness, but also wards off evil. It's perfect for an old woman like me who doesn't like taking medicine, Li Shun had said. Mu y smiled. This bracelet is made with my blood essence and amethyst. Li Shun, if you're feeling unwell, you can wear it for now. Outside the door, Lu Miaoling, almost without thinking, hid the blood jade bracelet from the table inside her clothes. Lu Miaoling admired the bracelet as if it were a precious treasure until a knock came at the door. Princess Consort, His Highness, is looking for you. Xian Kuin's sudden summons gave Lu Miaoling pause. She took off the bracelet and placed it under her pillow before leaving the room with light steps. Lu Miaoling had barely stolen Mu Yoyue's bracelet when the Jinzhao Ying guards arrived at her door. Hiding the bracelet, Lu Miaoling left her room and found the courtyard filled with guards. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Upon seeing Lu Miaoling, Xian Kuin's anger flared. Lu Miaoling, where were you yesterday? His concubine leaned against him, a look of amusement on her face. Lu Miaoling seethed with rage, especially at the thought of Xian Kuin's promise to elevate the concubine to secondary consort if she bore him a son. How could she tolerate this? Lu Miaoling felt utterly humiliated. As she stood there, lost in thought, Xian Kun grew impatient. I'm asking you a question. Are you mute? I went to visit my mother at my parents' home yesterday. Is there a problem? Lu Miaoling asked innocently. Xian Kun turned to the guards. Did you hear that? My wife wasn't at any clinic. At the mention of the word clinic, Lu Miaoling panicked at the end of the year. Zhang Hao bowed slightly to Lu Miaoling. But yesterday, many people in the city, including Old Wang, the gatekeeper on the first floor of the medical clinic, said they saw Princess Consort Xian. Lu Miaoling maintained a calm expression. My mother was ill yesterday, so I went to the medical clinic. I asked Miss Mu for some medicine. Is there a problem with that? That's right. Therefore, everyone who went to the medical clinic yesterday is a suspect in the theft. Please cooperate with the investigation. Princess Consort Xian, Zhang Hao said, pulling a search warrant from his pocket. Lu Miaoling yelled, How dare you? I am the dignified Princess Consort Xian. I've seen all kinds of jewelry. Why would I steal a mere bracelet from Mu Yue? You are deliberately insulting the Xian prince's residence. Xian Kun straightened up. Just what are you doing today, Zhaoing? How could you handle things this way? It's obvious, even a fool could see, that the princess consort wouldn't do such a thing. While the two sides were in a stalemate, an officer ran in and whispered something in Zhang Hao's ear. Zhang Hao stepped forward, cupping his hands. We've searched the residences of the 3 patients who saw the doctor yesterday. We didn't find a bracelet. Tao Shinkang's house has also been searched. Only the Xian prince's residence remains. Seeing Zhang Hao's determination, Xian Kun began to argue fiercely with him. Fine, go ahead and search. If you don't find it, you'll all crawl out of here. Lu Miaoling's pupils constricted. Shut up, husband. All you do is cause trouble for me. Xian Kun grew increasingly annoyed with Lu Miaoling. Not only can't she bear children, but now she's accused of theft. She's completely disgracing the Xian prince's residence. With Xian Kun's consent, the officers began a large-scale search of the residence. Zhang Hao entered the room. Lu Miaoling had already lain down on the bed, refusing to get up. Seeing her strange behavior, Zhang Hao ordered his men to pull her up. How dare you? Lu Miaoling shouted. I am the princess consort. How dare you touch me? Hearing Lu Miaoling's voice from afar, Xian Kun strode in and yanked her up. Cooperate, or I'll deal with you myself. Lu Miaoling was pulled to the floor by Xian Kun's strength, her face a mixture of injury and fear. Zhang Hao took the opportunity to lift the pillow and saw a blood-red jade bracelet lying there. Everyone was stunned. Lu Miaoling's face turned pale as she rushed over. This bracelet is mine. It's a family heirloom. It's not Mu Yu's. Xian Kun looked at Zhang Hao. Did you hear that? Zhang Hao smiled politely. Please come with us to the Jingzhao Yin's office. Princess Consort Xian. At the Jingzhao Yin's office, Mu Yu leisurely sipped tea. Lu Yonghui glared at the 3 of them. Seeing their composure, he began to feel uneasy. Something wasn't right. There had to be a trick. Before he could speak, Lu Miaoling's voice rang out from outside. I told you I didn't steal it. Lu Miaoling, have everything. Why would I steal a bracelet? But when she entered the main hall and saw Mu Yu inside, her heart sank. Xian Kun, oblivious, held up the blood-red jade bracelet to Lu Yonghui and asked, Isn't this your family heirloom? Lu Yonghui was speechless. Remembering that Mu Yue had reported her bracelet missing just before he left, and now the bracelet was found with Miaoling, Lu Yonghui had a bad feeling. It seemed Mu Yue had deliberately set a trap for Miaoling. If Miaoling was convicted of theft, her reputation would be ruined. Lu Yonghui quickly reacted and nodded. Yes, this bracelet is our family heirloom. It's called the Blood-Red Jade. Yi Xianjing looked at the quality of the jade bracelet and glanced at Mu Yue. 8 taels. You were ripped off. Mu Yue nodded. I overpaid. It's worth 3 taels at most. Ye Wanjing ruthlessly opposite her. Maybe you could have haggled if you'd found a nicer seller. He continued, leaving Mu Yue speechless. Yi Xianjing then looked at Lu Yonghui with a hint of disdain. Is your Lu family this poor? Now, it was Lu Yonghui's turn to be speechless. Yi Xuanjing's sharp tongue continued, a dyed stone bracelet as a family heirloom. Lu Yonghui froze. Lu Miaoling looked shocked. What dyed stone? Isn't it made of amethyst? Lu Miaoling finally realized she had been tricked by Mu Yue. This is the bracelet I lost. Thank you for finding it for me, Mu Yue said with a teacher's demeanor. Lu Miaoling couldn't admit defeat. You're lying. This bracelet is my family heirloom. It represents our heritage. Who says it has to be valuable? Miaoling is right. There's no rule that heirlooms have to be expensive. Miss Mu, are you mistaken? Xian Kun sided with Lu Miaoling. Mu Yue blinked innocently. But this really belongs to me. Do you have proof? Does it have your name on it? Xian Kun asked angrily. Mu Yue smiled sweetly at him. It does. She took the bracelet and looked at Yi Xianjing, smiling. Do you know why I overpaid? Yi Xianjing shook his head. Because it's custom-made. Mu Yue asked Pei Yinji to bring a candle. She then held the bracelet over the flame for a while. Soon, 3 characters became clearly visible, engraved inside the bracelet. Mu Yue. After the princess consort was caught stealing the 8-tael heirloom bracelet, she refused to admit it, repeatedly claiming it was an ancestral treasure. After being exposed by Mu Yue, a deathly silence fell over the hall. Yi Xianjing chuckled, looking pointedly at Lu Yonghui. So, Mu Yue is your ancestor. Lu Yonghui and Lu Miaoling hadn't expected such a trick. Seeing the 3 characters, Xian Kun kicked Lu Miaoling's shin. Are you stupid? Stealing things. Lu Miaoling stumbled, trembling and speechless. Mu Yue chuckled. Don't be so quick to judge, Prince Xian. What if it's just a coincidence? Master Lu, What's your ancestor's name? Seeing the situation, Lu Yonghui had no choice but to play along. Closing his eyes, he said, "Indeed, we have an ancestor named Mu Yue." Everyone else in the hall burst out laughing. It seems like today was a misunderstanding, Mu Yue said, sounding a little disappointed. Now that everything's cleared up, Minister Lu, please take your ancestors' belongings back. Lu Yonghui's face was flushed with embarrassment. He'd told Miaoling not to act rashly, but she went and stole Mu Yue's bracelet. A broken bracelet not only landed her with a theft charge, but also gave the Lu family an unlucky ancestor. Lu Yonghui finally steeled himself and took the ancestor's jade bracelet back, apologizing to the prince. Xian Kun, still oblivious, added, "Mu Yue, so many people saw this. You have to clarify this to the whole city." Of course, Mu Yue agreed readily and headed out. Passing by Lu Miaoling, who was still sitting on the ground, she reached out to help her up. Miaoling, it was all a misunderstanding. Lu Miaoling gritted her teeth and flung Mu Yue's hand away. Unfazed, Mu Yue smiled nonchalantly. "I returned your family heirloom. You should be happy." By the time Lu Yonghui and the others left the Jinjiang Inhu establishment, it was already dusk. Lu Yonghui noticed Xuan Kunis displeasure. He forced a smile and said the misunderstanding had been cleared up, so the prince should calm down. Xian Kun simply snorted and said nothing, getting into the carriage. Lu Yonghui looked at Lu Miaoling with disappointment. "You have truly disgraced our Lu family today. Lu Miaoling, are you coming or not?" Seeing Lu Miaoling hesitate, Xian Kun's anger flared. Shortly after the three of them left in the same carriage, they heard murmurs of gossip. "My goodness, that princess consort is shameless. The young miss from the chancellor's house has been wronged." The carriage stopped. Lu Yonghui opened the curtain to look outside. He saw notices posted on the walls everywhere. They read, "I, Mu Yue, daughter of the chancellor, lost my bracelet and reported it to the Jingzhou prefecture. The prime suspect was Princess Consort Lu Miaoling. I proudly showed the name engraved inside the bracelet. But the minister insisted that his Lu family ancestor was also named Mu Yue. I wrongly accused the princess consort today. I sincerely apologize to the minister's house and the princess consort for this misunderstanding." After reading the notice, Lu Yonghui's blood pressure skyrocketed. Overcome with rage, he fainted right there in the street. Upon hearing the news, Minister Mu roared with laughter. That shameless Lu Yonghui. He would admit to stealing, but he'd claim my Tian Tian as his ancestor. Mu Xingze also laughed until his stomach hurt. Tian Tian, this move was brilliant. Only Mu Yue sighed, with some frustration. "But I really overpaid." After laughing, Minister Mu suddenly realized something. "I heard Yi Xianjing was there today too." Mu Yue tensed up. "Yes." She then added with a serious expression, "From my observations today, Yi Xianjing really doesn't get along with the Lu family. He was against the Lu family and the prince the whole time." Mu Yue was determined to drag them all down with her. Minister Mu stroked his chin, deep in thought. Could it be that the Grand Chancellor is interested in Lu Miaoling? Mu Xingze and Mu Yue exchanged a look. "Father, what kind of logic is that?" Mu Xingze's lips twitched. "Father, where did you get that idea? Isn't it obvious?" Minister Mu analyzed with a straight face. "Yi Xianjing resents the Lu family because he can't have Lu Miaoling. That's why he's taking it out on the Lu family, the prince, and the Empress Dowager. How else can you explain it?" Beside him, Mu Yue gave her father a thumbs up, lying through her teeth. "Makes sense, right?" Minister Mu looked slightly disdainful. "My judgment is usually pretty accurate. It's just that the old fox has terrible taste in women." Mu Xingze, at first, thought it sounded plausible, but after hearing his father's explanation, he was convinced. Look at today. Yi Xianjing even went to Jinjiang Inhu specifically to make things difficult for the Lu family. When does he ever go there? Minister Mu agreed, and Mu Xingze became even more enthusiastic, especially when over a dozen people from the Lu family died. He only sent 2 people to investigate, but he sent over 20 to the prince's residence. He's clearly targeting Lu Miaoling and Xian Kun. Exactly. It seems we're on the same page. Minister Mu looked at Mu Xingze with approval. Mu Yue and Mu Xingze, unable to bear it any longer, quietly slipped away. After leaving the main hall, Mu Yue wiped the smile off her face and asked Mu Xingze about his recent findings. Mu Xingze had reviewed the cases of officials who had been buried in recent years. After comparing them, he'd actually discovered something interesting. Some of these officials were honest, but they were suddenly accused of corruption and bribery. And the people who replaced them all had close private ties to to the Liu family. He had originally intended to gather evidence against the Liu family, but the Liu family had become an unexpected bonus. Mu Yue thought for a moment and handed the booklet Yi Xianjing had given her to Mu Xingze. Mu Xingze flipped through it, his eyebrows raising in surprise. Liu Yonghui is actually connected to the Zijin Guan. This is truly unexpected. It was rumored that Dong Qi only became the head of Zijin Guan after the previous leader's death. But according to this booklet, Liu Yonghui was also involved back then. We truly underestimated him. Mu Xingze decided to visit Huanxin Tower and investigate this lead further. Back in her room, Mu Yue felt drowsy. In her hazy state, she suddenly remembered that Yi Xianjing had said he would visit the Liu residence again tonight. But she was too tired today. Figuring he had probably just said it casually, she went back to sleep. When Mu Yue woke up at dawn, she was startled by the extra person in her room. Yi Xianjing was sitting by the bed, leisurely reading a book. She didn't know how long he'd been there. Mu y frowned. Did she sleep that soundly last night? Why are you here? Mu Yue was displeased to see him intruding into her quarters again. Yi Xianjing looked at her, the corners of his lips curving slightly. I waited for you until the 4th watch. I was worried you might be killed on the way back, so I came to check on you. Mu Yue gritted her teeth. The prince is truly compassionate. Yi Xianjing looked amused. You're just realizing that now. As Mu Yue got up to get dressed, Yi Xianjing stood nearby. Why didn't you go to the Liu residence last night? Could it be that after becoming their ancestor, you started to care for your descendants? Well, they did call me ancestor. I should be a bit more considerate, Mu Yue replied sarcastically. Yi Xianjing raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. I was rather displeased waiting for you last night. In a fit of pique, I went in and killed 2 more people. As he spoke, he pulled a brocade box from his sleeve and pushed it forward. Here's a replacement for the one I promised you. Mu Yue opened the box. Inside was a blood jade bracelet, identical in style to yesterday's, but the quality was many times better. She glanced at him. Do you want a return gift? Of course. Yi Xianjing wouldn't stand on ceremony. Make me a bamboo grasshopper, bigger than the last one. Mu Yue closed the box with an impassive expression. Then keep it. Yi Xianjing, the childish one, glanced at her. Fine. With that, he took the box and turned towards the door. Mu Yue quickly chased after him and grabbed his sleeve. Where are you going? Yi Xianjing reached for the door handle. Mu Yue stepped in front of him, blocking the doorway. She pointed to the back, the window, not the door. Yi Xianjing wrapped an arm around her, his expression righteous as he continued to reach for the door. I conduct myself with propriety. I don't climb out windows. Mu Yue was exasperated. She took a step back. You take the window, I keep the bracelet. Yi Xianjing pushed his advantage. Make me a return gift. I want tomorrow. Mu Yue gritted her teeth. After their perfect negotiation, Yi Xianjing finally headed towards the window and disappeared from Mu Yue's room. Mu Yue stared at the window. She'd have someone keep a close watch on it later. Walking over to the table, she picked up the bracelet and examined it carefully. She discovered the bracelet was made of amethyst, and the blood inside seemed to be dyed with some kind of medicine. Sniffing it carefully, a medicinal fragrance wafted out, like the sap of calming incense. It really lived up to the initial claim that the purple bracelet could dispel illness. Liu Yonghui had another death in his residence last night. In the afternoon, Quan Hengji went directly to the palace to report to the emperor. However, upon entering the imperial study, he saw Yi Xianjing sitting beside Xianyu. Liu Yonghui wanted to die. He had just inquired and been told that Yi Xianjing was at his own residence. How did he appear in the imperial study so quickly? Liu Yonghui bowed to Xianyu. Your Majesty, there have been successive murders in my residence. Even the Jinjiaoyin prefecture is at a loss. I can only ask your Majesty to preside over the matter. Xianyu glanced at Yi Xianjing. Seeing him remain silent, he had to improvise. Has the Liu family offended anyone? Liu Yonghui shook his head. This humble official is utterly loyal and devoted. How could I offend such a ruthless person? This humble official worries that someone has bribed assassins from the Jianghu to use my residence to intimidate your Majesty. After all, the capital is heavily guarded. Yet this person has such influence and repeatedly enters the Liu residence to kill. They're truly audacious. Xianyu opened his mouth, then suddenly his eyes lit up. What was it that Taoist from last time? Wasn't he very powerful? Lord Liu, you can invite him to your residence to perform an exorcism. Liu Yonghui was speechless. Yi Xianjing put down the book in his hand and looked at Liu Yonghui. Lord Liu, are you questioning His Majesty's words? This official wouldn't dare. It's just that in such matters, official methods seem unlikely to bring happiness. So you're saying Taoist Dong Qi is a charlatan? Yi Xianjing raised an eyebrow. Liu Yonghui didn't know how to respond. Yi Xianjing smiled again. Then Lord Liu, why did you specifically invite Dong Qi to the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet? What were your intentions? If it weren't for the two of you colluding to deceive the Empress Dowager, Liu Yonghui now understood the taste of his own medicine. The emperor and Yi Xianjing were clearly working together to set a trap for him. Resentment simmered in Liu Yonghui's eyes. He was truly furious. Xian Yu sighed again. All right, I'll issue a decree. Take my decree and go to the Dali Temple. They will investigate the case for you. Liu Yonghui should have been happy. However, the minister of the Dali Temple was currently on leave, and the entire Dali Temple was under the control of Mu Xingze, the assistant minister. It would be a miracle if the Mu family didn't turn the tables on him. Liu Yonghui felt extremely frustrated. It seemed Mu Xianghui was truly a cunning old fox, directly placing Mu Xingze in the Dali Temple. And Mu Xingze was competent, leaving no room for criticism. But with the imperial decree, he had to go whether he wanted to or not. After dealing with Liu Yonghui, Xian Yu slumped on the table and wailed, I'm so sleepy. I want candy. Just then, eunuch Jiang entered. Your Majesty, Miss Mu has come to see you. She brought you candy. Xian Yu's eyes lit up, and he dashed out of the imperial study. Ye Yuanjing fronet displasit. How heartless. Why didn't she bring me any candy? Mu Yue handed the candy to Xian Yu. Xian Yu reached out his small hand, but before he could grab it, someone snatched it all away. He turned to see Xianjing pop a piece of candy into his mouth. Xian Yu looked sadly at his empty hands. Yi Xianjing glanced down at him and, feeling generous, picked out the smallest piece and gave it to Xian Yu. He then noticed Mu Yoyue's slightly suspicious gaze. Yi Xianjing asked, where's the bracelet? Are you wearing it? No, Mu Yue replied, having put it directly into her storage pouch. She felt it was a bit strange. What was the meaning of her wearing a bracelet given by Yi Xianjing? Yi Xianjing crunched the candy in his mouth. He scoffed. Fine, don't wear it then. After checking Xian Yu's pulse, Mu Yue found that the initial toxins in his body had been mostly cleared. After he recuperated a bit more, they could proceed to the next step. Seeing Xian Yu in good condition, Mu Yue prepared to leave after a short while. Yi Xianjing stood there with his arms crossed, looking aggrieved. Mu Yue didn't spare him a glance before leaving. Ye Yuanjing chucked it softly. His tone was light. Heartless little monster. Let's see if you can leave so easily. Sure enough, when Mu Yue arrived at the secret passage, she saw the snow domain gray wolf lying there, staring intently at her. Mu Yue gulped. She tried to reason with the wolf. Could you move aside? Let me pass. The snow domain gray wolf gave her a look. Not only did it not move, it snarled at her. Mu Yue instinctively took 2 steps back. The snow domain gray wolf seemed rather pleased with itself, baring its teeth at her. Mu Yue pointed at it. I'm warning you. Move, or I'll hit you. The snow domain gray wolf yawned, completely ignoring her threat. Mu Yue was stuck. Just you wait. When Mu Yue returned to Xian Yu's bedchamber, Xian Yu was about to undress for his bath. He quickly covered his sister. How about you peek at me bathing? Mu Yue turned around, her eyes meeting Yi Xuanjing's. Yi Xianjing stared at her with a smile. Why are you here again? What do you think? Mu Yue retorted through gritted teeth. Did you come back specifically to peek at the emperor bathing? Yi Xianjing raised an eyebrow. Mu Yue ground her teeth in anger. A playful glint entered Yi Xuanjing's eyes. He walked over to her, leaned down, and whispered, what's so interesting about a little brat? Why not look at me instead? This was the last straw. Mu Yue threw a punch at Yi Xianjing. He caught her fist effortlessly, their fingers intertwining. Why so angry? Mu Yue yanked her hand back and glared at him. She strode towards the Jing Palace doors. Yi Xianjing, his mischievous desires satisfied, stopped teasing her. He called Wen Xiao to escort her safely out of the palace. Mu Yue left the palace without incident, but instead of returning to the Xiang residence, she headed out of the city. She summoned Hong Yin and the chubby ghost. With a sardonic smile, she ordered, go catch me a female wolf. Soon a ghost floated back. Sis, how about a female pheasant? Mujoiwe. No. A celestial female fox. A cute female rabbit, Mississippi. What about a female snake, Master? After countless times wanting to punch the ghost, Hong Yin finally returned with a female wolf. See, I'm the best, right? Muyua looked at it with satisfaction and put the female wolf into her storage pouch. While the ghosts were discussing whether to add more chili or less vegetables, Muyue stealthily arrived at the Jing Prince's residence with the royal spirit king. In the distance, Yin Dai nudged Yin Qing, who was rolling around. Miss Mu is here again. Yin Qing opened his eyes and saw Mu Yue sneaking around on the roof. What is Miss Mu doing? Yin Dai shrugged, indicating he didn't know. With Miss Mu acting so suspiciously, is she planning to assassinate His Highness? Yin Qing yawned again. Both he and His Highness are odd. They don't like to sleep at night, yet they seem energetic during the day. They must have been ghosts in their past lives. North Courtyard. After Mu Yue successfully found the Snow Domain Grey Wolf's dwelling, the sleeping wolf suddenly opened its eyes. The next moment, Mu Yue threw something towards the Snow Domain Grey Wolf. The wolf snapped to attention. A female wolf was looking at him affectionately. The next morning, Yi Xianjing, returning from outside, saw Yun Qing and Yun Dai standing stiffly in the courtyard. What happened? Yi Xianjing glanced at them. Yun Qing gave an awkward smile and pointed towards the north courtyard. It's just, well, I don't know how to describe it. Yi Xianjing frowned and walked towards the north courtyard. Stepping into the courtyard, he froze. The Snow Domain Grey Wolf was passionately entangled with a scruffy female wolf. Yi Xuanjing's face darkened. He gritted his teeth. Where did she come from? Yun Qing stammered. Miss Mu came around the fourth watch. After that, there was an extra female wolf in the residence. Yin Qing had been shocked to see this scene this morning. The Snow Domain Grey Wolf was a spiritual beast, intelligent and ferocious. He didn't know if it was usually frustrated, but it was now shamelessly entangled with a female wolf. The Snow Domain Grey Wolf was no longer pure. Yin Qing silently prayed for Mu Yue. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Yi Xianjing chuckled. That vengeful little monster. To think of such a wicked trick. Ruthless. Yin Qing wasn't sure if Yi Xianjing was furious or not, as he was actually laughing. Yi Xianjing walked out of the north courtyard. Forget it. Let her have her fun. It's not worth arguing with a little monster. Besides, I provoked her first. After Yi Xianjing left, Yun Qing and Yun Dai looked at each other. That's it. Yundi zimet incredulus. Yun Qing shrugged. What else can we do? He turned back to look at the Snow Domain Grey Wolf and the scruffy female wolf. That lecherous wolf. It's truly an eyesore. Elsewhere, Mu Yue had just left the courtyard when she saw Steward Fu rushing towards her. Mississippi, something's happened. A big problem. Something happened at Miss Rue's silk shop. Many noble ladies and wives bought her fabrics, but after wearing them for a day, they either snagged or the color faded. Now a crowd is blocking the entrance to the silk shop, demanding an explanation from Miss Rue. Mu Yue's eyes darkened upon hearing this. This wasn't entirely unexpected. When I came back just now, the Kuan Princess consort also went to the silk shop. She said the silk she just bought not only faded, but the material wasn't even cloud silk. The Kuan Princess consort plans to go to the Jingzhou prefecture and sue our Mu family for cheating the common people. This matter involved Lu Miaoling and the Mu family. Mu Yue looked at Steward Fu. Leave this to me. Don't alarm father yet. Mu Yue left the residence and headed towards the silk shop. The Lu family had just suffered a setback, and now they were starting to act up again. Even if Fu Rue is an idiot, she's not there for you to use to exploit the Mu family. Fu Rue had previously worn a shoddy dress to a banquet and been ridiculed, but she hadn't taken it to heart. As a result, the fabrics sold in her silk shop were all shoddy, snagging, inferior materials. Of course, this was all Lu Miaoling's doing. She couldn't get the better of Mu Yue directly, so she naturally wanted to use the foolish Fu Rue to cause trouble for the Mu family. Lu Miaoling, along with a group of noble ladies and wives, surrounded the entrance to the silk shop. She sat in a chair, coldly watching Fu Rue kneeling before her, begging for forgiveness. She swindled so much silver. I'm afraid she'll be sentenced to 5 years of penal servitude. Fu Rue was shocked and cried out in injustice, also confused. The material she sold to Lu Miaoling was clearly genuine cloud silk. How could it be ordinary silk floss? Suddenly, she remembered how Mu Yue had humiliated Lu Miaoling a few days prior. Perhaps this was why Lu Miaoling was deliberately targeting her. Fu Rue's eyes hardened. She decided to shift the blame to the Mu family. The owner who supplied me with the fabric is good friends with my adoptive father. Lu Miaoling raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that Minister Mu was aware of this? Fu Rui wavered, thinking, after all, my adoptive father is the minister, and the fourth young master is the minister of justice. By acknowledging her as her own, instead of giving birth to her. Yes, it's Fu Rui. Mu Yue suddenly spoke, interrupting Fu Rui mid-sentence and walking over. Upon seeing Mu Yue, Lu Miaoling's face darkened completely. But to maintain a semblance of peace, Lu Miaoling addressed Mu Yue gently. Yue, you've arrived just in time. Your Mu family silk shop is passing off inferior goods as high quality. 2 days ago, I spent 50 taels on a bolt of yin brocade, but it turned out to be mian worth only 1 tael. What do you think we should do about this? Lu Miaoling put on an air of amicably consulting with Mu Yue. Several other young ladies and noble women nearby became agitated, clamoring and demanding that the matter be taken to the Jingzhou magistrate. Lu Miaoling smiled at Mu Yue and feigned helplessness. Yue, given our friendship, I'd prefer to settle this privately. Mu Yue smiled even more sweetly than she did. Who said you could settle this privately? Fu Rui, knowing Mu Yue wouldn't let her off easily, stepped forward and grabbed Mu Yue's arm. Yue, if this blows up, it will damage the Mu family's reputation. Mu Yue slapped Fu Rui's hand away, glaring at her coldly. You're adopted into the Mu family. What does their reputation have to do with you? Lu Miaoling covered her mouth and laughed. At a critical moment, your Mu family turns on each other. Isn't she the adopted daughter personally acknowledged by Minister Mu? The surrounding people began to whisper and point. Mu Yue crossed her arms, her face impassive. Someone, go to the Jingzhou magistrate and report this. While they waited, Lu Miaoling kept glancing at Mu Yue. She had initially intended to maintain a facade of peace. However, yesterday, Taoist Dong Qi informed her of a witch doctor in Manhwa City who could cure her ailment. With this new development, she no longer needed to appease Mu Yue. Besides, Mu Yue currently had many enemies in the capital, with plenty of people lining up to deal with her. Just as Lu Miaoling was feeling pleased, she suddenly felt dizzy, clutching her head and unable to speak for a moment. Seeing Mu Yue's confident demeanor, Fu Rui regretted dragging the Mu family into this. Weighing her options, Fu Rui approached Mu Yue and apologized with a smile. Mu Yue didn't even bother to look at her. Soon, officials from the Jingzhou magistrate arrived. Hei Yinji, the silk shop manager, appeared in person. The young ladies and noble women stepped forward to make their accusations. After listening, Hei Yinji instructed his subordinates to investigate. After some testing, it was confirmed that the fabric was indeed either fading or made of inferior materials. Miss Fu, how do you explain this? Fu Rui immediately cried out that she was wronged and produced receipts from the fabric supplier, claiming the supplier had told her it was yun brocade. Lu Miaoling glanced over and sneered. A bolt of fabric worth 2 taels, and you try to sell it to me as yun brocade for 50 taels. You really haven't seen quality goods, have you? Well, I suppose, being the daughter of a housekeeper, 2 taels a bolt is indeed a fine thing for you. The other young ladies and noble women joined in the laughter. Fu Rui's face flushed crimson. She continued to argue, but Hei Yinji, knowing Mu Yue's temperament and that a private settlement was out of the question, ordered the fabric supplier to be brought to the Jingzhou magistrate. As a crowd carried boxes of evidence and onlookers gathered to watch the spectacle, Fu Rui glared at Mu Yue. I don't understand what you're thinking. You can look down on me, but I'm still my adoptive father's recognized daughter. Blowing this up won't benefit the Mu family. Mu Yue stopped, grabbed Fu Rui by the collar, and said, if you want to rely on the Mu family to live well, stop acting like an ungrateful wretch. Has the Mu family ever shortchanged you all these years? Fu Rui was thrown to the ground, too frightened to speak. She could only grind her teeth in resentment. Why should she take the blame for Mu Yue's trouble? She hadn't done anything wrong. At the Jingzhou magistrate, as expected, the fabric supplier, shopkeeper Lu, denied Fu Rui's claims. He insisted he had sold ordinary brocade for 2 taels a bolt, and that Fu Rui had insisted on calling it yun brocade. What could he do? You're lying. It clearly says yin brocade on this receipt. Fu Rui's face paled, realizing she had been tricked. But shopkeeper Lu insisted he had only written the character for brocade and that Fu Rui had secretly added the character yin in front. He presented the receipt to Pei Yinji. Your Honor, look at this character 4 yen. It's different from the rest of my handwriting. It's clearly been added later. Pei Yinji examined the receipt. Indeed, the character for yin differed from the other characters. Fu Rui panicked, but no one believed her explanations. You bought fabric for 2 taels a bolt and claimed it was yin brocade. What were you thinking? Do you think we're fools? You can't be so greedy in business. Shopkeeper Lu's righteous indignation left Fu Rui speechless. Lu Miaoling added fuel to the fire. He sold you ordinary brocade, and you claimed it was yin brocade. How can you blame shopkeeper Lu? You even said he had close ties to Minister Mu. Were you trying to use the minister's influence to deceive us? Pei Yinji, weary of the bickering, wondered why Prince Jing wasn't present for this drama. He looked at Mu Yue and asked if she wanted to summon Minister Mu. Fu Rui urged her to, but Mu Yue declined. Mu Yue took the receipt, glanced at it, and smiled. The handwriting is indeed different, but the ink and strokes are the same. Shopkeeper Lu, you wrote this character with your left hand, didn't you? Shopkeeper Lu forced a laugh. Miss Mu, you're quite the joker. I wouldn't go to such lengths for a few taels. Mu Yue, ignoring his bluster, addressed Pei Yinji. Your Honor, you should have experts who can verify handwriting and ink, shouldn't you? Pei Yinji apologized. Unfortunately, they were borrowed by Prince Jing's people this morning and haven't returned yet. Shopkeeper Lu and Lu Miaoling exchanged a meaningful look. Mu Yue subtly gestured, sending Hong Yin to find the experts. Lu Miaoling seized the opportunity to smooth things over. We don't want to make things difficult for Miss Fu. After all, she's not had it easy. Fu Rui shot her a grateful look. Lu Miaoling continued, a child's misbehavior is the fault of the father. Our demand is simple. Since Mu Qingxiang acknowledges her as his daughter, let him come forward and apologize to us in front of the entire city. If he can't do that, then we'll have to ask the Jingzhou Yin magistrate to handle the case impartially. Let the punishment fit the crime. After speaking, Lu Miaoling looked triumphantly at Mu Yue. You tricked me, but I will repay you tenfold. Mu Yue curled her lip, her tone light. A child's misbehavior is the fault of the father. How very reasonable. Your proposal is excellent. Suddenly, a middle-aged man rushed into the main hall from outside. Master Shi's return is quite timely. Pei Yinji exclaimed with delight. After Shi Yuan stopped, he looked bewildered. He felt as if he had been dragged there against his will. He had been with Prince Jing, dealing with some documents, when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Then, his body was pulled back uncontrollably. Prince Jing had simply watched him, smilingly saying, Master Shi, farewell. Shi Yuan was so frightened, he thought he was on his way to the underworld. It was truly bizarre. Mei Yinji handed the documents to Shi Yuan, asking him to authenticate them. Shi Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, composed himself, and took out his tools to examine and scrutinize the documents. After a thorough comparison, he concluded, this is Haidang ink produced by the Shi family of Shizhou. It has a faint Haidang flower fragrance. Furthermore, this Haidang ink has a subtle reddish-pink sheen under sunlight. The brush used is a Shu Su brush. The calligraphy is both gentle and firm. In conclusion, both pieces of writing are by the same person. Fu Rui was overjoyed. So, what I said earlier is true. It's shopkeeper Lu who's lying. Lu Miaoling was unconvinced. Just the Haidang ink and the Shu Su brush don't prove anything, do they? Shi Yuan smiled. Princess Consort, you are unaware that this Haidang ink is unique to the Shi family of Shizhou and is extremely precious. Every sale is recorded. If you don't mind the trouble, you can go to the Shi family and verify it. Just as he finished speaking, the items confiscated by the guards from shopkeeper Lu's residence were presented. They were his writing implements and items found in his storeroom. Shi Yuan excitedly opened the box. Inside were the Haidang ink and the Shu Su brush. He also noticed a set of red coral teacups that looked familiar. Pei Yinji recognized them. These seemed to be the ones the Empress Dowager gifted Princess Consort on her wedding day. Lu Miaoling's eyes darted nervously as she denied it. Impossible. I would never give away a gift from the Empress Dowager so easily. Pei Yinji examined them carefully. The Empress Dowager mentioned that skilled artisans spent 6 months crafting this tea set. It's the only one of its kind in the world. He He then turned to shopkeeper Liu. You have incredible audacity to commission a forgery and disrespect the royal family. With the Empress Dowager involved, shopkeeper Liu panicked. He immediately knelt and confessed. The princess consort gave me the tea set. 3 days ago, she offered me the tea set in exchange for tampering with Fu Rui's documents. With both witness and evidence present, Lu Miaoling was speechless. Her seemingly flawless plan was full of holes. She had been too hasty. Pei Yinji put on a gentle expression, as if consulting with Lu Miaoling. As the princess consort mentioned, we all reside in the capital and are bound to see each other again. It wouldn't be good to make things too unpleasant. Miss Fu Rui has certainly been wrong today. You mentioned earlier that a child's misbehavior is the fault of the father. How about this? Have Lord Liu come forward and apologize to the Mu family in front of the entire city, and we'll consider the matter settled. Hearing her own words thrown back at her, Lu Miaoling was overwhelmed with anger. Dizzy and lightheaded, she suddenly fainted. The onlookers quickly moved aside, no one offering assistance. Pei Yinji looked at the crowd. The matter has been resolved. Yinqing, this incident has nothing to do with Mu Jiang or Fu Rui. Fu Rui's face lit up with joy, but Pei Yinji's voice trailed off. His expression turned serious. Fu Rui engaged in fraudulent activities. According to Xian dynasty law, her silk shop must be closed and she is forbidden from continuing her business. Someone close the shop. Without further adu, Pei Yinji issued the order. The smile vanished from Fu Rui's face as she collapsed to the ground. Lu Miaoling's attempt to frame her had backfired. As Mu Yue passed by Lu Miaoling, she suddenly crouched down, placing her fingers on Lu Miaoling's wrist. Then, she looked at Pei Yinji. Princess consort is pregnant. Master Pei, be mindful of this. She then stood up and left. The women were filled with indignation, biting their lips. Lu Miaoling is so lucky. This is Prince Consort's child, the Empress Dowager's grandson. It seems Lu Miaoling will be fine. Fu Rui seethed with resentment, gritting her teeth. Why can she be so easily forgiven? It wasn't long before the news of Lu Miaoling and shopkeeper Lu's conspiracy against Fu Rui spread like wildfire. Officers from the Jingzhaoying magistrate found Lu Yonghui and demanded he carry out the verdict, apologizing to the Mu family on behalf of his daughter in front of the entire city. Upon hearing this, Lu Yonghui was furious. He unleashed his anger on Lady Lu. This is all thanks to your wonderful daughter. A few days ago, she saddled the Lu family with a Mu ancestor, and now this, making me apologize in front of the entire city. She's completely disgraced me. Lu Yonghui's face darkened as he pondered Taoist Dongqi's words. Perhaps Dongqi was right. Miaoling truly was becoming his downfall. The officers waited outside. Lu Yonghui roared, I refuse to go. The lead officer smiled. Lord Lu, this private settlement was proposed by the princess consort herself. If you refuse, she will have to spend a few days in the Dali Temple prison. Lu Yonghui remained silent for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and left the Lu residence. He arrived at the busiest marketplace, which was already packed with people waiting for his apology to the Mu family. Mu Xiang, having received the news, had placed a chair in the center and was waiting for him. Lu Yonghui instinctively wanted to turn back. Yi Xianjin suddenly appeared. Hearing that Lord Lu was going to apologize to the Prime Minister, I came to join the fun. After saying this, Yi Xianjin walked toward the empty seat beside Mu Xiang and sat down. Mu Xiang gave the Grand Preceptor a look of utter disgust, grinding her teeth. This seat was reserved for my Tian Tian. Yi Xianjin crossed his legs. His expression relaxed. Prime Minister, I wouldn't mind if he sat on my lap. Don't even think about it. Mu Xiang retorted immediately. This shameless scoundrel. Don't even think about touching a single hair on my precious Tiantian's head. Yi Xianjin looked towards Lu Yonghui. Lord Lu, please begin. Lu Yonghui, trapped and with a bitter face, gritted his teeth. Prime Minister, I apologize. Too quiet. I can't hear you. Yi Yuanjin dramnet. Mu Xiang looked at Yi Xianjin in surprise, then at Lu Yonghui, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. How did that saying go? It takes a villain to deal with a villain. Who told Lu Yonghui to be so blind as to not notice Yi Xuanjin's affection for Lu Miaoling? It's his fault that this Grand Preceptor is now at odds with their Lu family. Serve him right. Lu Yonghui raised his voice. Prime Minister, I apologize. Insincere. At least 200 words are required. Yi Xianjin said lazily. Mu Xiang rolled her eyes at Yi Xianjin. Make it 500. The two continued to haggle, eventually settling on 5,000 words for Lu Yonghui's apology. Lu Yonghui wanted to cry. Thank you so much. Under the watchful eyes of Yi Xianjin and Mu Xiang, Lu Yonghui stood on the platform, stammering out his apology. An hour later, Yin Qing helpfully reminded him, "You're still 1,070 words short." Lu Yonghui, his face a mask of misery, racked his brains for more words. Our Lu family was narrow-minded. You already said that. Yin Qing offered a helpful hint. Lu Yonghui, filled with resentment, glared at Mu Xiang. Mu Xiang, at that moment, was sitting with Yi Xianjin, legs crossed, sipping tea with an amused expression. When dinner time arrived, Mu Xiang finally couldn't sit still any longer. She announced she was going home to eat and left. A short while later, Yi Xianjin also departed. Seeing the witnesses gone, Lu Yonghui immediately stopped and tried to leave the platform. Yin Qing stopped him. Lord Lu, you're still 500 words short. Lu Yonghui nearly exploded with rage. He continued speaking until the sun set and everyone below the platform had dispersed. Finally, he descended the platform, intending to find Lu Miaoling and settle the score with that good-for-nothing. But when his attendant cautiously informed him that Lu Miaoling was pregnant, his face instantly lit up with joy. After Mu Xiang returned to the residence, Fu Bo informed her, Miss Fu Rue has been kneeling at the entrance to your courtyard. At the mention of Fu Rue, Mu Xiang felt a pang of disappointment. 5 years ago, she could have settled Fu Rue for life with some silver. But she couldn't forget the image of the deputy steward, covered in blood, pleading with her before he died. Over the years, she had never mistreated Fu Rue, providing her with food, clothing, and shelter befitting a legitimate daughter. Yet, in the end, Fu Rue had broken her heart. Fu Rue knelt in the courtyard, knowing full well that no one was inside, yet continued to cry out, "Foster father, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Mu Yue watched the scene coldly, leaning on her staff. Fu Rue, this is your last chance. Next time we'll be even. The events that transpired at the Prime Minister's residence were quickly reported to Empress Dowager Wei, including the news of Lu Miaoling's pregnancy. Upon hearing this, Empress Dowager Wei's expression remained unchanged. She had previously thought Lu Miaoling to be meticulous and virtuous, but it turned out she was reckless and foolish. How could someone like her stand beside Kuan-er in the future and be the mother of a nation? The Mu family's legitimate daughter, on the other hand. As Empress Dowager Wei pondered, Zheng Jintian, the chief eunuch, entered and dismissed the attendants. He shared the Empress Dowager's opinion. Mu Yue was skilled in medicine and possessed unfathomable wisdom. She was no ordinary person. But I always feel that Mu Yue's relationship with Yi Xianjin is unusual. It was evident at the birthday banquet that day. Although Yi Xianjin constantly targeted her, it seemed as though he was helping her out. Zheng Jintian had been seething with hatred for Yi Xianjin ever since he crippled his right hand. If she truly has a connection with Yi Xianjin, then that old fox Mu Jiahui must have already formed an alliance with him in secret. We must act quickly. Empress Dowager Wei, clench your fist. I must keep Mu Yue for my own use. I want her to replace Lu Miaoling and become Kuan-er's princess consort. Those who obey me prosper, and those who defy me perish. If she dares to disobey me, I have plenty of ways to make her disappear from this world without a trace. After their secret discussion, Zheng Jintian attended to Empress Dowager Wei as she retired for the night. 3 hours later, Zheng Jintian emerged from the Empress Dowager's chambers. Dowager Mammy entered to attend to the Empress Dowager's hair. Lu Wanshun committed suicide out of guilt for his fabricated accusations. He left a suicide note clearing the princess consort's name, claiming she had nothing to do with it. Empress Dowager Wei glanced at Dowager Mammy. Dowager Mammy immediately replied, "This servant understands." Also, Empress Dowager Wei continued, confine Lu Miaoling to the prince's residence starting today. The people in the city are forbidden from discussing this matter further. That night, a figure in black stealthily entered Lu Wanshun's home. Just as they slipped into the bedroom, they collapsed dead. Li Shun sheathed her dagger and lit a candle. Lu Wanshun trembled with fear. They really are trying to kill me. Li Shun smiled at him. You only have one option now. Leave the capital and change your identity. Otherwise, even the gods can't save you. You don't have much time. If this assassin doesn't report back in half an hour, another wave will come. Soon, Lu Wanshun, along with his family and valuables, left the city under Li Shun's arrangements. As for his vast estate and lands, he couldn't take them with him. He left everything to the person behind Li Shun. After settling everything, Li Shun delivered the deed to Mu Yue. Her mistress is not only intelligent, but also incredibly kind. By morning, the entire capital was buzzing with the story of Lu Miaoling bribing Lu Wanshun to frame Mu Xiang, and how a respected minister was forced to apologize publicly in front of the entire city. The tea house was already bustling. Yi Xianjin then deliberately had Yun Qing deliver another imperial edict. The Empress Dowager decreed that any discussion of concubine Lu's theft of the bracelet and her framing of the Mu family's daughter was forbidden, punishable by beheading. Those who had finished their morning tea quickly rushed out, spreading the news far and wide. It was another wave of publicity. Mu Yue had just arrived at the private room when Yi Xianjin asked her for a gift. Mu Yue, speechless, took out a bamboo whip several times larger than the last one. Yi Xianjin accepted the whip with a beaming smile, her words turning sweet. She repeatedly called Mu Yue's childhood nickname, making her blush. While the two were playfully bantering, Mu Xiang arrived downstairs with several officials to enjoy some tea and snacks. Just as they were about to enter, they saw Yun Qing coming over to greet them, his voice particularly loud. Mu Xiang, recognizing him as someone from the Grand Preceptor's side, snorted and turned away, ignoring him. Yun Qing, after his greeting, hurried upstairs. The officials behind Mu Xiang began to chat amongst themselves. Guard Lin, one official said mysteriously, "Who is Prince Jing meeting here? Could he be meeting a young lady in this small tea house? Perhaps trying to be discreet." Mu Xiang snorted. A respectable young lady wouldn't look twice at him. The other officials wisely fell silent. After all, everyone knew that the Prime Minister and Prince Jing were always at odds. They went up to the second floor to their private room. In the corridor, they encountered Yun Qing standing at a doorway. Yun Qing smiled at them, watching as they entered the adjacent room. Inside the private room, Mu Yue hadn't expected Mu Xiang to be having tea there, especially next door. Yi Xianjin appeared unfazed. "With me here, no one will dare barge in. Eat your food in peace, Mu Yue." Mu Yue looked at her and thought, that's true. The tea house walls weren't very soundproof. Laughter drifted over from the next room. "Prime Minister, you're so fortunate. Your wife and children are all so outstanding. Your children are all of marriageable age, yet none of them have settled down." Mu Xiang's voice, laced with amusement, replied, "I never interfere in these matters. Whenever they bring someone they love to me, I won't object. Ye wanjin simidit kunojin. Your father sounds quite reasonable." Mu Yue took a bite of a pastry. "You're the first one excluded from that list." Yi Xianjin looked down. "Indeed. After all, he's always plotting to poison me." They sat in silence for a while longer. Hearing the continued, lively conversation next door, Mu Yue decided to slip away quietly. Yi Xianjin didn't try to stop her. Mu Yue reached the door, and just as she opened it, the door to the next room opened as well. With a bang, Mu Yue instinctively slammed the door shut, leaning against it, flustered and guilty. Yi Xianjin watched her with amusement. Hearing the slam, Mu Xiang scowled. "What was that? It seems Prince Jing really is meeting a woman here. I wonder which family's daughter it is." Several officials emerged with him. "Prime Minister, aren't you curious who Prince Jing is with?" one asked. "Not curious," Mu Xiang replied automatically. But as he spoke, he recalled the color of the skirt he'd glimpsed. It seemed familiar. Finally, as if compelled by some unknown force, they hid in a corner, waiting for Yi Xianjin and the woman to emerge. After waiting for nearly the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Yi Xianjin came out first and left in a carriage. "Look, Minister," one official said, "we've been watching for so long, and only Yi Xianjin has come out." "Minister Chow," another replied, "if they're trying to be discreet, they'd obviously leave separately." "You're right." After a while longer, a woman in a blue skirt emerged. She looked around before leaving. Seeing the woman, Mu Xiang and the others were stunned. "Isn't that the madam from the South Side Spring Fragrance Brothel? She and Yi Xianjin. I said no respectable young lady would bother with that Grand Preceptor. No wonder he was being so secretive. To think he's mixed up with a brothel madam." Mu Xiang looked disgusted, but also inexplicably relieved. After returning to the residence, the first thing Mu Yue did was change out of her skirt. She had just finished tidying up when Mu Xiang knocked on her door. Opening it, Mu Xiang glanced at the skirt she was holding and said with a smile, Yue, I just discovered Yi Xuanjin's shocking secret. I went to the tea house today and found Yi Xianjin meeting with a woman. Meeting, Mu Yue guiltily shrank back. Is that how you use that word? I thought Yi Xianjin, even at her worst, wouldn't be someone who'd mess around. But I was wrong. Her tastes are rather strong. Mu Xiang imagined the woman's face caked with makeup and wondered how Yi Xianjin could stomach it. Mu Yue, increasingly curious about what happened after she left, asked, how did this involve Yi Xuanjin's strong tastes? Who did you see, father? The madam from the spring fragrance brothel. I never would have imagined Yi Xianjin, in broad daylight, would meet with a brothel madam in a small tea house to be discreet. Mu Xiang chattered on, while Mu Yue, picturing the scene, struggled to suppress her laughter. If Yi Xianjin knew the wild conclusions her father had drawn, she'd probably be speechless. After sharing his gossip, Mu Xiang remembered Mu Xingze, whom he hadn't seen in days. When he mentioned her second brother, Mu Yue didn't hide anything. Second brother is gathering evidence of the Liu family's crimes. Mu Xiang's expression turned serious. Liu Miaoling's sudden pregnancy has given her immunity. Now is not the time to attack the Liu family. Although we could easily dispose of them in private for what they did to Tian Tian, that would be letting them off too lightly. Mu Yue's expression was subtle, her words hinting at something more. Indeed, we can't act now. We need to let Liu Miaoling rise even higher, so she can experience the pain of a sudden fall. 2 peaceful days passed. Mu Yue went to her clinic as usual. But today, a special person arrived, Prince Chu. Announce Prince Chu, Mu Yue said calmly. Your Highness, what troubles you? Prince Chu didn't speak, but placed his wrist on the table. Mu Yue placed her fingers on his pulse. A moment later, Prince Chu said, your health is quite good, Miss Mu. There's nothing wrong, is there? He gazed calmly at Mu Yue. The other day, he had clearly seen Yi Xianjin enter the tea house just before her. Afterwards, he himself had jumped out the window. That agile and nimble movement suggested someone with exceptional skills. At the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, when Xuanquan introduced this woman, he had thought she was just an ordinary girl. But now it seemed she was anything but. Mu Yue didn't know why Prince Chu had come, but she was certain he wasn't a simple man. Not wanting to get entangled with him, she maintained a professional demeanor and handed him a prescription, instructing him to get the medicine at the back. Prince Chu took the prescription without a word, smiled, and went to the back. Mu Yue frowned, unsure of his intentions. He gave off an unsettling, gloomy feeling. Back at her residence, Fu Bo handed her an invitation. Prince Chu had invited her to go boating the next day. This invitation from an unmarried man to an unmarried woman for a private outing was quite telling. But after she returned home, Prince Chu sent another gift. Mu Yue couldn't figure out what he was up to. To avoid gossip, she decided to accept the invitation and make things clear with him. The next day, Mu Yue went to Fanyan Tower for the appointment on time. Arriving at the private room, Mu Yue stopped at the door. What is the meaning of this invitation, Your Highness? I was captivated by you at first sight, Miss Mu. What do you think is the meaning of my invitation? Prince Chu's face held a smile, but his eyes were clear, devoid of any emotion. Mu Yue's expression remained indifferent. I'm sorry, but I have no feelings for Your Highness. Let's forget about this meal. Then who do you have feelings for? Yi Yuanjin. Prince Chu got straight to the point. Mu Yue disliked his condescending attitude. That doesn't seem to concern Your Highness. Without waiting for Prince Chu to reply, she pushed open the door and left. Inside, Prince Chu's face darkened, a cold smile playing on his lips. So it is. The answer is quite obvious then. At the Prince Jing's residence, Yi Xianjin looked at the 2 lovesick wolves at his feet with disgust. Yun Qing entered and reported with a smile, Your Highness, it seems Prince Chu is ardently pursuing Miss Mu. Yi Xuanjin's expression remained unchanged. He simply uttered, oh, and smiled faintly at Yun Qing. Draft an imperial edict. The northern desert bordering the city has been suffering from a severe drought recently. His Majesty is deeply worried and has decided to task Prince Chu with leading the troops to address the disaster immediately. Prince Chu was dispatched that very night to manage the desert drought. The news spread throughout the city within a month. Even Mu Xiang, slow as she was, noticed something was amiss. During breakfast, she observed Mu Yue several times starting to speak, but stopping herself. She finally asked, is there something going on between you and Yi Xianjin? Mu Yue, seeing that she couldn't avoid the question any longer, sighed. His Majesty has some health issues, so Prince Jing privately asked me to treat him. There's nothing else between us. Mu Xiang was startled for a moment, then understanding dawned. She grasped the political implications. With Empress Dowager Wei still alive, how could she tolerate a 6-year-old child standing in her son's way? So you're just treating His Majesty. Mu Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Yue calculated the days and decided to enter the palace. She arrived at Prince Jing's residence again. Entering the courtyard, her heart skipped a beat. She had assumed the female wolf she had brought in to seduce the snow wolf would have been killed and thrown out by Yi Xianjin the next day. Unexpectedly, not only was the female wolf still there, but she had also transformed into a pampered, luxurious wolf. Even more shocking, the snow wolf seemed to be quite fond of this pampered female wolf. Pouted. I didn't know you were such a thirsty wolf. Yi Xianjin walked up to her and tapped her head. Are you satisfied? I'm treating this female wolf well, all for your sake. Why don't you praise me? I've said it before, Your Highness has the heart of a bodhisattva, Mu Yue said sarcastically. She then turned and huffed. I'm going to treat His Majesty now. Entering the secret passage, Mu Yue was about to head towards the palace when she heard a roar from the other end. Yi Xianjin, let Jin out. Mu Yue stopped and looked back towards the dark end of the passage. Few people in the world dared to use the Imperial Jin. Suddenly, she recalled the rumors of the previous emperor's sudden death. A sense of unease crept into Mu Yue's heart. Yi Xuanjin's gaze was cold and indifferent as he glanced over. Suddenly, his eyes landed on Mu Yue, a glint of amusement in them. Well, you've discovered another secret of mine. To his surprise, Mu Yue simply shoved him, her face darker than his. Are you crazy? Who cares about your secrets? Stop trying to make yourself seem important. Yi Xianjin stared at her for a moment. Seeing her impatient expression, he suddenly laughed. I was trying to scare you. I didn't expect you to be completely unafraid. Are you even a woman? He had intended to frighten her, but she hadn't even flinched. Arriving at the palace, Emperor Xian was taking a nap. Mu Yue was about to leave when Yi Xianjin pulled her to another location. Walking through another secret passage, Mu Yue grew suspicious. Had this treacherous minister dug tunnels under the entire palace? At the end of the passage, Yi Xianjin gestured for her to come closer. Mu Yue approached and heard voices. It was Lu Miaoling. Mother, some time ago, it was this son's negligence that brought shame upon you. Mu Yue realized they were in the Empress Dowager's chambers. She watched from the shadows. The Empress Dowager didn't seem particularly warm towards Lu Miaoling. Why have you come to see me today? Mother, there's something I've been thinking about and I've decided to tell you. Lu Miaoling looked nervously at Empress Dowager Wei. I suspect the Chancellor's manor has secretly allied with Prince Jing. The Empress Dowager didn't seem surprised. How did you discover this? At your birthday banquet, when Yi Xianjin saved me. Lu Miaoling detailed the connection between Yi Xianjin and Mu Yue. By the end, she appeared apprehensive. The Mu family hiding their daughter for over 10 years is already suspicious. Now, she suddenly returns to the capital and becomes involved with Prince Jing. Prince Jing holds immense power in the Xian dynasty, and even His Majesty is under his control. Their intentions are clear. Empress Dowager Wei, well aware of these facts, leaned back. What are your thoughts on this? As your daughter-in-law, I am naturally on your side. I thought about it all night. Since Chancellor Mu wants to use Mu Yue to connect with Prince Jing, we should sever that connection first. Lu Miaoling no longer needs Mu Yue. She can't tolerate Mu Yue living peacefully, not even for a moment. If Mu Yue loses her purity, Mother, do you think Prince Jing will still want her? It's best if she's defiled by the lowest of men. That would be the most fatal blow to the Mu family. Empress Dowager Wei looked at Lu Miaoling with a profound expression upon hearing this. Don't act rashly. I have my own plans. Lu Miaoling had been quite certain, but upon hearing these words, the smile froze on her face. Why did everyone tell her not to act rashly? She had humbled herself to seek reconciliation with Mu Yue. She had endured enough. Do you know why you repeatedly lose to Mu Yue? Empress Dowager Wei asked impassively. Lu Miaoling didn't speak. Because you're short-sighted. Empress Dowager Wei's tone was heavy. Just focus on your pregnancy now. Don't interfere in other matters. Seeing that Empress Dowager Wei intended to keep Mu Yue alive for a while, Lu Miaoling became anxious. What? Are you dissatisfied? Empress Dowager Wei's eyes narrowed, staring at Lu Miaoling with displeasure. Weren't you able to conceive this child thanks to Mu Yue's medical skills? Lu Miaoling shivered involuntarily. So the Empress Dowager knew everything. After Lu Miaoling left, Empress Dowager Wei summoned Zheng Jian for a discussion. Before Yi Xianjin makes his next move, find a way to make sure Mu Yue and Prince Kun consummate their relationship. Only then can I firmly grasp the entire situation in my hands. Yi Xianjin, overhearing the conversation, said sarcastically, "Look at this mess. My pristine reputation has been ruined by you. Who told you to be so nosy?" Mu Yue retorted even more sarcastically. However, she hadn't expected Empress Dowager Wei to set her sights on her. Sin quer nonchalant attitude, Ye Yuanjin snorted. Regardless, we're in the same boat now. Are we never going to get past this two-timing thing? Mu Yue said, starting to walk back. I'll handle this myself. As you wish, Yi Xianjin replied. Then I'll take my leave. Suit yourself. Mu Yu walked away Shaosada. Yi Xianjin stared at her back until she disappeared from sight, then chuckled and shook his head helplessly. There's just no dealing with this little monster. Not long after, Yi Xianjin walked toward the secret passage leading away from the palace. Now to deal with another restless character. Yi Xianjin pushed open a sealed door. Inside was a disheveled, ragged man. Ye Yuanjin, let me out, you traitor. Yi Xianjin held up a finger, signaling for silence. A bloodthirsty smile flickered in his cold eyes. Bored, are we? Come on, let me show you something interesting. Soon, shameful sounds emanated from the Empress Dowager's bedchamber. Yi Xianjin grabbed the man, forcing him to watch the indecent scene unfolding before him. The man trembled with rage, but couldn't utter a sound. Yi Xianjin, however, laughed with relish. He yanked the man's hair. Feel the humiliation. The middle-aged man stared at Yi Xianjin with wide eyes, filled with murderous intent. Yi Xianjin continued to laugh. Xianlong, I told you a long time ago. If you want to kill me, then come at me. Let's see who ends up killing whom. Even now, you're still Bufu, nothing more than a stray dog. After locking Xianlong back in the secret passage, Yi Xianjin gazed at the former emperor, now the prisoner. A faint smile played on his lips. I really enjoy this. Watching you hate me, but being unable to do anything about it. Recently, Mu Yue woke up one morning to find Dome Mama from the Empress Dowager's palace at her residence. Miss Mu, the Empress Dowager requests your presence. Mu YYE feignet de surprise. Is it appropriate for the Empress Dowager to summon me? Please come, Miss Mu. Don't keep the Empress Dowager waiting. Dome Mama looked directly at Mu Yue, a slightly haughty expression on her face. Wait a moment. I'll get ready and come with you. Mu Yue walked a few steps towards the back courtyard and signaled to Li Shun, who was waiting in the shadows. Li Shun understood and headed towards Prince Kuen's residence. Meanwhile, at Prince Kuen's residence, Lu Miaoling was reprimanding Ruan Shi, one of Prince Kuen's concubines. How dare you show such disrespect to this princess? Do you wish to usurp my position? I wouldn't dare, Your Highness. Knowing that Prince Kuen wasn't present, Ruan Shi didn't dare to provoke Lu Miaoling. Lu Miaoling scoffed. Let me tell you, even if you give birth before me, your child will be a bastard, forever hidden from the light of day. The child in my womb is the prince's rightful heir. Do you understand? Ruan Shi lowered her head, suppressing her resentment. Yes, Your Highness, I understand. Suddenly, something struck the back of Lu Miaoling's head. Who's there? Lu Miaoling turned around, clutching her head. Ruan Shi picked up the crumpled paper from the floor and offered it with both hands. Your Highness, look at this. Lu Miaoling snatched the note, her face paling after reading it. Summon Mu Yue to the palace. She looked around. Where is His Highness? Is he in the residence? He was summoned to the palace earlier. Ruan Shi replied. Lu Miaoling lost her composure and hurried towards the residence's exit. Behind her, Ruan Shi stroked her belly and laughed. Go on, make a scene. The bigger the better, you fool. Just as Mu Yue's carriage entered the palace gates, she saw Lu Miaoling clutching her stomach, writhing in pain on the ground. Mu Yue played along, feigning concern. What's wrong with the princess? Lu Miaoling's maid answered anxiously. My princess has been experiencing stomach pains since this morning. We went to the Chancellor's manor to seek Miss Mu's help, but heard she had come to the palace. We rushed here immediately. I see. Someone help the princess to a comfortable place to lie down. Seeing this, Dome Mama wanted to intervene, but hesitated. If something were truly wrong with Prince Kuen's wife, she couldn't bear the responsibility. After considering the situation, Dome Mama quickly sent a young eunuch to inform the Empress Dowager. After shutting Dome Mama and the others out, Mu Yue looked at Lu Miaoling. They're gone. Stop pretending. The pained expression vanished from Lu Miaoling's face, replaced by a look of disdain. Mu Yue, I'm helping you. What's with that expression? Mu Yue, so you're indifferent. Well, thank you anyway. Let me tell you the truth. The Empress Dowager wants to ruin you, to make you the Kuan King's woman. Lu Miaoling has already guessed the Empress Dowager's plan. That old woman is truly ruthless. She wants to use Mu Yue for her own purposes, but it's a slap in the face to Lu Miaoling. Although she wants to ruin Mu Yue more than anyone, she will never allow anyone to covet what she considers hers. After staying in the side room for a while, several footsteps could be heard outside. Empress Dowager Wei arrived. Xianro and Xian Kuan came with her. Mu Yue was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected development. She reached into her storage pouch and fiddled with the imperial spirit net. Two shadows flew out from within. The fat ghost and the beast ghost emerged, excitedly attaching themselves to Xianro and Xian Kuan. Seeing Mu Yue there, Xianro's eyes blazed with fury. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly swayed, turning and rushing towards Lu Miaoling. Oh my goodness, sister-in-law, what happened to you? You scare me so badly my heart almost stopped. Xianro grasped Lu Miaoling's hand, chattering warmly. Lu Miaoling felt somewhat uncomfortable with this enthusiastic display. Mu Yue, suppressing a smile, gave a perfunctory curtsy to Empress Dowager Wei and Xian Kuan. Xian Kuan waved his hand at her. No need for such formalities. We're all friends. With that, he pushed Xianro aside and took Lu Miaoling's hand. Miaoling, are you all right? I was so worried about you. Are you hungry? How about I cook you some noodles? Having been married to Xian Kuan for so long, this was the first time Lu Miaoling had seen such affection in his eyes. She finally felt a sense of triumph. Empress Dowager Wei, watching this scene, wondered what tricks they were playing. She glanced at Mu Yue and asked meaningfully, Miss Mu, how is the Kuan princess's health? Mu Yue replied, the Kuan princess is newly pregnant, and her condition is unstable. She needs plenty of rest. The Empress Dowager was about to speak when Xuan Roho Bushid Xuan Kun Aside. Get out of the way. Sister-in-law, you can't go on like this. My brother is a clueless oaf, clumsy, and useless. He definitely can't take care of you. Xian Kuan, subjected to this unprovoked personal attack, pointed at her. You be more civilized. I cherish my wife and wouldn't dream of neglecting her. How can I not take good care of Miaoling? With mother and everyone here, I swear to the heavens, besides you, I will never touch another woman. Lu Miaoling felt like she was dreaming. Was all of this real? Mu Yue suddenly covered her face, feigning being moved. The Sun King and the Kuan princess's love is truly unshakable. It's so touching. Empress Dowager Wei, her face grim, was momentarily speechless by this coordinated performance from the siblings. She had originally planned to pave the way for Mu Yue to marry Xian Kuan, even if he was unwilling. Unexpectedly, these two useless individuals had completely blocked her plan. Lu Miaoling, rarely experiencing Xian Kuan's tenderness, felt her heart soften. She leaned against him. My lord. Xian Kuan looked slightly disgusted. Xianro stroked his chin. Brother, since sister-in-law isn't feeling well, quickly take her back to the manor to rest. With those words, Xian Kuan, possessed by the beast ghost, stood up and lifted Lu Miaoling into his arms. He walked towards the exit with effort, grumbling, why is this woman so heavy? Empress Dowager Wei, her mood completely ruined, looked at Mu Yue. I originally wanted to invite you to chat with me, but it seems it will have to be another day. Not long after leaving the palace and sitting in the carriage back to the manor, the fat ghost floated back. Oh my, that was exhausting. Good performance, though. Mu Yue looked at him with a smile. These three ghosts were truly a treasure. The fat ghost, basking in the praise, puffed up. Of course. Let me tell you, your old pal here is the top dog among this generation of ghosts. Say, do you have any way to let me possess someone for a longer time? I've been a ghost for so long. I really want to be human again. Mu Yue pondered for a moment. Why didn't you reincarnate in the first place? The fat ghost sighed. I was wronged and murdered in my previous life. I was a deeply sinful person. Even if I reincarnated, I would be reborn as an animal in my next life. It's better to just drift like this. Mu Yue leaned against the carriage wall. I'll send you to be reincarnated when I have the chance. Meanwhile, back at the Kuan King's manor, the ghost-possessed Kuan King dumped Lu Miaoling unceremoniously. Gone. Lu Miaoling asked Exiner unwillingly. Are there any arrangements at the palace recently? Exiner thought for a moment and replied, in 5 days, it's the annual prayer day at Qingjing Temple. Hearing this, Lu Miaoling smiled. Prayer day good. It would be quite interesting if Mu Yuyue were to do something disgraceful at such an important event. A few peaceful days passed. Mu Xiang went to inform everyone. When Mu Shuyan returned, she noticed, unusually, that her fourth son, Mu Jingyu, was also at the manor. The palace issued a decree this morning. Tomorrow, all officials of the third rank and above are to accompany their families to Qingjing Temple for prayers. Prepare yourselves accordingly. Dress simply. Mu Xiang relayed the news, then looked around. Where has that second son been all these days? That rascal is never around. Is he planning on guarding the city gates again? Just as she spoke, a noise came from the other side of the wall. All four of them looked over. They saw Mu Xingze perched on the wall, about to jump down. Mu Xingze froze. What a coincidence. Why is everyone in the backyard? Mu Xiang was the first to react. Get down here and come in through the main gate. Why are you climbing the wall? Are you a thief? Where have you been? We haven't seen you for almost 10 days, Mu Xiang asked, her tone relatively calm. Mu Xingze gave her a mysterious smile. Gathering some things, Mu Xiang immediately understood. This boy was up to something big again. It seemed he had made more progress with the Liu family. As everyone began to leave, Mu Shuyan suddenly spoke. Recently, in the palace, I've noticed something unusual. The Empress Dowager and that General Zheng, the current commander of the Imperial Guard, seem to have an unusual relationship. Unusual? Mu Xiang's mind immediately went to the gutter. I go to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. Several times, when leaving, I've run into General Zheng entering the Empress Dowager's palace. And each time, he stays until after midnight before leaving. Mu Shuyan's implication was clear. Mu Xiang frowned, thinking about how Yi Xianjin had suddenly dismissed Zheng Jian from his post, only to reinstate him at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. She then recalled something Tian Tian had said earlier. People aren't necessarily upright behind closed doors. So, Yi Xianjin and Tian Tian must have known something all along. Mu Xiang pondered for a long time, then sighed. It seemed Yi Xianjin had everything firmly in his grasp. The entire Xian dynasty was like a plaything in his hands. He had stirred up trouble between various countries, gained the late emperor's favor, and secured the Xian dynasty's position as the strongest nation. Now, with the current emperor also under his control, the entire Xian dynasty was completely dominated by Yi Xianjin. She wondered whether this was a blessing or a curse. Xianjing had been particularly bored these past few days. Sitting in the courtyard, he played with the braided grasshopper Mu Yuyue had given him. You little monster, why haven't you come to see this king yet? Just then, Yinxing entered with Mu Xingze. Xianjing quickly looked behind him, but she wasn't there. As Mu Xingze walked in and was about to speak, Xianjing asked, "Why are you here alone?" Mu Xingze didn't react immediately. Should I have brought half a person? Yinxing quietly interjected, "Is Miss Mu busy today?" Mu Xingze immediately sensed something unusual. Not wanting to cause trouble for Tian Tian, he casually lied. Tian Tian is at home embroidering. She can embroider. Xianjing raised an eyebrow in disbelief. He tried to imagine what strange things she would embroider. Mu Xingze continued his lie with a straight face. Well, girls like these kinds of needlework. After all, they can embroider pouches for the men they admire. Xianjing considered this and agreed wholeheartedly. Seeing that he had successfully dodged that question, Mu Xingze quickly moved on to a serious topic. Your Highness, according to the spies you placed in various countries, Beiyin, Fanggu, and Tianyao have been exchanging envoys frequently and engaging in trade to strengthen their national power. They have tried to persuade Huasheng several times, but their empress seems unwilling to interact with them too much. The empress also rejected marriage proposals, stating that she wouldn't allow any princess to marry into another country. Also, Li Ruixian has been in close contact with the border. His son, Li Yuanling, is stationed at the border and has been interacting with Beiyin and Fanggu. Yi Xianjin listened quietly, then suddenly asked, Li Yuanling studied cultivation techniques at the Han Guang sect, didn't he? Mu Xingze nodded in confirmation. Early that morning, the royal convoy and the Baiguan convoy traveled together to the Qingjing Temple outside the city. Abbot Wu Hua of Qingjing Temple came forward to greet and pay his respects. The young emperor skipped up the temple steps. Finally, I can get some fresh air. I'm so happy. Behind him, Lu Miaoling saw Mu Yue and smiled. Everyone who's supposed to be here is here today. Today will be the most exciting day of Mu Yue's life. Another carriage arrived. The crowd parted. When Yi Xianjin emerged, exuding a noble and compelling aura, everyone was astonished. The young ladies blushed, stealing glances at him. They quickly lowered their heads. Honestly, there's no man in the entire Xian dynasty who can compare to Prince Jin's elegant demeanor. There's no other man as handsome and refined as him. Everyone greeted him, but he ignored them. He walked directly to Mu Yue's side and whispered, in a voice only they could hear, "I'll come find you later." He continued walking. Mu Yue frowned slightly, then quickly composed herself. Why is he looking for me again? This cunning minister, everyone tries to curry favor with him by imitating his clothing. Unlike him, who enjoys going against the grain, he dresses so elaborately and exquisitely, as if he's afraid people won't notice how handsome he is. Mu Xingze saw Yi Xianjin pause beside Tian Tian and remembered something. He lowered his voice. By the way, I went to Prince Jing's residence yesterday, and he asked about you. I didn't know if he had something important to discuss, so I didn't want to say you were idle. I told him you were at home embroidering pouches and things. Don't let it slip if he asks you about it. Mu Yue suddenly stopped, looking at Mu Xingze with an A-chap expression, startling him. Mu Yue gave a wry smile. Brother, next time, just tell him I'm idle. Inside the Buddhist hall, everyone took turns praying. After Mu Yue finished and walked away, Lu Miaoling signaled to a monk in the crowd behind her. The monk nodded. He approached Mu Yue. Miss, His Royal Highness requests your presence. Mu Xiang frowned and wanted to follow, but Mu Yue made an excuse to leave her behind. Mu Yue was led to a secluded meditation room. After she entered, the young monk suddenly closed the door. Mu Yue calmly watched him, detecting an unusual, sweet fragrance. The young monk gave her a sinister smile. Footsteps approached from behind. She turned to see 5 more monks, dressed similarly, their eyes raking over her with greedy and amazed expressions. I can't believe such good fortune has fallen upon us. This girl is even more beautiful than a celestial fairy. Mu Yue thought to herself. Finding a few fake monks must have taken some effort. The lead monk rubbed his hands excitedly. Come, let your brother have some fun with you. He lunged towards Mu Yue. The other 5 followed suit. Mu Yue stood her ground, a murderous glint in her eyes. As the closest one reached her, she swiftly reached out, grabbed his neck, and twisted. A cracking sound echoed. The monk's eyes widened as his body crumpled to the floor. The others recoiled in shock. Mu Yue's expression remained cold. Scared now. Weren't you going to have some fun with me? Come on then. The remaining fake monks, realizing they had underestimated her, attacked. Lu Miaoling, having timed it perfectly, approached the meditation room, avoiding the others. Learning from the past, she needed to confirm whether the fake monks had succeeded before notifying the others. She pushed open the door, but before she could enter, several monks flew out one after another through the opening and closing door. Lu Miaoling recoiled in terror. Looking up again, she saw Mu Yue looking at her with a smile. Lu Miaoling bribed the monks to ruin Mu Yue's reputation, but Mu Yue had anticipated her scheme. She even ran into Lu Miaoling, who was trying to escape. As Lu Miaoling turned, a force came from behind, and a hand clamped down on her shoulder. Lu Miaoling, I think I need to teach you how to kill someone properly. Mu Yue's icy voice rang in her ear. Lu Miaoling's scalp went numb. Just as she was about to scream, the world spun around her. When she came to, she was lying on the ground. Mu Yue's foot was on her stomach. It seemed that with just a little pressure, she would die silently like the person at the door. Mu Yue pressed down slightly on Lu Miaoling's stomach. No! Lu Miaoling screamed in terror. She had finally managed to conceive this child. It absolutely couldn't be lost now. Lu Miaoling, beg me, Mu Yue said, looking down at her regally. Lu Miaoling was drenched in sweat from fear. Mu Yue, I beg you, please spare me. Spare the child in my womb. When I left, I told my Yue, if I don't return in an hour, she'll bring people here. Then you won't escape either. Mu Yue reached out and grabbed her throat, lifting her up. Is this how you beg? Lu Miaoling felt herself suffocating, wailing in pain. Igre, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please spare me. Let me go, okay? Mu Yue stopped. A deep, aged voice sounded from the doorway. Mu Yue turned, her gaze meeting Li Ruixian's. She showed no fear. Old General Li, in what capacity are you standing here lecturing me? Mu Yue looked at the unconscious Lu Miaoling, her eyes cold. It was a day for prayer in a solemn place like a Buddhist temple. Yet these people were acting so despicably. She wouldn't hesitate to start killing here. The two faced each other. Footsteps approached outside the meditation room. Then Lu Yonghui pushed the door open. Mu Yue, you're audacious. He had been worried that Lu Miaoling would act on her own again, so he had people watching her. When someone reported that she had left alone, he sensed something was wrong and came here, avoiding the crowd. As expected, something had happened. Mu Yue, seeing everyone assembled, sneered. Lu Yonghui, I didn't come looking for you, but you delivered yourself to me. You saw me and didn't stay hidden like a turtle. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Lu Yonghui felt fear and instinctively hid behind Li Ruixian. In that fire, one of you was the mastermind, and the other was an accomplice. Shouldn't we settle the score? Mu Yue took a whip from her storage pouch and gently stroked its surface. Li Ruixian seemed much calmer than Lu Yonghui. You have no proof. That fire was ruled an accident. No proof. Mu Yue feigned surprise. Then a smile touched her lips. Then today can also be ruled an accident. Mu Yue flicked her wrist, and the whip, as if alive, lashed towards Li Ruixian. He dodged. Seeing the tricky situation, Lu Yonghui quickly thought it over. Since Li Ruixian was here, the two of them might be able to defeat Mu Yue. He charged forward to confront her. Lu Yonghui's every attack was infused with deadly spiritual energy, but after several rounds, he hadn't even touched the corner of Mu Yue's clothes. Finally, Mu Yue, whip in hand, knocked an incense burner to the ground, scattering ashes. She then kicked Lu Yonghui. In the same manner as before, she stepped on Lu Yonghui's head, pressing it into the incense burner. The incense burner had just been burning, and the scalding ashes stuck to his face. Lu Yonghui struggled in pain. Mu Yue showed him no mercy, keeping her foot firmly planted. Dealing with this kind of dog doesn't even require a hair's breadth of mercy. Mu Yue, do you not want your mother's remains anymore? Li Ruixian's sinister voice came from behind. Mu Yue tilted her head. You're not qualified to negotiate with me. Li Ruixian clenches fists. More and more footsteps approach from outside. Mu Yue spoke slowly. Does old General Li also want to be disgraced? Li Ruixian weighed his options and turned to leave. As he walked out of the meditation room, he bumped into Yi Xianjin, who was slowly approaching. They exchanged glances, but said nothing. Yi Xianjin entered the room and saw the chaos. Someone's temper is quite fiery today. Seeing Yi Xianjin, Mu Yue suddenly lost her desire to kill. She wanted to change her approach. While Lu Yonghui still had a breath left, she released him. He scrambled away, coughing violently. People would be arriving soon. Mu Yue crossed her arms. She asked Lu Yonghui, someone's going to be humiliated today. Will it be you or Lu Miaoling? Lu Yonghui glanced fearfully at the meditation room. Seeing the monks lying there, he could guess what Lu Miaoling had tried to do. What an idiot, causing trouble for nothing. Lu Yonghui deeply felt that Dong Qi's words were right. This girl was a stumbling block, but she was pregnant, the best bargaining chip to appease the Kuan King and the Empress Dowager. Miaoling can't be implicated at this juncture. Lu Yonghui's eyes darted around. How about my wife instead? He offered his own wife to protect his foolish daughter. Mu Yue and Yi Xianjin exchanged a knowing look, expressing their satisfaction. Inwardly, they were truly disgusted by the Lu family. Master Lu, she's your wife after all. Isn't this a bit much? Lu Yonghui saw their performance, but did he have a choice? He had to protect Miaoling and himself. As long as he could get out of this alive, the future was uncertain. With life on the line, what's one wife? Being able to die for the Lu family is his good fortune. Yi Xianjin sighed twice. No wonder everyone says if men were reliable, sows could climb trees. Our men's reputation has been ruined by people like you. Mu Yue gave him an amused glance. As if your own reputation is so great. If I were in his shoes, I would never trade my wife away. Yi Xianjin took Mu Yue's hand and looked at her earnestly. She didn't avoid his gaze. Wait until you have a wife before you say that. Then, looking at Lu Yonghui, he said, Lord Lu, a man of his word, I presume. Lu Yonghui's face was ashen. Mu Yue's smile reached her eyes. Lu sure isn't deserving of pity. When the original Mu Yue was confined to the Lu family, Lu sure often tried to intimidate her. Sometimes because she had just given blood to Lu Miaoling and hadn't recovered, she wanted to wait a couple of days before giving blood again. Lu Sure, however, thought she was being disobedient and often beat her in private. More than half the rituals were completed when a major incident occurred at the Qingjing Temple. Something happened in the Western Meditation Hall. It said that someone couldn't find the minister's wife. After searching everywhere, they discovered her meeting privately with several monks. How dare she, with the princess's mother present, behave so shamelessly? Several official wives gathered together, gossiping. Not long after, the disheveled Madame Lu was bound and brought to the main hall. Everyone watched this disgraceful scene. On the throne, the young emperor glared furiously at the people below, slamming his fist on the table, debauching the sacred Buddha. You're shameless. I will sentence you to eat excrement. Empress Dowager Wei's face was also dark, but she felt the whole affair was both absurd and pitiful. Lu Yonghui slapped Madame Lu. You wretch. Carrying on in private is one thing, but to do so at such a solemn occasion. Simply, Lu Yonghui trailed off, then knelt down, crying and wailing. It is this minister's failure to discipline his wife. Your Majesty, please punish me. Madame Lu looked at Lu Yonghui, tears streaming down her face. Lu Yonghui had personally come to find her, saying there was something to discuss in the meditation hall. She never imagined what awaited her would be this. Lu Miaoling stood pale in the crowd, not daring to step forward. She bit her lip hard, filled with regret. Her impulsive act had harmed her mother. Yet, she was also relieved that she wasn't the one pushed out in the end. Mu Xiang watched the Lu family coldly, without a trace of sympathy. Remembering how Mu Yue had just been called away by the young monk, she now understood everything. Damn the Lu family. Mu Xiang stepped forward. Your Majesty, today is the annual prayer ceremony. Lu Yonghui's failure to manage his household has led to Lu Shi's disgraceful behavior, defiling the Buddhist temple. Your Majesty, please punish the entire Shangshu manor and make an example of them. Many officials also stepped forward, echoing the call for punishment. Yi Xianjin glanced around, trying to gauge his uncle's thoughts. He tilted his head slightly towards Empress Dowager Wei. Empress Dowager Wei sighed. This matter, Minister Lu is also a victim, unaware of the situation. For their sake, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager's meaning was clear. The emperor looked at Yi Xianjin. Finally, he decreed that Lu Shi be sent to Dali Temple for immediate execution. Furthermore, due to Lu Yonghui's failure to manage his household, he is hereby stripped of his position as minister and demoted to the 7th-rank position of Innerka Secretary. Lu Yonghui collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. That secretarial position was merely a minor role responsible for record-keeping. The Lu family's glory had crumbled in an instant. Li Ruixian took a deep breath and shook his head at Lu Yonghui, a good-for-nothing who only causes trouble. The prayer ceremony ended unhappily. Lu Miaoling didn't even dare to look at Madame Lu, quickly walking away. Many people pointed and whispered behind her. Lu Miaoling kept her face impassive. Mu Yue, however, felt incredibly refreshed, until Yi Xianjin appeared beside her, asking with interest, I heard you can embroider pouches now. Mu Yue looked straight ahead, not even glancing at Yi Xianjin. Seeing is believing. Hearsay doesn't count. Embroidering pouches. That's giving me too much credit. So Mu Xingze is covering for me. Ye Yuanjin fronit, se mingli displasit. Mu Yue stopped. Yi Xianjin, you are not allowed to make things difficult for my second brother. Seeing her defend Mu Xingze like this, Yi Xianjin put on a wounded expression. Am I such an unreasonable person? What do you think? This scheming fox is full of tricks. Mu Yue continued walking, ignoring him. Many officials and their families were also around, curious about the two of them walking together. As far as they knew, this was the first time Prince Jean had walked and talked with a woman like this. Moreover, when Mu Yue spoke, he would lean down slightly to listen attentively. He wouldn't even bend his waist to greet the emperor. Mu Xiang, who was walking far behind, saw this scene. That detestable villain was actually so close to his precious daughter. Mu Xiang's eyes widened, and he was about to rush forward. Mu Xingze quickly grabbed him. Father, slow down. Don't stop me. Don't you see that villain walking with your sister? So close. Is he trying to seduce our Tian Tian? Mu Xiang grew increasingly agitated. Although he usually teased Mu Yue, he had to admit, that brat had the looks to attract women. What if Tian Tian fell for him? The Mu family would be in chaos. Mu Xingze, aware of their relationship, quickly made an excuse. Today's incident with the Liu family was targeted at Tian Tian. It's not convenient for the emperor to inquire about the details, so he naturally sent Prince Jin to ask. Mu Xiang paused, considering this. It seemed to make sense. He stared intently at their backs, chanting to himself, "Must stay calm, must stay calm." Just then, several officials who were on good terms with him approached. Seeing them, Mu Xiang regained his composure, his demeanor distant yet polite. "Prime Minister, today's incident with Liu Yonghui was quite the spectacle. He even lost his position as minister. I wonder who will be the new minister." The minister oversees the 6 ministries. Countless people in the court are eyeing that position. Everyone wants to know who will benefit from such a desirable position. Mu Xiang remained expressionless. The emperor has his own plans. As ministers, we shouldn't speculate. The officials exchanged awkward glances and nodded with forced smiles. Mu Yue reached her carriage. As she was about to board, Yi Xianjin grabbed her wrist. Lowering his voice, he asked, "Are you free tonight? What do you want?" Mu Yue asked. She had to know what this villain was up to before deciding if she was free. Yi Xuanjin's eyes danced with amusement as he met her gaze. Will Mu Yue come or not? Mu Yue glanced at him sideways. Yi Xianjin smiled, having already seen the answer in her eyes. Without another word, he turned and left. By the time Mu Xingze had finished dealing with the Liu family's affairs, it was already late at night. Mu Xiang urged Mu Xingze to sit down and rest. I knew Liu Yonghui was shameless, but I didn't expect him to be that shameless. He even threw his own wife under the bus. What coward! Mu Xingze smiled faintly. Indeed, decades of marriage, and he discarded her without a second thought. He took a few bites of food. You wouldn't believe how much gold and silver he had stashed in his study. My hands were filthy from counting it all. Hua Luo and the other 2 stared at him intently. Mu Xiang put down her chopsticks. "Xingze, we can't keep this money. It's all dirty money Liu Yonghui extorted. It wouldn't be right for us to take it. Of course I know that. Many areas outside the capital are suffering from famine. So I plan to convert all of this into cash and distribute it to the famine-stricken areas, to the people there." Mu Xingze explained his plan. Mu Xiang nodded in approval, but with a hint of worry. This must not go through the local officials. Otherwise, the people will likely receive very little. "Leave it to me," Mu Xingze interjected. Mu Yue nodded. "I can help too." Seeing her family working together, Mu Xiang was deeply moved. "Good. You're all good children of the Mu family." Late at night, Mu Yue, dressed in black, slipped out the back window and headed straight for the Li residence. Near the Li residence, she saw a dark figure already waiting. "I thought you weren't coming again." Yi Xianjin had been waiting for her for a long time and was almost about to go looking for her. "Sorry, I overslept." Mu Yue hadn't expected him to be so punctual. Yi Xianjin didn't argue with her. All that mattered was that she was here. Yun Qing and Yun Dai hid in the shadows, yawning repeatedly. "Aren't they ever tired?" Yun Qing yawned, leaning against a tree trunk and starting to doze. "Tired? These 2 are energetic enough to kill 100,000 men in one go." Inside the Li residence, Mu Yue followed Yi Xianjin, deftly avoiding the guards and patrols. Mu Yue noticed the Li residence's layout was particularly complex, with traps and even arrays in several places. Yet, Yi Xianjin moved through it as if he were in his own backyard, displaying an uncanny familiarity with the terrain. Finally, he led her to an artificial hill. "Let's do something exciting." Mu Yue looked at him, feeling a strange sense of anticipation. "You're going along with this. Aren't you even going to ask what we're doing?" Yi Xianjin leaned closer, a playful glint in his eyes. Mu Yue punched him lightly. "Be serious. What's not serious about this?" Yi Xianjin caught her hand, feigning innocence. Mu Yue glared at him, her face suddenly flushing. Looking into her clear, bright eyes, Yi Xianjin felt a fleeting sense of familiarity, though he couldn't place it. Just then, footsteps approached. Yi Xianjin glanced towards the sound and pulled Mu Yue's hand, leading her forward. Mu Yue looked at her hand in his, a strange feeling stirring within her. She shifted uncomfortably, trying to pull away, but his grip was firm. She had no choice but to follow. They arrived at Li Ruixian's bedroom. Inside, Li Ruixian seemed to sense something amiss. As he frowned, Yi Xianjin casually looked up and, with a flick of his wrist, sent a stream of black light into Li Ruixian's forehead. Li Ruixian froze. Mu Yue frowned. looking at Yi Xianjin in disbelief. Black Xianling technique. So he also possessed the ability of Tongming. No wonder Yi Xianjin had looked so amused while watching Xianro, possessed by the fat ghost, at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. Are you doing it, or am I? Yi Xianjin asked, seeing her standing there dumbfounded. Doing what? Mu Yue had barely finished speaking when a knife appeared in Yi Xuanjin's hand. No way, really. We're gonna kill the old man tonight. Isn't that too easy on him? Mu Yue felt it wasn't the right time. Yi Xianjin considered this seriously. It's all right. It'll grow back anyway. Grow back? What will? Before Mu Yue could understand, Yi Xianjin shoved a lock of hair into her hand. Mu Yue stared at the strands of Li Ruixian's hair, then at Yi Xianjin clumsily trying to cut more with his knife. Your knife is dull. Didn't you sharpen it before leaving? Mu Yue couldn't bear to watch any longer. She pulled her sharpened knife from her storage pouch and handed it to him. Yi Xianjin took it. Thanks. With one slice, the blade proved its sharpness. Ye Yuanjin pires mu yuyus, sharpening sikis. Examining Li Ruixian's hair, he remarked, the old man keeps his hair in good condition. Just right for making you a horsetail whisk. Mu Yue was speechless. Then Yi Xianjin continued. So, as a proper exchange of gifts, what do you have for me? Mu Yue realized she'd walked into a trap. He'd led her on this whole charade just for this. Keep the whisk for yourself, she said, turning to leave. Yi Xianjin followed. Leaving already? Aren't you going to the Li family vault? Fine, Mu Yue relented, turning back. Yi Xuanjin's eyes lit up with amusement. So it's settled then. I cut this hair myself. So, as a proper exchange, you have to make me a gift with your own hands, understand? Entering the Li family vault, a wave of icy air washed over them, as if they had stepped into the depths of winter. Yet, both Mu Yue and Yi Xianjin, in their light clothing, seemed perfectly comfortable, unaffected by the cold. The same thought crossed both their minds. Is she a ghost? Remembering Li Ruixian's threats at the Qingjing temple, Mu Yue felt a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Could her mother's remains be here? Yi Xianjin expertly located the mechanism and opened the vault. How many times have you been here? Mu Yue's curiosity about Yi Xianjin deepened. It seemed nothing escaped his notice. Once, he replied casually. Mu Yue gave him a thumbs up. You're amazing. The stone door opened a crack. What caught Mu Yue's attention was an ice coffin placed right in the center. Could it be her mother? Mu Yue took a deep breath and subconsciously quickened her pace towards the coffin. As she approached, her brow furrowed. The ice coffin was empty. As she looked away, Mu Yue noticed something else inside the coffin. Reaching in, she picked it up. It was a jade green earring, the same one her mother wore when she was alive. Yi Xianjin glanced at the earring in her hand, looking somewhat regretful. It seems he moved her beforehand. Knowing this, I should have come with you sooner. Mu Yue glanced at him, clutching the jade earring tightly in her hand. It seems Mother's empty grave is indeed related to Li Ruixian. But if Mother is already deceased, why would he keep her body? Mu Yue, thinking that her mother hadn't been reincarnated, couldn't help but entertain other speculations. Don't overthink it. The fox will eventually show its tail. Seeing her furrowed brow, Yi Xianjin reached out and gently rubbed her head. Mu Yue looked at him, finally showing a different expression. I'll go back now. I reckon Li Ruixian should be waking up soon. Their figures disappeared into the night once more. This nighttime exploration of the Li residence had yielded at least some results. The next day, Mu Xingze brought Mu Yue to Fuminlu for soup dumplings. Tian, something's on your mind. Mu Xingze looked up, noticing her hesitation to speak. Mu Yue nodded. Second brother, do you remember what earrings Mother wore when she was buried? Mu Xingze furrowed his brow, thinking carefully. A complete set of green jade jewelry. Grandmother gave that set to Mother when she married into the family, saying it was to be passed down only to the wives of the Mu family. After Mother passed away, Father kept the jade jewelry, saying that Mother would be the only wife of the Mu family, and there would be no others. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly asking about this? Mu Yue held out her hand, a green jade earring resting in her palm. Mu Xingze's face paled. How? How is this possible? Last night, Yi Xianjin took me to the Li family's underground vault. There was a cold cave inside with an ice coffin. I found this inside. Mu Xingze almost immediately connected it to the empty grave. So, Li Ruixian stole Mother's body. Mu Yue shook her head. It's hard to say for sure. It's also possible this is a trap set by Li Ruixian. He's deliberately revealing that Mother's body is with him, probably to lure me into investigating. And Grandmother's jewelry, which he gave to Mother, Li Ruixian should also know about. Leaving such a conspicuous green jade earring in the ice coffin might also be deliberate. He wants us to know that Mother's body is in his hands, so he can use it to control us. That despicable Li Ruixian is truly scheming and ruthless. Mu Xingze clenched his fists. We can't tell father about this yet. I'm afraid he won't be able to handle it. Mu Yue also knew her father's deep affection for her mother and feared he would act impulsively and fall into Li Ruixian's trap. After reaching an agreement, they prepared to leave. At the door, Yun Qing approached with a smile, holding a brocade box. Second young master, Miss Mu, you're both here. Mu Xingze raised an eyebrow at the sight of Yun Qing, putting the unpleasant matters aside for the moment. Oh, it's Qing Qing. What are you doing here so early in the morning? Yun Qing's lips twitched, clearly disliking the nickname, but too lazy to argue. Turning, he placed the brocade box in Mu Yue's hands. Miss Mu, His Highness instructed me to deliver this. Hair shaved from Li Ruixian last night. The very next morning, Yi Xianjin had turned it into a gift and sent it over. Mu Yue looked at the box, and her lips twitched. She knew what was inside without even opening it. Remembering Yi Xuanjin's clumsy movements as he cut the hair last night, Mu Yue couldn't help but smile. What a child. Mu Xingze stroked his chin, looking at the box for a long time. He recalled Tian mentioning going to the Li residence with Yi Xianjin last night. Are their relations this close now? What is this? Can I take a look? Mu Xingze reached for the box. Mu Yue felt a little embarrassed and stopped him. It's just a trinket. Yun Qing, sitting to the side, eating soup dumplings, mumbled through a mouthful of hot food. Yes, it's a gift for Miss Mu. Second young master, best not to look. Oh, and His Highness said he's looking forward to Miss Mu's return gift. He also said it must be handmade to show sincerity. Mu Xingze looked at Mu Yue with a gossipy expression. Why does it have to be handmade? What do you think? Mu Yue retorted. You've really put me in a difficult position this time. Maybe to make it unique, Mu Xingze, not quite grasping the situation, offered his analysis. But it's just a handicraft. Tian will definitely come up with something. Mu Yue decided to walk home alone instead of taking the carriage. Walking down the street, she passed a stall selling bamboo whips and toys. Remembering the fear of being chased by a bamboo whip-wielding child, Mu Yue shuddered and quickly walked past. She continued walking, then stopped abruptly, questioning herself. Why do I have to make him something by hand? Did I even agree to it? Mu Yue sighed softly and continued toward her home. New arrivals. Purses, sachets, silk handkerchiefs, and embroidered fans. Everything you need. A vendor behind her shouted from her stall. Mu Yue gritted her teeth and, on a whim, walked over. Young lady, are you looking for a purse or a sachet? This kind of purse is perfect for young ladies like yourself. It's also a great gift for a gentleman you admire. And these handkerchiefs, you can embroider poems or names on the blank space here. The vendor was so enthusiastic that Mu Yue felt a little embarrassed. She picked up a sachet at random. I'll take this one. After paying for the sachet, she left. The vendor, happy to have made a sale, muttered to herself, that girl has good taste. She picked a peach blossom sachet. That's sure to bring her plenty of romance. A faint floral fragrance wafted from a sachet. It smelled quite pleasant, but holding it felt strangely unsettling. Mu Yue decided to head to Prince Jing's residence to get rid of this hot potato. Ming Qing, who had seen Mu Yue just that morning, was surprised to see her again. Huh, Miss Mu, you're here. Where's Yi Xianjin? Mu Yue asked. Yun Qing said with a grin, His Highness was too tired last night and hasn't woken up yet. Then I'll go back first. Mu Yue didn't know when he would wake up, so she decided to leave. Yun Qing quickly stopped her. Miss Mu, please wait. I'll go and wake His Highness right away. After saying that, he hurried towards Yi Xuanjin's courtyard. Miss Mu is here, Your Highness. Why are you still sleeping? A moment later, Yi Xuanjin's sleepy voice drifted out. Your Highness, Miss Mu is here. Yi Xianjin gave a light acknowledgement, his sleepiness instantly vanishing. Mu Yue waited for a while. Yun Qing ran out. Miss Mu, His Highness requests your presence. Mu Yue stepped into Yi Xuanjin's bedroom. It was her first time there. Mu Yue looked around. As expected of the Grand Chancellor, even his bedroom is incredibly luxurious. Even the Emperor's palace isn't half as magnificent. Tian, why are you here? A now refreshed Yi Xianjin walked out. Mu Yue directly tossed the sachet in her hand towards him. Yi Xianjin caught it and looked down. It was a pink sachet. He brought it closer for a better look. 8 small characters were embroidered on it. Love at first sight, bound by life and death. Yi Xianjin looked at Mu Yue incredulously and chuckled softly. So, Tiantian's feelings for me have reached this point. Mu Yue thought he had realized the sachet wasn't made by her. She had prepared an excuse on her way there, but now she felt inexplicably guilty. Just say whether you want it or not. Yi Xianjin clutched the sachet tightly in his hand. Of course I want it. Why wouldn't I? He then added, I'm not that heartless. Although he didn't have those feelings for her, this little monster had already reached the point of life and death. What else could he do? He couldn't just dash the young girl's hopes. Seeing that Yi Xianjin had been fooled, Mu Yue felt inexplicably relieved. Then I'll be going. Seeing her relax after he accepted the sachet, and then smile at him, Yi Xianjin's eyes softened with a smile. As Mu Yue was leaving, Yi Xianjin asked with some concern, Does your father know? Mu Ygue post. Seeing his slightly serious expression, she assumed he was asking about the jade earring. It's not the right time to tell him yet. Indeed, otherwise your Mu manor would be in chaos. Yi Xianjin agreed with this. They were talking about different things, completely on different wavelengths. After Mu Yue left, Yi Xianjin brought the sachet to his face again and examined it closely. His fingers gently traced the 8 small characters. He sighed, this is a bit of a headache. Li Fu arrived to attend to him. A servant carrying a basin of water entered. Upon seeing Li Ruixian, the servant screamed, dropping the basin on the floor. Then, terrified, she knelt down. Master, forgive me. I'm so clumsy. Li Ruixian subconsciously tried to smooth his hair. When his hand touched his head, he froze. He rushed to the bronze mirror. Seeing his bald head, his face darkened. Looking at the kneeling servant girl, Li Ruixian's expression turned grim. He grabbed a nearby sword and stabbed her. The servant girl collapsed dead. Li Ruixian shuddered in disgust. He found a cloak in the wardrobe and wrapped himself from head to toe. Then, he left the room and quickly headed towards the underground vault. He went straight to the ice cave. Seeing the earring missing from the ice coffin, a cold smile spread across his lips. The fish has taken the bait. To be able to do this without a trace. As expected of someone with the phoenix blood, Li Ruixian closed his eyes, his thoughts drifting back 10 years. General, have you made up your mind? When Daoist Xylan was alive, he foretold the reincarnation of the 9 Nether God Emperor, someone possessing the phoenix blood. If we can make her our own, we will become even more powerful. But if she defies us, we will face utter destruction. Now, Mu Jiadi's strange blood, capable of healing anything, proves Daoist Xylan's prophecy. Li Ruixian pondered deeply and made a decision. A 4-year-old girl can't cause much trouble now, but the future is full of uncertainties. It's better to eliminate her. Footsteps sounded outside the study. Li Ruixian rushed out and saw Li Suan, who had just returned to the manor for a short stay, running out with the young Mu Yue in her arms. Clearly, Li Suan had overheard everything. Seize them, Li Ruixian ordered. Li Suan and the young Mu Yue were quickly captured. What did you hear? Li Ruixian looked coldly at Li Suan. Later, Li Ruixian locked Li Suan and her daughter in their courtyard. He sealed all the doors and soon, a raging fire engulfed the courtyard. Listening to Li Suan's frantic cries for help and Mu Yue's wails, Li Ruixian clenched his fists, turned, and walked away without a word. Li Suan's shrill screams echoed through the flames. Father, Yue is your granddaughter. How can you be so cruel? Outside the manor, Lu Yonghui happened to see the fire. Lu Yonghui paused, then thought of the child with the phoenix blood. He rushed into the burning courtyard and secretly carried Mu Yue away. Li Suan, still barely conscious, watched this scene unfold. She knew Lu Yonghui was not a good person, but at least this gave Mu Yue a chance to survive. Good. Later, Li Ruixian sent someone to inform the Mu manor that a fire had accidentally broken out, and both Madame Mu and Miss Mu had perished in the flames. Mu Xiang, upon receiving the news, clutched her wife's clothes, unable to accept the reality. The couple had shared a deep and loving bond. Now, the pain of losing his wife was unbearable. He knew Li Ruixian was involved in his wife's death, but at that time, he was not yet the Grand Chancellor and couldn't challenge Li Ruixian, who was then a powerful general. He swore through gritted teeth that one day, he would make him pay for his crimes. Lu Yonghui was surprised to see Li Ruixian. It's so hot. Why are you wearing a hat? Li Ruixian asked him something. Liu Yonghui's face showed a trace of sorrow. Generally, I failed to teach my daughter well. Now, not only has she ruined my official career, but she refuses even to see me. At this rate, there's no place for me in the capital. Li Ruixian's face darkened upon hearing this. Who told you to be such a good father? When you learned of Lu Miaoling's illness, you shouldn't have kept her. If it weren't for your womanly compassion, would the Lu family have fallen to this state? Liu Yonghui surprisingly found Li Ruixian's words reasonable. If he had abandoned Miaoling from the start, he wouldn't have brought Mu Yue back to the manor. Now, Mu Yue was relentlessly seeking revenge against the Lu family, with Yi Xianjin backing her. Generally, please show me a way out. Liu Yonghui bent down and knelt before Li Ruixian. Now, as a mere 7th-rank official, it was nearly impossible for him to regain his former status. He could only seek Li Ruixian's help. Li Ruixian took a sip of tea and slowly said, I never keep useless people. If you can kill Mu Yue, I can help you reclaim your position as minister. Liu Yonghui left Li's residence with a dejected look. He had fought Mu Yue at the Qingjing temple and couldn't even touch her. How could he kill her? Li Ruixian made it sound so easy. As Liu Yonghui walked, he caught a glimpse of a figure in his peripheral vision. Turning his head, he saw Fu Rui haughtily stepping out of a carriage, supported by a servant girl, and entering a jewelry store. A mere housekeeper's daughter, yet living such a lavish life, living so extravagantly. As Liu Yonghui watched, an idea suddenly formed in his mind. Mu Yue treated her last patient of the day, finishing the leg treatment. Li Sowen returned from outside. Liu Yonghui went to Li's residence today and ran into Fu Rui when he left. Mu Yue's lips curved into a slight smile. This is getting interesting. Fu Rui, this is your last chance. At the Chancellor's residence, Mu Xiang, Mu Xingze, and Mu Jingyu were gathered together, discussing something. Mu Xiang frowned. Are they sure it was a gift for Tian Tian? Mu Xinggu nodded. Yes, it's that Di Tangzhou from the Libu Shilong's residence. The one who said he wanted to marry Tian Tian at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. That boy still hasn't learned his lesson after being beaten. He's a fool. Mu Xingze also frowned. Mu Xiang pondered for a moment. Well, we can't say that. This young Master Tang, even after being beaten, still remembers to send gifts to Tian Tian. Maybe he's sincere. Mu Ygue approached, curious. What are you talking about? Seeing Mu Yue's return, Mu Xingze pointed to the brocade box. This is a gift from the young master of the Libu Shilong's residence. See if you like it. He helped open the box, revealing a set of exquisite head ornaments. The quality suggested it was a lavish gift. However, Mu Yue simply closed the box. Tacky, have someone return it. Mu Jingyu and Mu Xiang exchanged glances. Tacky, isn't it quite beautiful? Mu Xingze stroked his chin, lost in thought. He became even more curious about what Yi Xianjin had given Tian Tian. He remembered that Tian Tian had put it away without even opening it. He had to find a time to take a look. Second brother, fourth brother, what are you talking about? Fu Rui had been standing at the entrance for a while, but no one noticed her. After she spoke, Mu Xingze and Mu Jingyu seemed to ignore her. Only Mu Xiang turned around. Ruier, you're back. Mu Xingze chimed in, glancing at her with displeasure. Just chatting. Fu Rui felt snubbed, her face stiffening slightly. Then I'll take my leave. She walked towards the back courtyard alone. Mu Xiang stared at her retreating figure and suddenly said, Ruier is almost of marriageable age. We'll have to make proper arrangements and find her a good family, so she won't be bullied in the future. Unless she marries into the royal family. With Fu Rui's ungrateful nature, I doubt any family would be good enough. Mu Xingze genuinely disliked Fu Rui. At the doorway, Fu Rui overheard their conversation. Fuming, she left the residence without a word. Don't force me. At night, Mu Yue took out the brocade box Yi Xianjin had given her. Opening it, she found a white horsetail whisk inside. Remembering their playful banter that night, she couldn't help but laugh. Because Tang Zhou kept sending gifts to Mu Yue, Yi Xianjin became restless. He summoned Tang Zhou to a tea house and dangled a sachet in front of him. See this clearly. Tang Zhou was puzzled. This is what Tian Tian gave to this prince. As if afraid Tang Zhou couldn't see, Yi Xianjin gestured for him to come closer. Tang Zhou instinctively stepped forward and examined the sachet, immediately noticing the 8 embroidered characters. His face fell. Hadn't Mu Yue always been at odds with Yi Xianjin? Although he had heard some rumors recently, he firmly believed they were false. But had Mu Yue's affections already deepened to this extent? After confirming Tang Zhou had seen the sachet, A sneer appeared on Yi Xuanjin's usually calm face. Don't covet what you shouldn't. Yi Xianjin exuded a powerful aura, his arrogant and aloof demeanor intimidating Tang Zhou into lowering his head. Tang Zhou's back was drenched in cold sweat. He quickly knelt down. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Yi Xianjin magnanimously declared, forget it. Considering your good taste, this prince won't hold it against you. Tang Zhou felt like he had just escaped death. Just then, the door to the private room opened. Mu Yue entered, holding a scroll and wearing a neutral expression. Upon seeing her, Tang Zhou panicked and quickly said to Yi Xianjin, I'll take my leave. He hurried towards the door. Wait, you things. Before Mu Yue could stop him, Tang Zhou had already vanished. Yi Xuanjin's gaze fell on the scroll in her hand, and he took it from her. Unfurling it, he saw a portrait of Mu Yue in the attire she wore at the birthday banquet, her eyes bright. Yi Xianjin looked at the painting with disdain, then winked at Mu Yue with a smile. How about this prince paints one for you personally? Hearing the words personally, Mu Yue felt apprehensive. No, irrafuza. He had given her a personally painted portrait last time, and who knew what kind of handicraft he would demand of her next. The two went downstairs and boarded Yi Xuanjin's carriage, heading towards the palace. As they passed a small stall, they heard a peddler calling out, sachets for sale. For elders, for children, for lovers, for friends. Don't miss out. Hearing the familiar cry, Mu Yue glanced nervously at Yi Xianjin opposite her, afraid he would lift the curtain and look outside. Yi Xianjin was watching her. Surely store-bought ones aren't as good as homemade, right? Mu Yue forced an awkward, yet polite smile. Yes, indeed. Mu Yue bandaged the last patient's leg. After Li Sur returned from outside, Liu Yonghui, who had visited Li Ruixian's residence earlier, bumped into Fu Rui on his way out. Mu Yue's lips curved slightly. This is getting interesting. Fu Rui, this is your last chance. At the chancellor's residence, Mu Xiang, Mu Xingze, and Mu Jingyu were gathered together, discussing something. Mu Xiang frowned. Are they really saying it was a gift for Tian Tian? Mu Xinggu nodded. Yes, it's from the one who said he wanted to marry Tian Tian at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet last time. That DZ from the Libu Shilong's residence, Tang Zhou. That kid got beaten up and still hasn't learned his lesson. What an idiot. Mu Xingze also frowned, then considered. Well, you can't say that. Young Master Tang got beaten and still sent Tian Tian a gift. Maybe he's sincere. What are you talking about? Mu Yue walked over curiously. Seeing Mu Yue had returned, Mu Xingze pointed to a gift box. This is from the young master of the Libu Shilong's residence for you. See if you like it. He helped open the box, revealing a set of head ornaments and hand jewelry. The quality suggested they were expensive. However, Mu Yue immediately closed the box. Find someone to return these for me. I can't be bothered. Mu Jingyu and Mu Xiang exchanged glances. Aren't they quite beautiful? Mu Xingze stroked his chin, thinking, what did Yi Xianjin give Tian Tian the other day? He remembered Tian Tian putting the gift away without even opening the box. No, I have to find time to take a look. Eldest brother, second brother, fourth brother, what are you talking about? Fu Rui had been standing there for a while after entering, but no one noticed her. After she spoke softly, Mu Xingze and Mu Jingyu acted as if they hadn't heard. Only Mu Xiang turned around. Ruier, you're back. Mu Xingze spoke up, glancing at her with displeasure. Just chatting. Fu Rui was choked by his tone, her face stiffening slightly. I'll leave first. She walked towards the back courtyard. Staring at her back, Mu Xiang suddenly said, Ruier is almost of marriageable age, isn't she? We'll have to look around and find a good family for her, so she won't be bullied in the future. Unless she marries into the royal family. With Fu Rui's ungrateful nature, I don't think anyone would be good enough, Mu Xingze said, his dislike for Fu Rui evident. At the doorway, Fu Rui overheard their conversation. Her eyes narrowed, and she left without a word. Don't force me. That night, Mu Yue took out the gift box Yi Xianjin had given her. Inside was a white horsetail whisk. Remembering their playful banter that night, she couldn't help but laugh. Because Tang Zhou kept sending Mu Yue gifts, Yi Xianjin became restless. He summoned Tang Zhou to a tea house. He dangled a sachet in front of him. See this clearly. Tang Zhou was confused. This is what Tian Tian gave to this king. Yi Xianjin, as if afraid Tang Zhou couldn't see, gestured for him to come closer. Tang Zhou instinctively moved closer and examined the sachet. He immediately saw the 8 small characters embroidered on it, and his face paled. He thought Mu Yue always disliked Yi Xianjin. Although he had heard some rumors recently, he firmly believed they were false. walls. But had Mu Yue's affections already deepened to this extent? After confirming Tang Zhou had seen it, a sneer appeared on Yi Xuanjin's elegant face. Don't covet what you shouldn't. Yi Xianjin exuded a powerful aura, his arrogant and aloof demeanor so oppressive that Tang Zhou didn't dare raise his head. Tang Zhou's back was drenched in cold sweat. He quickly knelt down. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Yi Xianjin said magnanimously, forget it. Considering your good taste, this king won't hold it against you. Tang Zhou felt like he had just escaped death. At that moment, the door to the private room opened. Mu Yue, holding a scroll, walked in expressionlessly. Tang Zhou panicked upon seeing Mu Yue and quickly said to Yi Xianjin, I'll take my leave. He rushed towards the door. Wait your things. Before Mu Yue could stop him, Tang Zhou had already vanished. Yi Xuanjin's gaze fell on the scroll in her hand. He took it from her and unfurled it. The painting depicted Mu Yue in the outfit she wore at the birthday banquet, her eyes bright. Yi Xianjin looked at the painting with disdain. Then, he winked at Mu Yue with a smile. How about this king personally paints one for you? Mu Yue was frightened by the words, personally paints. No, il refusa. Last time he gave her a personally made painting, he made her do some craft work in return. The two went downstairs and boarded Yi Xuanjin's carriage towards the palace. As they passed a small stall, they heard a peddler calling out, selling sachets. For elders, for children, for lovers, for friends. Don't miss out. Hearing this familiar cry, Mu Yue glanced nervously at Yi Xianjin, afraid he would lift the curtain and look outside. Yi Xianjin was watching her. Surely store-bought ones aren't as good as homemade, right? Mu Yue forced an awkward, yet polite smile. Igrigadis. Mu Yue and Yi Xianjin entered the palace through a secret passage. They remained silent, wanting to see what the young emperor was doing. They saw Xianyu sitting at his desk, holding a comic book, swinging his legs, and telling jokes to Eunuch Jiang. Eunuch Jiang, not understanding the jokes at all, laughed along with the young emperor. Indeed, very funny, truly amusing. As he laughed, Eunuch Jiang caught sight of the secret passage entrance out of the corner of his eye. His laughter ceased abruptly, and he quickly urged Xianyu, Your Majesty, it's about time. You should look at your memorials. Xianyu glared at Eunuch Jiang angrily. I don't want to. They're not interesting. Yi Xuanjin's deep voice rang out. The comic book fell from Xianyu's hands. He quickly picked up a memorial and pretended to read it seriously. Minister Qin's proposal is quite good. Yi Xianjin chuckled and walked over to pick up the memorial. Help him turn it right side up. You got your memorials. Xianyu whined. Uncle, didn't you say you weren't coming today? When he saw Mu Yue behind Yi Xianjin, his eyes immediately lit up. Hug, hug. Yi Xianjin shot him a chilling glare. How old are you? Still wanting hugs. Mu Yue approached and picked up Xianyu, letting him snuggle in her arms. Yi Xianjin watched this scene impassively and instructed Eunuch Jiang to fetch the painting tools. A moment later, Yi Xianjin sat at the desk and began to paint. Xianyu noticed this and asked in surprise, Uncle, are you painting me and sister? Yi Xianjin hummed in response, his gaze fixed intently on Mu Yue. Hearing that Yi Xianjin was painting him, Xianyu was thrilled. He sat obediently in Mu Yue's arms and struck a cute pose. After who knows how long, Xianyu's body was almost numb before Yi Xianjin finally put down his brush. Xianyu excitedly ran over to look. The next moment, when he saw the painting, Xianyu suddenly wailed and burst into tears. Wah, Uncle is biased. Uncle is a bad guy. Mu Yue stood up, wanting to see what monstrosity Yi Xianjin had painted to make the little emperor cry like this. Walking closer, her lips twitched. There was only Yi Xianjin in the painting. Yi Xianjin, that scoundrel, not only didn't include Xianyu, who had been sitting in her arms, but had also changed the painting, adding a floating dust whisk. No wonder Xianyu, who had posed for so long, burst into tears upon seeing this. How is my painting? Yi Xianjin looked at the painting with great satisfaction. Eunuch Jiang leaned in for a look and exclaimed, Your Highness Prince Jin, your painting is truly a masterpiece. It's so lifelike. As soon as Eunuch Jiang spoke, Xianyu cried even louder. Mu Yue was in no mood to admire Yi Xuanjin's painting. She went over to comfort Xianyu. Don't cry. Sister will draw one for you. Xianyu stopped crying, tears and snot still on his face. Yi Xianjin made way, looking at her with curiosity. You can paint too. Mu Yue glanced at him. She picked up a thin brush. She couldn't paint something as sophisticated as Yi Xianjin, but she was quite good at simple chibi-style drawings. A moment later, seeing Mu Yoyue's abstract style, even eunuch Jiang felt nervous for her. Xianyu wrinkled his little face. "Sister, what are you drawing?" A chibi version of Xianyu appeared on the paper. His large eyes took up half of his face, his head was big, and his body was small. But surprisingly, it was recognizable as Xianyu at a glance. "Sister, you're so good." Xianyu beamed and clapped for Mu Yue. "So cute. Just as cute as the little pig I saw in my picture book today." Seeing the little brat so happy, Yi Xianjin looked at the so-called chibi drawing again. It was indeed somewhat appealing. Mu Yue raised an eyebrow and met Yi Xuanjin's gaze. Yi Xianjin winked at her. Mu Yue acted a little haughty. "Beg me." Yi Xianjin reached out and tapped her head. "That's not sincere enough. How about something more exciting tonight?" Yi Xianjin leaned in as he spoke. Mu Yue had always considered herself a woman of steel, unfazed by any temptation. But ever since she met Yi Xianjin, the excitement this cunning minister spoke of was truly exciting. Eunuch Jiang, listening from the side, immediately let his imagination run wild. Young people are so full of vigor, he thought. But Miss Mu and Prince Jean are already this close. Does the emperor know? Will he agree to 2 tigers sharing the same mountain? Eunuch Jiang pondered. 2 tigers sharing the same mountain was probably unlikely. Mu Yue staying in the palace and hanging herself seemed more likely. Mu Yue stayed in the palace for dinner. Xianyu sat between the two, happy as a child. "Uncle and sister are eating with me. I'm so happy." "Ye yuanjin fronet. Can you change the way you address me?" "Why? Does Uncle not like being called Uncle anymore?" "But the first time we met, Uncle told me to call you Uncle. Don't you remember telling me to call you Uncle?" Xianyu's barrage of questions gave Yi Xianjin a headache. "Shut up. Eat your food." Yi Xianjin picked up a rice ball and stuffed it into Xianyu's mouth. Xianyu patted his round belly and burped. He then asked Yi Xianjin, "Uncle, the minister position in the court is still vacant. This morning, they brought it up again during the court session. Do you have any suitable candidates?" Yi Xianjin looked at Mu Yue. "You decide." Mu Yue didn't expect the appointment of a minister to be treated so casually by Yi Xianjin. But speaking of candidates, she did have one in mind. Li Yuanlin, Li Ruiqianson. He's quite good. Yi Xianjin was very satisfied with this choice. Xianyu thought for a moment. But isn't Li Yuanlin at war? Yi Xuanjin's eyes held a deeper meaning. He's estimated to return to the capital in about a month and a half. After dinner, it was already dark outside. The two entered the secret passage together and walked towards the Empress Dowager's palace. What followed was a very stimulating scene. Mu Yue hadn't expected that the herself Yi Xianjin spoke of was actually coming to spy on the Empress Dowager. Sounds that made one blush quickly filled the entire palace. Mu Yue felt extremely uncomfortable. She peeked at Yi Xuanjin's face. Yi Xianjin looked as if nothing was happening. Then, Zhang Jiantan's voice came. "Now that Liu Yonghui has been demoted, the minister position is still vacant. I wonder if your majesty has a suitable candidate in mind." The Empress Dowager was currently on cloud 9. Hearing this, she voiced her thoughts. Liu Yonghui's background is complicated. He's not easy to control. Now, the entire court is controlled by Yi Xianjin. I have no say at all. Speaking of the minister position, I prefer to leave it to one of our own. Like you, for example. Hearing this, Zhang Jiantan worked even harder. "I am at your majesty's disposal." Also, the Empress Dowager suddenly said, "Mu Zhaofei and Yi Xianjin are at odds. Go see her tomorrow and probe her current intentions." 2 minutes after Huan Changming left, the Empress Dowager nestled in General Zhang's arms. "Have Kuan-er come over for dinner with you tomorrow night. He is your son after all. Though you two father and son cannot acknowledge each other, the same blood flows through your veins." Speaking of this, the Empress Dowager sighed again. Qianlong's death was so sudden and violent. If he had lived a little longer, our Kuan-er would be the emperor now. The Empress Dowager gritted her teeth. "The little emperor is afflicted with bone poison. He won't live much longer either. My only worry now is Yi Xianjin. If I can get rid of him, then the entire Xian dynasty will be in my grasp. Even Li Ruixian would be no match for me." In the secret passage, Yi Xianjin looked at Mu Yue, smiling meaningfully. "Exciting, isn't it?" Mu Yue, still stunned, nodded. "Exciting. Never would I have thought that Xian Kun wasn't the former emperor's son, but the Empress Dowager's and General Zhang's. This means that they've been together for at least 25 years. After the two fell asleep, Yi Xianjin and Mu Yue left. Mu Yue asked, "I'm curious. How did you know about so many of the palace's secrets?" Yi Xianjin smiled at her. If you want to know, draw me a picture. No, 2 pictures. More than Xian Yu's. Mu Yue was speechless. The longest journey she'd ever taken was the road paved with Yi Xuanjin's schemes. Finally, back at Xian Yu's side, Mu Yue drew 2 cartoon pictures for Yi Xianjin. His facial expression was fierce, his mouth pouting, but he was also making a peace sign. Cleverly, Mu Yue wrote 2 words on his chest: traitor. Xian Yu, who hadn't slept yet, came over and covered his mouth, giggling. Uncle is a traitor. Not as cute as me. Yi Xianjin gave him a sidelong glance. I'm going to sleep. Xian Yu obediently ran to the bed and burrowed under the covers, his big eyes blinking. Uncle, can I sleep with you tonight? No. Yi Xianjin refused mercilessly. Xian Yu pouted. But I'm scared to sleep alone. Then can I sleep with sister? Xian Yu turned his attention to Mu Yue. Seeing the pitiful little emperor, so young with endless political duties, even at night alone in this huge palace, Mu Yue felt sympathy. But, Your Majesty, returning to the Xiang residence wouldn't be too excessive, would it? Wah, I have no daddy to love me, no mommy to love me. I'm the most pitiful child in the world. Xian Yu grabbed the corner of the blanket and started crying loudly. Mu Yue's heart softened. She thought for a moment and looked at Yi Xianjin. So how about Yi Kuanjin sleeps, Drudavid upyarts. Fine, take him. Xian Yu, surprised by his sudden good fortune, quickly got out of bed, put on his shoes, grabbed the small bundle he had prepared, slung it over his shoulder, and said, Sister, let's go. Mu Yue was speechless. He had clearly been prepared. The 3 of them left the secret passage, arriving at Prince Jing's residence. Yi Xianjin was originally going to escort them to the Xiang residence, but Mu Yue, afraid that the traitor would cause more trouble, picked up Xian Yu and preemptively said, We'll go back ourselves. With that, she leaped away using Qinggong, carrying the little emperor back to the Xiang residence. The little emperor cheered excitedly. Wow, sister can fly too. Sister is so amazing. Back at the Xiang residence, inside her bedroom, the little emperor opened his bundle and prepared to sleep on the floor. Mu Yue wouldn't let a child sleep on the floor, so they switched places and she slept on the floor. Before going to sleep, Mu Yue saw that he was still awake and asked, When you were at Prince Jing's residence, did your majesty always sleep on the floor? Xian Yu smiled. No, although uncle told me to sleep on the floor, he always gave me the bed, just like sister. Oh, uncle is just saying that. He's actually very good to me. Listening to Xian Yu's words, Mu Yue felt curious about Yi Xianjin once again. He relied on the late emperor, supported Xian Yu, and controlled the court. What was he really trying to do? Early one morning, Mu Xiang, Mu Jingyu, and Mu Xingze were having breakfast together. Mu Yue joined them shortly after. Why aren't you at Fu Manlu today? Mu Xiang found it strange to see Mu Yue here at this hour. Mu Yue gave an embarrassed smile. Fu Manlu isn't open yet. Outside, Mu Yue led the little emperor towards the dining hall. The 3 men were chatting casually when the dining hall door opened. Mu Xiang turned his head, and the porridge he had just swallowed sprayed out. Mu Xingze and Mu Jingyu froze, thinking they were hallucinating from lack of sleep. After a moment, Mu Xiang finally reacted, stepping forward with a shocked expression. Your Majesty, why are you here so early in the morning? Mu Yue smiled awkwardly. His Majesty was scared to sleep alone last night, so I brought him back. Mu Xiang immediately understood. This little ancestor was truly unpredictable. Mu Xingze and Mu Jingyu also hurried over. Greetings, Your Majesty. Xian Yu smiled at them. Brothers, there's no need for formalities. Overjoyed, the 3 of them forgot all other etiquette and became flustered. Mu Xingze gave his seat to Xian Yu, and Mu Xiang began peeling an egg for him. Xian Yu was constantly being fed. Mu Xiang, like a worried grandfather, fed him and wiped his mouth. Your Majesty, eat more. Grow tall and strong. Just after he finished eating, Mu Xingze offered him another spoonful of porridge. Xian Yu, who hadn't experienced such care in a long time, smiled sweetly and ate mouthful after mouthful. At that moment, Steward Fu rushed in to announce, Master, Prince Jing has arrived. The atmosphere in the dining hall changed. Mu Xiang's face immediately darkened. What was Yi Xianjin doing here so early in the morning? Mu Yue hinted, he's probably here to pick up his majesty. Mu Xingze immediately added, then Steward Fu, quickly invite Prince Jing in. Soon, Yi Xianjin, dressed in dark brocade, entered the Mu family's dining hall. Upon entering, his gaze immediately fell on Mu Yue. He raised an eyebrow. It seemed this was the first time he had formally entered the Mu family's home. "Uncle, you're here." Xianyu was also delighted to see Yi Xianjin. Although Mu Xiang loathed Yi Xianjin, he couldn't show it and politely said, "Prince Jing." "Minister Mu, there's no need for formalities." Yi Xianjin replied politely, then walked over and sat in the empty seat next to Mu Yue. Mu Xingze quickly instructed the servants to add another set of bowls and chopsticks. Mu Xiang watched the traitor sitting next to his precious daughter, his eyes almost popping out of his head. He cursed inwardly at this ungrateful traitor. "Your Majesty, I'm still hungry." Xianyu's birth had drawn Mu Xiang's attention back from her murderous glare. Mu Xiang, snapping out of it, added another bun to Xianyu's plate. Xianyu ate contentedly. Yi Xianjin, on the other hand, ate sparingly, only taking a few bites. Mu Yue glanced at him. Such a grown man, eating like a cat. Could he be embarrassed? Thinking about this treacherous minister, that always so solitary. Mu Yue reached out and handed a peeled egg to Yi Xianjin. Yi Xianjin looked at the peeled egg and pursed his lips slightly. "Peel it for me." Mu Yue was speechless. Mu Xiang's eyes were spitting fire. Had he heard wrong? This guy actually asked his sweet daughter to peel an egg for him. "Where's his knife?" Seeing Mu Xiang's face darken again, Mu Yue, fearing he might flip the table in a fit of rage, decided that since Yi Xianjin was being so finicky, she might as well just peel the egg for him. She didn't want to argue. But halfway through peeling, Mu Xiang snatched the egg away. "I'll do it." Mu Xiang glared at Yi Xianjin, his teeth gritted. It seemed as if he wasn't peeling an egg, but Yi Xuanjin's skin. After he finished, he handed the egg to Yi Xianjin. Yi Xianjin, accustomed to grand occasions, couldn't help but be intimidated by Mu Xiang's aura. Was he always this fierce? Then, under Mu Xiang's murderous gaze, Yi Xianjin ate quite a bit more. Mu Yue, Mu Xingze, and Mu Yue's third sibling, having already finished eating, watched this scene, barely suppressing their laughter. Father was trying to stuff the treacherous minister to death today. "Father, that's enough, isn't it?" Mu Xingze was genuinely afraid that Yi Xianjin would massacre the entire prime minister's residence today. Unexpectedly, Yi Xianjin picked up a spoon and began to eat his porridge calmly. Seeing this, Mu Xiang felt much better. "That's right, pace yourself. Don't waste food." The strange breakfast ended in a bizarrely harmonious atmosphere. They had actually eaten together relatively peacefully. Yi Xianjin left first, taking Xianyu with him. During the court session, officials brought up the vacant minister position again. "I have made my decision. This position will be temporarily filled by Prince Kun. The official appointment will be announced in a month and a half." Xian Kun, who was daydreaming below, was stunned. As an idle prince, he wasn't required to attend court. He had been summoned to the palace this morning, expecting some important matter, but it turned out to be this. Being a minister meant endless work every day. He didn't want to do it. The officials below exchanged glances. "Prince Kun, please accept the decree." Eunuch Jiang reminded him. Xian Kun snapped back to reality and stepped forward to receive the decree, bowing to the court. The officials gathered together, discussing Sun Kun's appointment. Never before had a prince held a third-rank official position. They wondered if the emperor had other intentions. Mu Xiang remained silent, but calculated the time. Not long ago, his eldest son had sent a letter home, saying he would return to the capital in about a month and a half. Returning with him would be Li Rue Xian's second son, Li Yuanlin. This time frame coincided perfectly with the emperor's announcement. Could it be that the minister position was reserved for Li Yuanlin? But Li Yuanlin was a general. To accept a third-rank minister position would be a demotion. Mu Xiang knew this couldn't be the emperor's idea. So what was Yi Xianjin planning? As he walked, someone approached him from behind. Prime Minister Mu, Zheng Jiantan, dressed in the uniform of the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, smiled at Mu Xiang. Mu Xiang's expression was complex when he saw him. "Do you mind if we talk?" Zheng Jiantan asked with a smile. Mu Xiang nodded. From a distance, Li Rue Xian observed this scene, a plan forming in his mind. Mu Zhaofei had always been at odds with Liu Yonghui, and even more so with him. Mu Zhaofei was a man of integrity and hated Yi Xianjin deeply. Could it be that Mu Zhaofei had chosen a side with Empress Dowager Wei? Li Rue Xian clenched his fists. Since that little girl had returned, the court situation had shifted drastically. Could this be the power of the Phoenix blood? It seemed some people needed to be eliminated soon. It was time for the Xin dynasty to change its surname. Lost in thought, he saw Xian Kun walk past, clutching an imperial decree, grumbling damn it. Is that little brat Xian Yu crazy? Do I look like someone who should be a minister? Li Rui Xian sneered at Xian Kuan's retreating figure. What good was an imperial decree? If he truly sided with Empress Dowager Wei, he was destined to lose. News of Xian Kuan's appointment as minister quickly spread throughout the capital. Upon hearing the news, Liu Yonghui was both surprised and furious. Xuan Kuan, how could be Xian Kuan? Didn't Li Rui Xian promise he could secure this position for me? Now that it was given to Xian Kuan, it had undoubtedly fallen into Empress Dowager Wei's hands. A few years ago, when Miao Ling had just joined Prince Kuan's residence, he had a decent relationship with Empress Dowager Wei, but he could tell that she wasn't satisfied with Miao Ling coupled with the recent incidents. Empress Dowager Wei probably preferred to keep the position within her own circle. After much deliberation, Liu Yonghui realized his current situation made him an easy target. Instead of relying on others, he decided to rely on himself. He wrote 2 letters. One was to the Taoist priest of Dongqi, and the other was to Lu Miaoling. That evening, after receiving the letter delivered by Liu Yonghui's messenger, Lu Miaoling angrily tore it to shreds. Such a good father I have. He actually dares to threaten me with my status. How had their father-daughter relationship deteriorated to this point? At that moment, Xian Kuan entered. What are you doing sitting here? Although Xian Kuan's attitude had softened somewhat due to Lu Miaoling's pregnancy, he still disliked her because of the recent troubles caused by the Lu family. If it weren't for the child, he would have divorced her long ago. I just woke up and have a bit of a headache. Lu Miaoling held her head, hoping to gain some sympathy from Xian Kuan. Xian Kuan was in no mood to deal with her. If you have a headache, go back to sleep. All you do all day is throw tantrums and cause trouble. What else are you good for? Lu Miaoling suppressed her anger and spoke softly. Your Highness, there's something I want to talk to you about. Go ahead, Xian Kuan said impatiently, sitting down beside her. I really didn't know anything about my mother's actions before. I've been feeling quite upset these past few days. But then I think about my position as Princess Kuan, and I know I have to prioritize the bigger picture. I can't be selfish. I'm grateful that Your Highness has always been so tolerant of me. Lu Miaoling said, tears streaming down her face. Looking at her, Xian Kuan, despite everything, felt a pang of sympathy. They had been husband and wife for nearly 4 years. All right, stop crying. Since you married into the Prince Kuan residence, you are you, and the Lu family is the Lu family. I won't confuse the two. Seeing that Xian Kuan had been persuaded, Lu Miaoling felt slightly relieved. She planned to put in a good word for Liu Yonghui in a few days. Unexpectedly, Xian Kuan brought up the matter himself. Your father has been quite idle lately, hasn't he? Lu Miaoling was taken aback. Perhaps the matters of the Ministry of Revenue aren't as complicated as those of the Ministry of Personnel. In that case, hurry up and have him come here. Have him handle some of the Ministry of Personnel's affairs for me. That little brat, the Emperor, is so annoying. I don't understand any of that official stuff. After saying this, he picked up the imperial edict and left. Mu Yue was almost finished with her work at the clinic and about to head back when 2 figures, one tall and one small, walked in. Xian Yu had changed into casual clothes and carried a small bundle on his back. He smiled sweetly at Mu Yue. Mu Yue taichit hadips. What's this? Yi Xianjin sat down without a word and sighed. The little brat insisted on visiting your prime minister's estate. I couldn't stop him. He is the emperor. After all, as his subjects, we can't defy his wishes, can we? Mu Yue glanjit at ye yuanjin. I don't believe you. Yi Xianjin glanced at Xian Yu. Xian Yu stepped forward, his lip trembling, about to cry. He's afraid of sleeping alone at night. The inn is so dark and scary. Don't cry, Mu Yue said, truly unable to bear seeing the little one cry like this. I'll take you back to the imperial palace. Xian Yu beamed. Is this elder sister's clinic? Xian Yu looked around with wide eyes. Yes, Mu Yue replied gently. Elder sister is amazing. I admire elder sister the most. I admire you even more than I admire uncle. Xian Yu blinked his large, shining eyes at Mu Yue. Just as they were about to leave, Xian Yu excitedly waved to Yi Xianjin. Goodbye, uncle. Yi Xianjin grunted in response. As Mu Yue was leaving with Xian Yu, they heard a commotion downstairs. What kind of lousy divine doctor are you? I've been seeking treatment for over a month. Those who came after me all got a number, but I didn't. Why? Do you think I'm afraid of you just because you're the prime minister's daughter? Other doctors are compassionate, but why are you so full of rules? Are you just putting on a show? The shouting attracted a crowd of onlookers. Annie Lee came out from the back room and opened the window to look down. Xiao Si, The door guard also ran upstairs. Annie Lee, that notorious bully, is causing trouble again. Annie Lee didn't know this person's background. However, the title of Capital's #1 bully seemed more fitting for the Prince Jing who was sitting there. His father is the head of the Xuanxin escort agency in the capital. He usually relies on his father's influence and acts like a tyrant in the capital. Many officials have to give him face. I just saw him reeking of alcohol. I'm afraid he's drunk and causing a scene, Xiao Si explained. Zheng Yang's cursing voice rang out again from below. Brothers, smash this clinic for me. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Zheng Yang's companions, who had just come out from drinking with him, were excited when they heard this. They grabbed axes and were about to start smashing the clinic. Seeing them rush into the clinic, Yi Xianjin turned and walked downstairs. These young men hadn't noticed him yet, excitedly yelling, "Smash it to pieces." Yi Xianjin tapped his fingers lightly on the table, watching the commotion with amusement. A few of Zheng Yang's companions noticed Yi Xianjin. They tugged at each other's sleeves and looked up. "Brother Zheng, let's go. Prince Jing is upstairs." "What Prince Jing? I'm not afraid of anyone, even the King of Heaven." Zheng Yang, drunk and reckless, charged upstairs. Yi Xianjin folded his arms and gave an order. "Go and break that dog's legs." The Ling Yun acknowledged the order and flew downstairs. As Zheng Yang charged forward, the Ling Yun kicked him in the chest, sending him flying 10 meters away. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. Zheng Yang lay on the ground like a dead dog, completely unconscious. Zheng Yang's companions were terrified and backed away. Just as they were about to flee, someone blocked their path. "Where do you think you're going?" Yi Xianjin descended from the upstairs. Seeing him, Zheng Yang's companions immediately scattered and knelt before him. "Your Highness, please spare our lives. We won't dare to do it again." Moments later, they knelt outside the clinic, bruised and swollen. Yi Xianjin looked at them with a seemingly pleased expression. "I'll give you a chance." Zheng Yang's companions' faces brightened for a moment, then fell again as they heard Yi Xianjin's next words. "Use your axes to each cut Zheng Yang once. I want to see blood and bone. But if anyone kills him, I'll kill them first." Yi Xianjin spoke with a faint smile, but his words sent chills down everyone's spines. He raised an eyebrow, as if waiting for them to act. "That dog dared to cause trouble here. He doesn't know what's good for him." Zheng Yang est companions gulped. None of them wanted to die, but none dared to disobey this madman. Gritting their teeth, they each took turns stabbing Zheng Yang's arm with their axes. The onlookers covered their mouths in horror. It was truly best not to offend Yi Xianjin. His methods of torture were unmatched. Zheng Yang was soon a bloody mess, barely clinging to life. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they heard Yi Xianjin speak again. "Hang him at the entrance of the Xuanxin escort agency." That evening, the head of the Xuanxin escort agency rushed to the entrance and nearly fainted when he saw his son hanging there, covered in blood. But because of Prince Jing's order, no one dared to take him down. The head of the agency was devastated, and rumors spread throughout the capital. The young master of the Xuanxin escort agency went to cause trouble at Miss Mu's clinic and ran into Prince Jing. Now he's barely alive. The news quickly reached the Mu residence. During dinner, Mu Xingze recounted the incident to Mu Xiang, embellishing the details. Mu Xiang's feelings were a complicated mix. It felt like two little people were constantly arguing in her head. This treacherous minister is cruel to the bone. Today it's Zheng Yang. Next time it will be you. Nonsense. He was standing up for Tian Tian. He took all the blame on himself. What a selfless and responsible person. This treacherous minister isn't as good as you say. He's shameless, cunning, vicious, and capable of any evil. He's a murderer. Ugh. He was helping Tian Tian. You idiot, can't you see that? Mu Xiang suddenly covered her ears with both hands and shook her head vigorously. Dad, what are you doing? Mu Xingze was startled. Mu Xiang sighed. Nothing, just a buzzing in my ears. Early the next morning, when Xin Yu appeared in the Mu family's main hall again, Mu Xiang wasn't so surprised. Your Majesty, have some pancakes and a big chicken leg. Just then, Fu Bo entered. Master, the prince is here. The same hour, the same place. When Yi Xianjin walked in, the atmosphere in the main hall was still strange. I've come to pick up His Majesty. Mu Xingze was about to ask someone to add another set of bowls and chopsticks when Mu Xiang spoke first. Add a set of bowls and chopsticks. Yi Xianjin walked straight to Mu Yuyue's side and sat down, right between Mu Xiang and Mu Yue. Although Mu Xiang still found Yi Xianjin disagreeable, he couldn't be too obvious, considering Yi Xianjin had stood up for Tian Tian yesterday. She reached out, picked up a chicken leg, and offered it to Xianyu. Before Xianyu could take it, she suddenly seemed to remember something. "Your Majesty just had one." She then changed direction and placed the chicken leg in Yi Xuanjin's bowl. "Prince Jing, please eat. It would be a waste otherwise." Yi Xianjin accepted the chicken leg with some surprise. "Thank you." Mu Xiang held her head high, not even glancing at Yi Xianjin. "You're welcome." Mu Xingzhe watched his father's awkward behavior. He really felt sorry for him. He clearly disliked Yi Xianjin, yet felt indebted to him. Mu Yue glanced at Yi Xianjin and smiled. "Eat, Xianjin." Yi Xuanjin's gaze fell on her smiling face. He lowered his eyes and smiled slightly. If he had known that this heartless woman would smile at him because of something like this, should he do more of this kind of thing in the future? When they had almost finished eating, Mu Xiang cleared her throat and wiped Xianyu's mouth with a handkerchief. "It's time for court. Let's go." Mu Xingzhe also picked up Xianyu. "We're going to court. You two enjoy your meal." Soon, only Yi Xianjin and Mu Yue were left in the main hall. Yi Xianjin put down his chopsticks. Mu Yue looked at him thoughtfully and handed him a pastry. Just a petty bully. Was it worth making such a fuss? Yi Xianjin wiped his hands, a glint of something in his dark eyes. "Why wasn't it worth it? I may not have those kinds of feelings for you, but you've already pledged your life to me. It wouldn't be right for me to ignore the matter." Mu Yue was completely confused. "Pledge my life? What nonsense!" "Yi Xianjin, what kind of daydream are you having?" Mu Yue felt like she couldn't keep up with Yi Xuanjin's train of thought. Mu Yue asked in bewilderment, "When did I ever pledge my life to you?" Seeing the confusion in her wide eyes, Yi Xianjin smirked. "So you don't admit it." He paused, then pulled out the sachet he carried with him. "The evidence is here." Seeing the sachet, Mu Yue had a bad feeling. She took it and looked at it carefully. She finally saw 8 small characters on the back and felt her blood run cold. Damn it, this sachet actually had this trick up its sleeve. At the time, she had simply liked the look of the sachet and bought it without a second thought. She hadn't noticed the embroidered characters, especially such ambiguous ones. Mu Yue felt utterly betrayed. No wonder this treacherous minister is so narcissistic. Mu Yue's expression was a kaleidoscope of emotions. Yi Xianjin noticed something was amiss. "What? Could it be that you didn't embroider this sachet?" As things stood, although it was somewhat dishonest, it was better for Mu Yue than admitting she felt an instant connection with Yi Xianjin and had pledged her life to him. She gave him an apologetic smile. "Actually, I just bought this sachet from a street vendor." Yi Xianjin went silent for a moment, then let out a sarcastic laugh. "You just happened to pick a peach blossom sachet. You have good luck." Mu Yue felt incredibly awkward. Yi Xianjin took the sachet back from her and tucked it back into his robes. He persisted, "Take me to that stall." "Isn't that necessary?" Mu Yue was afraid that Yi Xianjin, in a fit of pique, would destroy the vendor's entire stall. After all, that was something Yi Xianjin was capable of. Yi Xuanjin's face was stern, and he looked resolute. Mu Yue, feeling guilty, had no choice but to take Yi Xianjin to the market. As they appeared in the market, the people looked at them curiously. The rumors seemed to be confirmed, and they quickly picked up their baskets and hurried away. The vendor, an older woman, didn't know what was happening. She turned around and saw Yi Xianjin standing in front of her stall. Her face turned pale with fright. "PPP Prince Jing." The vendor nearly bit her tongue in terror. Ignoring her fear, Yi Xianjin began to examine the sachets on the stall. He looked at several, none of which had any embroidery. "Does this one have it?" Yi Xianjin took out the peach blossom sachet from his robes. The vendor nodded quickly and took out a box. Inside the box were dozens of identical peach blossom sachets, the colors and stitching exactly the same. Yi Xianjin looked through all the sachets. "Where are the characters?" The vendor was stunned. "What characters?" Mu Yue leaned in for a closer look and was equally surprised. "Characters? Where?" The vendor broke out in a cold sweat. The young ladies who looked at the sachets a few days ago thought the characters were too revealing. So I removed them. Why would Prince Jing and this young lady specifically ask about them? The vendor thought for a moment and carefully replied, "Your Highness, the sachets I sell here don't have any characters. Characters are so tacky. We're aiming for that ambiguous, dreamy feeling between a man and a woman, not before they've confessed their feelings. Yi Xianjin looked at Mu Yue, a strange smile playing on his lips. Did you hear that? They don't sell any with characters here. Mu Yue felt like she couldn't defend herself no matter what she said. Ma'am, think carefully. Didn't the ones you sold a few days ago have characters? Mu Yue asked the vendor desperately. The vendor glanced nervously at Yi Xianjin. If you want characters, miss, you can embroider them yourself on the blank space. Mu Yue turned and left. Yi Xianjin, in a great mood, tossed a gold ingot onto the stall before leaving. The stunned vendor clutched the gold, incredulous. Such a large ingot. It was equivalent to 2 years of her income. She then called excitedly after Yi Xuanjin's retreating figure. Prince Jing, please come again. Mu Yue stormed off ahead, fuming. Yi Xianjin followed at a leisurely pace. Though he knew this little spitfire wouldn't lie, he was still quite pleased and wanted to tease her. Why are you so angry? I don't mind. Mu Yue whirled around. Don't ever ask me to do needlework for you again. All right, I'll listen to you. Yi Xianjin hadn't expected to upset her so much. This little spitfire was quite thin-skinned. Mu Yue held out her hand. Give me back the sachet. Absolutely not. Yi Xianjin tucked the sachet back into his robes, as if it were a precious treasure. I bought this myself. Mu Yue continued arguing, but was suddenly pulled by the wrist by Yi Xianjin and led to a corner. Once they stopped, Yi Xianjin lifted his chin, gesturing toward a certain direction. Mu Yue looked in the indicated direction. It was Taoist Dongqi entering a tea house. What's that old Taoist doing here again? The two hid in the corner, watching as Dongqi entered the tea house. Soon, another old man appeared behind Dongqi. The man, dressed strangely with a mess of tangled hair, also went inside. The Tianyao Kingdom's Wu Yi. Yi Xianjin revealed the man's identity. Mu Yue instantly understood. Wu Yi was there to treat Lu Miaoling. Mu Yue tackled softly. Lu Miaoling's affliction. No one can cure it except me. So confident. Yi Xianjin looked at her with amusement. Mu Yue nodded. That's right, confident. They stood in the corner for a while. Yi Xianjin asked, want to join me for some tea? Mu Yue refused flatly and turned to leave. She hadn't forgotten the pledge for life incident. Who knew how this treacherous minister would make fun of her next? Yi Xianjin leaned against the wall, watching her disappear from sight. He chuckled softly. Life had become much more interesting since he met this little spitfire. Meanwhile, in the court, taking advantage of Yi Xuanjin's absence, several officials joined forces to accuse him. Yi Xianjin assaulted someone in public yesterday. His methods were brutal, showing a complete disregard for the law. If this continues, it will encourage others to follow suit. We implore your majesty to punish him severely. Leading the charge against Yi Xianjin was the censor, Wei Qirue. As the censor and the Empress Dowager's brother, Wei Qirue held considerable sway in the court. Therefore, many officials who disliked Yi Xianjin echoed his sentiments. Li Ruixian also stepped forward. What the censor said is true. Yi Xuanjin's actions have caused public fear. If this continues, it will be difficult to appease the people. We implore your majesty to intervene. These words stirred up Minister Mu, who had been hesitant, and he quickly stepped forward. Your majesty, as far as this minister knows, the person Prince Jing disciplined yesterday was a local bully named Zheng Yang. This man has been committing all sorts of evil in the capital for years, indulging in drinking, gambling, and abducting women. The people have long feared him like a venomous snake. Xianyu, sitting on the dragon throne, pretended to ponder. He asked, Minister Mu, do you have evidence of this man's crimes, such as abducting women? Of course we do. Pei Yinji from the Jingzhao Yin's office also stepped forward. Zheng Yang's past misdeeds are all recorded at the Jingzhao Yin's office. I can testify that everything Minister Mu said is true. One thing at a time, Your Majesty. Censor Wei immediately interjected. Even if this Zheng Yang is a villain, Prince Jing has no right to take the law into his own hands. This is against the rules. What are you talking about? Censor Wei. A low, languid voice echoed from the entrance of the court. Censor Wei shuddered. Everyone turned to look, and saw Yi Xianjin strolling in, looking calm and collected, a faint smile on his face, as if he were in a good mood. Yi Xianjin walked up to Censor Wei and scoffed. Taking the law into my own hands. Everything I do is above board. How does it become taking the law into my own hands when you say it? While Yi Xianjin was absent from court, several officials had banded together to accuse him, only to be caught red-handed by the cunning Prince Jing. Censor Wei trembled, but seeing Yi Xuanjin's haughty demeanor, his fear quickly turned into anger. Prince Jing, although you are the imperial tutor, you are too arrogant to disregard the laws of Xianchao. Yi Xianjin looked down at him condescendingly and said word by word, so what? I kill whoever I want. Well, have I ever needed anyone's permission? The officials who had previously sided with Censor Wei were now intimidated by Yi Xuanjin's powerful aura, fearing they would be implicated. They quietly retreated, leaving only Censor Wei standing there, gritting his teeth. Wei Fu, colluding with Bayan to smuggle silverware. Investigate it. Wei Chirui's face paled. The court erupted in an uproar. Smuggling Bayan's silverware had been a capital offense since the late emperor's decree. Now, Wei Fu had defied the imperial edict. This was a serious crime. Xian Yu's small face was stern. Censor Wei, are you aware of this matter? Censor Wei, completely unaware, immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, this must be a fabrication by Prince Jing. I believe in my son's innocence. Xian Yu then summoned Pei Yanji from the Jingzhao Yin's office to investigate. The court session ended abruptly. The officials quickly filed out, leaving only Censor Wei kneeling on the floor. Yi Xianjin leaned down and whispered, "How many sons does your Wei family have again?" He then put on a thoughtful expression. "All right too, isn't it? Even if one dies, there's still another. Your Wei family line won't die out." Censor Wei gnashed his teeth. That night, he rushed to the palace and confined Empress Dowager Wei. Empress Dowager Wei, already overwhelmed with problems, was furious upon hearing about her nephew's smuggling. "Are you all deliberately trying to make my life difficult?" Wei Chirue burst into tears. "Empress Dowager, please calm down. I didn't know. I thought he was just doing business. But that business turned out to be smuggling silverware. Now that Yi Xianjin had caught him red-handed, he was likely doomed." Empress Dowager Wei flung her teacup to the floor in a rage. "Yi Xianjin again. Is there no one in this world who can deal with him?" Although Empress Dowager Wei was furious, "But I can't just stand by and watch my beloved nephew die. I'll go to the Prince Regent." With that, she threw on a robe and left the palace for the Prince Regent's residence under the cover of night. Empress Dowager Wei, accompanied by Wei Yushi, stormed off to the Prince Regent's residence. When the outsider announced their arrival, Yi Xianjin just chuckled and replied, "Tell them this prince will act according to the law. Does he think the laws of the Xian dynasty are just for show?" Soon, Yun Xing relayed the message to Empress Dowager Wei outside the gate. "His Highness says he will act according to the laws of the Xian dynasty. Who told Wei Yuan to associate with thugs and bullies and then get reported?" Without a care for Empress Dowager Wei's displeased expression, Yun Xing closed the gate. Empress Dowager Wei gritted her teeth. Unfortunately, the Dali Temple is now overseen by that assistant minister, Mu Jingyu, a man of integrity and fairness. Empress Dowager Wei looked at Wei Yushi. If Jiang Qingping were to take over Lu Ruyun's case, there might still be a chance for him to survive. But if it falls into Mu Jingyu's hands, his fate is uncertain. Mu Jingyu, despite his young age and recent appointment, has already made a name for himself in the Dali Temple. With Mu Chengxiang, his righteous and incorruptible father, getting him to show leniency would be harder than ascending to heaven. But if the smuggling charges are proven, even if he survives, he'll be imprisoned for at least 10 years. He's the eldest son of our Wei family. At this moment, Wei Yushi deeply regretted his actions in court today. He never imagined that Yi Xianjin held such damning evidence against the Wei family. Empress Dowager Wei, also exasperated, decided to return to the palace. "Then kneel here and beg Yi Xianjin for mercy. His life or death rests entirely on Yi Xuanjin's whim." After saying this, only two words remained in Empress Dowager Wei's mind: absurd. The fate of their Xian dynasty's throne actually depended on someone surnamed Yi. After Empress Dowager Wei left, Wei Yushi remained kneeling in front of the Prince Regent's residence. Then, the attendant who had gone to the Dali Temple to inquire about the situation came running back. "Master, the young master has been imprisoned in Zhao Prison. Assistant Minister Mu is also working through the night at the Dali Temple, interrogating the others." The Zhao Prison in the Dali Temple is notorious for its torture methods. I'm afraid there will be a verdict by daybreak. Hearing this, Wei Yusher's heart sank. Without further hesitation, he knelt directly at the entrance of the Prince Regent's residence. I beg your highness, the Prince Regent, for mercy. He knelt until dawn before the gates of the Prince Regent's residence finally opened. Your highness, it was this official who was blind and ignorant. Please spare my son's life. The moment Wei Yusher saw Yi Xianjin, he kowtowed repeatedly on the ground. Yi Xianjin looked down at him. Yesterday, Wei Yusher spoke incessantly about rules and regulations. Why is it that today, when it comes to himself, he disregards them completely? How can he set an example for others in this manner? Yi Wanjin sneered. These old geezers put on an act of abiding by the law and being upright officials all day long. I wonder who they're trying to fool. Wei Yusher opened his mouth, but words failed him. As a censor, faced with this situation, he should uphold the law impartially, even against his own family. But that was his son. Your Highness, as long as you spare my son, I'm willing to do anything. Wei Yusher made his final concession. Yi Xianjin raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Seeing his tone soften, Wei Yusher instantly saw a glimmer of hope. Yes, as long as your highness gives the word, I will gladly give my life. Wei Yusher knelt humbly at Yi Xuanjin's feet. As long as your highness gives the word, I will gladly give my life. All right. Yi Xianjin tossed a brush to Wei Yusher's feet. As the saying goes, a life for a life. If Wei Yuan wants to live, then another life must be given in exchange. Use Wei Ruiying's life to exchange for your son's life. How about that? Wei Yusher's eyes widened, his face turning deathly pale as he stood up, shocked and enraged. He lashed out at Yi Xianjin. Wei Ruiying is the Empress Dowager. Use the Empress Dowager's life to exchange for you honors. You madman, you're insane. Yi Xianjin, however, remained unfazed and even let out a few chuckles. Only now do you realize, Wei Yusher, you are truly senile and foolish. Yi Xuanjin's expression darkened. Huabai, show him out. Wei Yusher was thrown out of the Prince Regent's residence. His body trembled as he pointed at Yi Xianjin and cursed. You're undermining the imperial court. Your intentions are treasonous. With you around, the Xian dynasty will never know peace. Looking at the closed gates before him, Wei Yusher's face was filled with grief. You honor, you're on your own now. Inside the Chongshang Fu, that treacherous minister is truly treacherous. He actually held such damning evidence against the Wei family. But that Wei Yuan, really, why couldn't he do something less incriminating? Why smuggle contraband? Mu Xiang sighed with emotion. Mu Xingze, who was having breakfast, looked over at her with a probing gaze. Sensing something was amiss, Mu Xingze turned his head. Why are you looking at me like that? Mu Xiang pointed at him. You're always sneaking out and disappearing. Don't tell me you're also involved in some shady business. How could that be? Do I look like that kind of person? Mu Xingze asked, a little defensively. Why wouldn't you? You look even more cunning than Wei Yuan. Father, Mu Yue entered just then. Although second brother can be a bit unreliable at times, he still knows his limits. Mu Yue said, exactly. Mu Xingze agreed, then seemed to realize something. Tian, what do you mean by second brother being unreliable? Mu Yue glanced at him and muttered, who told you to say I was at home embroidering? Now it's caused such a huge misunderstanding. Thinking about the sachet she gave Yi Xianjin, the one implying a lifelong commitment, Mu Yue felt a surge of frustration. Mu Xingze looked bewildered. What's wrong with embroidering? Isn't it normal for girls to embroider? You guys continue eating. I'm going to court. Today's court session is bound to be lively. Mu Xiang adjusted his court robes and left. After Mu Xiang left, Mu Xingze started to nudge Mu Yue. Yue, let's go to the Dali Temple. What for? Mu Yue asked. Jingyu has been busy all night. He must be tired. Let's bring him some food. On the carriage, Mu Xingze chattered incessantly. I knew about Wei Yuan's smuggling activities a long time ago. The Prince Regent has been keeping this information under wraps. I didn't expect that old fool to walk right into the trap. Li Ji, Ye Wanjin. Mu Yue's expression turned serious. He knows a lot of things. If he ever goes crazy, he might even take down the entire Qingxiang Manor. Mu Xingze nodded. This time, it involves the eldest son of the Wei family. Not only is the Wei family in a panic, but I'm afraid Empress Dowager Wei hasn't slept all night either. This incident has also served as a warning to the other families. They'll probably be quiet for a while. As they chatted, their carriage came to a stop near the Dali Temple. Mu Xingze lifted the curtain and looked outside. Another carriage was blocking their path. Do Mama emerged from the carriage. Miss Mu, the Empress Dowager requests your presence. The Empress Dowager had privately summoned Mu Yue more than once. But this time, Mu Yue knew exactly why. What exactly gave the Empress Dowager the illusion that she could influence Yi Xianjin? Even Mu Xingze was a bit worried, knowing Mu Yue was close to Yi Xianjin. The Empress Dowager, summoning you at this juncture, likely wants you to intercede with Yi Xianjin on her behalf. Don't worry, brother, I'll be back soon. Mu Yue winked at him. Dealing with the Empress Dowager was child's play for her. Going now would achieve nothing more than annoying the Empress Dowager. Mu Yue boarded the carriage the Empress Dowager had sent. She entered the palace. Mu Xingze thought for a moment, placed Sure He in the carriage, and said to the driver, "Take him to Dali Temple. I'll be away for a while." A short while later, Mu Yue was led to the Empress Dowager's palace. The Empress Dowager was reclining on a soft couch. "Your Majesty, Miss Mu has arrived," Do Mama announced. Empress Dowager Wei opened her eyes and looked at Mu Yue, giving her a gentle smile. "I've had a terrible headache since this morning. I recalled Miss Mu's excellent medical skills. Perhaps you could help me. Miss Mu, please." Do Mama gestured for Mu Yue to approach. Mu Yue smiled faintly, saying nothing. She stepped forward and placed her fingers on the Empress Dowager's temples, gently massaging them. "Ever since I gave birth to the Empress Dowager, I've known your relationship with Yi Xianjin is unusual. You're a clever girl. You should be able to guess why I called you here today." As the Empress Dowager was coercing Mu Yue, a figure rushed in from outside, shouting, "Mother! Mother!" A throng of officials in court attire followed behind the figure. Xian Rou shrieked as she ran towards them. Reaching Mu Yue, she shoved her aside with her hip. "Move it." Mu Yue smiled at her. Princess Xian Rou circled behind the Empress Dowager, made fists with her hands, and placed them on either side of the Empress Dowager's temples. Her massage technique is no good, slow, and tedious. It'll take forever. With that, she put all her strength into squeezing the Empress Dowager's head. "Stop! Stop!" Empress Dowager Wei's face was contorted by the pressure, but Xian Rou refused to let go. "Mother, let me tell you, that Wei Yuan is a troublemaker. Why couldn't he do something legal? He had to do something illegal. If you don't teach him a lesson, he'll be dancing on your grave, believe me," Xian Rou said. Empress Dowager Wei sat up straight and slammed her hands on the arms of the chair. "Outrageous. You are absolutely outrageous." Empress Dowager Wei glanced at the other officials in the hall. Even Mu Xiang was there. "Why are you all here?" she demanded angrily. Xian Rou answered, "I called them here. Let's be clear about this today. I know exactly why you called Mu Yue here, so I called everyone. Let's get this straight." Xian Rou then turned to the officials. "Gentlemen, tell me honestly, wasn't what Wei Yuan did utterly heartless?" The officials looked at each other. This usually spoiled Princess Xian Rou was unexpectedly insightful at this critical moment. A true blessing for the Xian dynasty. "Heartless." Minister Chun was the first to agree. The others echoed his sentiment. Mu Xiang also stood by, nodding repeatedly. Xian Rou cracked her knuckles. "That damned Wei Yuan did something so heartless. Mother, how could you ask a young girl to plead with Yi Xianjin? Such a delicate frame. How could she withstand the torments of that treacherous minister? I don't know what you're thinking. You're so stubborn. Look, you're not even happy when I'm trying to help you. You're like a mule." Xian Rou pointed at the Empress Dowager, her mouth moving nonstop. Empress Dowager Wei was furious with the seemingly possessed Xian Rou. She shouldn't have let this crazy daughter out. "Your Majesty, the Wei family's smuggling of illicit goods is undeniable. The evidence is clear. Please don't make things difficult for my daughter." Mu Xiang stepped forward and said, unable to stand it any longer. Empress Dowager Wei looked at Mu Xiang and suppressed her anger. "I merely asked Miss Mu to help me with my headache. When did I ask her to plead with Yi Xianjin?" She then looked at Mu Yue. "Did I just ask you to plead with Yi Xianjin?" Mu Yue put on a frightened expression and shook her head. "No, your Majesty didn't say that." "Oh dear, Mother, I misjudged you. I apologize." Xian Rou went behind the Empress Dowager again, grabbed her cheeks, and squeezed them hard. "Someone, take the princess back and confine her." Confine her. Empress Dowager Wei was exasperated. Her headache, which had eased slightly, was now worse. This was the second time Xian Rou had disrupted her plans. If she weren't her own daughter, she would have dealt with her long ago. Hearing about confinement, Xian Rou protested. "I say, you old hag, how could you?" "You wretched beast." Empress Dowager Wei lost her composure and screamed hysterically, "Get out. All of you get out." Outside the Empress Dowager's palace, Mu Yue finally laughed. "Yeah, tell Daddy honestly, how far has your relationship with that treacherous minister progressed?" Mu Yue didn't know how to answer. Her relationship with Yi Xianjin was complicated. They mostly met to do exciting things like eavesdropping or while killing people. There wasn't much else they did together. How could she describe such a relationship? "Murder buddies." Mu Yue touched her chest, pondering, and answered sincerely, "He and I are alike." A languid voice interrupted. "Accomplices." Mu Yue and Mu Xiang turned their heads simultaneously to see Yi Xianjin approaching. Seeing him, Mu Xiang's face immediately hardened. Yi Xianjin, seemingly oblivious, smiled at him. "Speaking of my relationship with Ye, that's a long story." "Ye, he's calling you Ye now." Mu Xiang felt his head about to explode. Mu Yue frowned at Yi Xianjin as he reached into his robes. She quickly grabbed his wrist before he could pull out the sachet. "Father, the Prince Regent, and he saved my life once." Mu Yue blurted out. Yi Xianjin and Mu Xiang both looked at each other quizzically. When did this happen? The mention of a life-saving favor left them both stunned. Seeing the two men looking at her, Mu Yue nodded firmly. "Yes, that's right." Yi Xianjin let his thoughts drift back. He remembered she had mentioned saving his life before. Now she brought it up again. Yet, he had no recollection of it. Mu Xiang also pondered for a moment, then softened his tone. "So that's how it is." Seeing Mu Yue standing close to Yi Xianjin, Mu Xiang felt a pang of disapproval. He stepped between them and said to Mu Yue, "You should go back and rest. Your father and the prince have some important matters to discuss." "All right," Mu Yue agreed readily and quickly disappeared from their sight. Left alone with Yi Xianjin, Mu Xiang felt somewhat awkward. He cleared his throat. "Your Highness, you saved my daughter's life. As her father, I must thank you." Yi Xianjin remained silent. "However, men and women should maintain a proper distance. My daughter will eventually marry. For her reputation, Your Highness, please keep your distance from her in the future." Having voiced his thoughts, Mu Xiang turned and left. In his eyes, Yi Xianjin was a treacherous minister. He feared his daughter would be constantly suppressed and meet an unfortunate end if she continued associating with him. Yi Xianjin absorbed every word Mu Xiang uttered. Staring at Mu Xiang's retreating figure, he scoffed inwardly merry. He'd like to see who would dare marry this little monster. Yi Xianjin then instructed Yun Qing, "Tell Wei Yuan to come see me." In Prince Jin's residence, Wei Yuan knelt on the floor, having spent a night in Dali Temple. His arrogance had been thoroughly worn down. Now, seeing Yi Xianjin, he clung to him like a lifeline, pleading, "Your Highness, please spare me. I'm willing to be your ox or your horse." Yi Xianjin leaned back in his chair, propping his head up with his hand, and stared at Wei Yuan for a long while. "You want to live? Then show me some sincerity." Wei Yuan paused. With the silver smuggling scheme exposed, he faced at least 10 years in prison. 10 years. He couldn't afford to lose that much time. But now, pleading with Yi Xianjin was his only option. After careful consideration, Wei Yuan cautiously said, "I know a secret about the Wei family." Yi Xianjin remained silent, waiting for his answer. To be precise, it was a secret about Empress Dowager Wei. Wei Yuan understood the court's dynamics. His aunt, the Empress Dowager, and Yi Xianjin were sworn enemies. This was the perfect opportunity. With both Wei Jiao and the Empress Dowager unable to protect him, why not seize the chance to align himself with the powerful Yi Xianjin? "Tell me," Yi Xianjin said, a flicker of interest appearing on his face. Under Yi Xuanjin's pressure, Wei Yuan revealed the Empress Dowager's secret. Empress Dowager Wei once studied under a Gu master from Beiyu. She secretly practiced Gu techniques for several years. But because Gu is sinister, she falls into a deep sleep for an entire day at the beginning of each month. If anyone interrupts her during this time, the Gu will backfire. She will become physically and mentally exhausted and require the heart blood of 7 children to recover. This was the first time Yi Xianjin had heard of this. It seemed he had underestimated the old woman. If her Gu is disrupted, will she suffer the same backlash? Yi Xianjin asked. Wei Yuan nodded. Logically, yes. Yi Xianjin stood up and slowly walked over to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan lowered his head, not daring to breathe. He felt that after revealing his aunt's secret, Yi Xianjin could snap his neck at any moment. However, Yi Xianjin merely patted his shoulder. "Go back." Wei Yuan looked at Yi Xianjin in disbelief, a mixture of shock and joy in his heart. He kowtowed and pledged his loyalty. "From now on, Wei Yuan belongs to your highness. I will die for you without hesitation. In the end, he had to rely on himself to earn a chance at survival. Not long after Wei Yuan left Prince Jin's residence, officials from Dali Temple arrived at the Wei residence. After investigation, it was determined that the silver smuggling was orchestrated by someone else. Wei Yuan was released without charge. He had escaped this calamity. Wei Yushi, drenched in cold sweat, asked, Yuaner, did you make a deal with Yi Xianjin? Wei Yuan didn't want to discuss it with him and returned to his room. On the day of the Empress Dowager's deep sleep, Yi Xianjin brought Mu Yue into the palace through a secret passage. Your Majesty, I'm here to remove the goo worm for you today. Xian Yu's small face paled. Will it hurt? No. Mu Yue pinched Xian Yu's cheek. All the medicine I gave you before was to lessen the pain. Just close your eyes and sleep for a while, Your Majesty, and everything will be fine. Xian Yu obediently lay down. Mu Yue summoned the red smoke that transformed into a human form. Begin. At Mu Yue's command, the red smoke transformed back into smoke and entered the young emperor's forehead, traveling through his body. On the bed, the young emperor closed his eyes, his brow furrowed, as if in discomfort. At the same time, in the Empress Dowager's chambers, the sleeping Empress Dowager suddenly opened her eyes. Her body began to tremble, and blood surged upwards from her chest. Sensing something was wrong, the Empress Dowager tried to suppress the discomfort. But the harder she tried, the more fiercely the blood surged. Someone was disrupting her goo. Anxiety filled her heart. Covered in sweat, the Empress Dowager suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Clutching her chest in agony, she felt as if it were exploding. Excruciating pain racked her internal organs. Her goo was being disrupted. The Empress Dowager's goo was being disrupted, causing intense pain that shot through her body. Lying on the floor, weak and struggling, she cried out, "Someone, help!" The servants waiting outside rushed in. They were horrified by the Empress Dowager's appearance. Her usually well-maintained face had become terrifying in a short span of time. Quickly, get the imperial physician. As soon as she finished speaking, the Empress Dowager fell unconscious. The young emperor's goo was completely removed, while the Empress Dowager suffered a severe backlash. Yi Xianjin took Mu Yue and left the city directly. Where are we going? Mu Yue asked. To Baiyun. Yi Xianjin pulled out a document. The emperor wishes to resolve some lingering conflicts with Baiyun left by the late emperor. Therefore, he has dispatched me to negotiate. In other words, he was acting on official orders. Mu Yue and Mu Xingzhou were speechless. They had thought they were just going to a nearby city, but unexpectedly, they were on a trip abroad. They probably wouldn't be back for at least half a month. Suddenly, the carriage lurched to a violent stop. In the middle of nowhere, a dozen bandits, armed with knives and clubs, surrounded their carriage. This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. If you want to pass, leave your valuables. What a familiar opening line. Mu Yue calmly started driving, even when they encountered bandits. Boss, look at that girl. She's really beautiful, one of the bandits said to their leader. The bandit leered at Mu Yue with a sinister smile. Yi Xianjin glanced at Mu Yue, who sat calmly, a slight curve appearing on his lips. Guard Mu, remember to protect this prince. Go to sleep. Mu Yue glared at him angrily. These small-time thieves weren't even fit to shine her shoes. Mu Yue reached out her hand. A plum blossom dart shot out, landing near the bandits' feet. Seeing the plum blossom, the bandits' faces paled. Meanwhile, at Red Snow Mountain, a ghostly figure flashed in front of the bandits. Li Shen smiled at Mu Yue. Miss, go ahead. Leave this to me. The bandits stared at the old woman who had suddenly appeared, brandishing their knives at her. You old hag, I'll chop you into mincemeat. Li Shen smiled faintly at them. Shadow Saintly is here. State your business. After Li Shen spoke, the lead bandit scoffed. Shadow Saint. I'm more like Mountain Bandit Dad. However, the bandit beside him looked terrified. Boss, the Shadow Saint. Li Qinglan, the infamous Shadow Saint of the Jianghu. She appears and disappears without a trace. Most importantly, she was the former leader of the Sealed Blade Stronghold on Mount Taiqing. The leader's face changed dramatically. The Sealed Blade Stronghold, the largest bandit den in the Jianghu. The small bandit continued. No one expected that the leader of the Sealed Blade Stronghold, who once dominated the Jianghu and vanished overnight, Li Qinglan, not only survived but also joined the newly risen Red Snow Mountain. Li Shen flicked her wrists, and a pair of blades appeared in her hands. Blocking my path. Have you considered the consequences? Despite the others desperately trying to hold him back, the lead bandit held his head high. It's just Red Snow Mountain. Our three-slaughter sect is no slouch. Brothers, attack. If we kill this old hag today, I'll take all the credit. However, no one behind him moved. Even a wounded tiger is still a tiger. Provoking her was simply courting death. It didn't take long for the entire three-slaughter sect to be slaughtered. Li Shen quickly caught up to Mu Yoyue's carriage. Miss, it's all taken care of. Yi Xianjin looked at her and chuckled. This prince was right to come out with you to see the world. Mu Yue rolled her eyes. A wolf in sheep's clothing. Who knows how many of Xuanjin's traps I've walked into along the way. The summer weather was unpredictable. The originally bright and sunny sky suddenly became overcast. Torrential rain began to pour down. The carriage continued westward, soon entering a new territory. The territory was protected by a barrier. Inside was Red Snow Mountain. They stopped the carriage. Mu Yue made a few gestures towards the barrier, and it opened, revealing a lush forest. Let's go. Seeing Mu Yoyue's actions, Mu Xingze was shocked. Could Tian Tian be the person behind Red Snow Mountain? What exactly had she been doing during the 3 years she escaped from the Liu family? Yi Xianjin raised an eyebrow. Tian Tian is truly impressive. Mu Yue glared at him. She always felt he was being sarcastic. At that moment, a pink figure skipped over from the front, opening her arms and hugging Mu Yue tightly. Yu, you're back. I missed you so much. Lu Yin pulled Mu Yue towards the village, waving at Mu Xingze behind them. Mu Xingze now understood the situation. He remembered this pink-clad girl. He just never expected Li Shun to be hiding such depths as well. They were escorted up the mountain. As they walked, Mu Xingze realized that Red Snow Mountain was completely different from what he had imagined. He had thought it would be a dark and ruthless place, but it was unexpectedly welcoming. The bandits of Red Snow Mountain, usually ferocious and intimidating outside, were completely different behind closed doors. They lacked any bandit-like air and even possessed a certain chivalrous spirit. Yi Luyan was the little tyrant here. Despite her young age, her martial arts skills were exceptional. She usually ran the mountain stronghold when Mu Yue was away. Now, she was holding a large bowl, inviting everyone a drink. Mu Yue also held a large bowl filled with wine, looking somewhat like a bandit herself. Yi Xianjin sat to the side, seemingly out of place in this lively atmosphere. A plate was placed in front of him. Eat something. You may be called the living Yama, but you're not really above earthly needs. Seeing Mu Yue serving Yi Xianjin food and drink, everyone couldn't help but sense something between them. It was hard not to read into this handsome man and beautiful woman together. Mu Yue left for a moment. Several women sat down in front of Yi Xianjin, their faces full of curiosity. Young Master Yi, what's your relationship with our Yu? What do you think? Yi Xianjin smiled, asking back casually. Seeing that he didn't answer directly, they became even more excited. I bet you like our Yu. What's there to guess? We're at most half allies. Mu Yue had returned at some point, having overheard part of their conversation. Half allies. Everyone echoed, looking at Yi Xianjin. I'll go with whatever she says. The next day, they set off again for the northern kingdom. Everyone waved goodbye to Tian Tian. You've managed Red Snow Mountain quite well. Yi Xianjin had only spent less than a day at Red Snow Mountain, but he already liked the atmosphere of the large family. I like them too. Mu Yue smiled slightly. Everyone at Red Snow Mountain was also her family. They had faced the most difficult times together, and things would only get better from now on. 2 days later, the carriage arrived at the Northern Kingdom. The Northern Kingdom was the closest to the Xian dynasty and its primary tributary state. Marquis Zhenghua was waiting at the city gate to greet them. Marquis Zhenghua and his entourage bowed respectfully towards the carriage. We humbly welcome His Highness Prince Jing. Yi Xianjin sat inside the carriage and simply said, lead the way. Mu Yue looked at Yi Xianjin. Then you go ahead with your business. We'll entertain ourselves. Yi Xianjin said indifferently, this prince represents the Xian dynasty. Traveling alone would damage the Xian dynasty's reputation. Guard Mu, you will enter the palace with this prince. The rest of you will go to the Eastern Palace for accommodations. Yi Xianjin said, handing Mu Xingze a key. Mu Xingze nodded in understanding. Mu Yue then followed Yi Xianjin into the palace. Yi Xianjin brought Mu Yue to the Northern Kingdom's royal palace. King Xiaolu had already been waiting in the palace with his officials. Seeing Yi Xianjin, Xiaolu stepped forward and said with a warm smile, Xianjin, you're finally here. This familiar tone surprised Mu Yue. After all, no one in the Xian dynasty dared to address Yi Xianjin so casually. Xiahou Lu looked curiously at the person standing next to Yi Xianjin. This young woman is Prince Jin's guard. Mu Yue, fearing another surprising remark, quickly explained. Xiahou Lu became even more curious. Such a beautiful young woman, just a guard. Impossible. But seeing the heroic air about her, he figured her skills must be considerable. You must be tired from your journey. Please. Xiahou Lu ushered Yi Xianjin inside. Many ministers and a princess, walking behind them, whispered amongst themselves. I really didn't expect the legendary Prince Jin to be so young and so handsome. Even the crown prince is overshadowed. Why do Prince Jin and the king seem so familiar? Do they know each other from before? Xiahou Lu led Yi Xianjin alone to the imperial study for a private conversation. Mu Yue initially intended to wait outside. Just before entering, Yi Xianjin reached out and pulled her in with him. Xiahou Lu looked over curiously. My guard is rarely away from home. I'm afraid she'll be bullied. Yi Yuanjin aping it. Xiahou Lu saw through the pretense somewhat. Who here would dare bully your person? Inside the imperial study, Xiahou Lu ordered tea to be served. It's been almost 2 years since our last meeting. I owe my life to your medicine. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be sitting here today. Recalling the past, Xiahou Lu was filled with emotion. Mu Yue listened intently. From the sound of it, Yi Xianjin had saved the northern and king's life. She wondered just how many people his medicine had saved. Xianlong is dead. You have nothing to worry about now. Yi Xianjin took a sip of tea, speaking meaningfully. Xiahou Lu didn't try to hide anything. That's true, but Northern has suffered under his suppression these past years. Mu Yue more or less understood the situation. Xianlong, the previous emperor, had tried to kill Xiahou Lu during a visit to the Xian dynasty for a banquet. Yi Xianjin had saved him. This caused irreparable conflict between the two nations, leading to a trade embargo. Not wanting to get involved, she excused herself. I'll go out for some air. Don't go too far, Yi Xianjin called after her. After she left, Xiahou Lu, full of curiosity, asked this young woman, she's more than just a guard, isn't she? You seem quite concerned for her, Xianjin. Yi Xianjin glanced at Xiahou Lu and raised a hand, signaling him to stop. Seeing his protective manner, Xiahou Lu laughed. Understood, understood. Yi Xianjin handed him a document, an imperial edict. From now on, Northern and Xian will resume trade. Xiahou Lu accepted it, overjoyed. Is this true? If we can truly resume trade with the Xian, then good times will return to Northern. He paused, then added, of course, I have one more request. After hearing Yi Xianjin's request, Xiahou Lu pondered for a moment. But whose hand shall I use to play the villain? Xiahou Lu was still thinking about who to use as the villain when the villain practically delivered herself to his doorstep. Mu Yue was waiting outside the imperial study for Yi Xianjin to emerge when a shrill voice pierced the air. Which palace are you made from? Mu Yue turned to see an ornately dressed woman looking at her with jealousy. Dressed so seductively. Are you trying to entice some nobleman? Mu Yue, detesting the look, retorted without hesitation, I'm your father. You insolent girl. The woman, Su Fei, reached out to slap Mu Yue. Mu Yue wasn't about to let her. She grabbed Su Fei's wrist and threw her to the ground. The woman landed face first, screaming in pain. Someone, kill this woman. Yi Xianjin, hearing the commotion, emerged from the study. Hearing the familiar voice, he raised a hand, and several vines suddenly shot out from a nearby flower bed, tightly ensnaring the woman and immobilizing her. Xiahou Lu, startled by the scene, exclaimed, Xianjin. Yi Xianjin spoke pointedly. Your villain has been found. Xiahou Lu instantly understood. The matter he had been agonizing over was suddenly resolved. He laughed heartily. Good, very good. Ye Yuanjin similit faintly. Someone, help consort Su Fei up. Mu Yue asked him, what mischief are you brewing now? Yi Xianjin, in a good mood, reached out and pinched her cheek. You know me best. Mu Yue nearly shuddered. Late that night, a dark figure appeared in Yi Xuanjin's room. Your Highness, after the banquet, Xiahou Lu met privately with Chancellor Su Yongzhong and General Su Yongyi. He also promoted Su Fei to noble consort. Su Yongyi has already sent a message via flying pigeon overnight. The shadowy figure handed Yi Xianjin the intercepted letter. After reading the contents, the corners of Yi Xuanjin's lips curled upwards. Continue to monitor them. After the figure left, Yi Xianjin remained seated in the moonlight, lost in thought. His patience was wearing thin. He needed to accelerate his plans. Once Xian Yu was securely on the throne, it would be time for him to leave. Yi Xianjin gazed into the distance, his expression unreadable. He seemed to be having second thoughts about leaving so soon. Mu Yue went alone to a tea house to meet the northern and imperial preceptor, Shi Mian, who was also her senior brother. When I saw you at the palace yesterday, I thought I was mistaken. I didn't expect it to really be you, Shi Mian said. Mu Yue smiled. You seem to have a lot of free time, imperial preceptor. Shi Mian looked at her with a smile. Now that Prince Jin is in the palace, the king has no time for me. Naturally, I have some free time. But why are you working as someone's guard? Mu Yue paused. I owe him a favor. Is that so? I don't think that's the whole story, Shi Mian teased. Mu Yue glanced at him, and Shi Mian changed the subject. Mu Yue asked about his recent activities. Shi Mian took a sip of tea. I saw Master not long ago. He misses you very much. Mu Yue took his words to heart. Sent a letter to him for me later. After catching up, Shi Mian mentioned the previous night's incident. After you were bullied by Su Fei, the king met privately with the two Su brothers. He also promoted Su Fei. I suspect Prince Jin is doing something for you. Mu Yue glanced at Shi Mian. I never realized you were so gossipy. Shi Mian chuckled. I never realized you would lower yourself to be a guard. The two chatted animatedly, unaware that a pair of eyes was watching them intently from not far away. But as Mu Yue was about to enter her room after returning, Yi Xuanjin's low and cool voice drifted over, reluctant to leave. How did you come to that conclusion? Mu Yue turned around, puzzled, thinking he was being utterly ridiculous. Yi Xianjin met her gaze, feeling inexplicably irritated. But then, Yi Xianjin started again. Since you're reluctant, then stay for 2 more days. Mu Yue frowned. What are you talking about? Why would I be reluctant to leave this wretched place? Realizing his misunderstanding, she teased, the person I met today was my senior brother. Did you perhaps misunderstand something? A faint blush crept onto Yi Xuanjin's cheeks. Seeing him speechless, Mu Yue continued, whether it's the people or the things here, none of them hold any interest for me. You can rest assured. Yi Xuanjin's invitation inapplicable est accepté. If that's the case, then we'll return to the capital tomorrow. Mu Yue responded with a smile and turned back to her room. Just as she was about to push the door open, Yi Xianjin quickly grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. A faint smile played on his lips. Want some excitement after we return to the capital? Mu Yue knew that the excitement Yi Xianjin spoke of usually meant genuine excitement. But every time, she had to trade a handmade item for it. So, with considerable resolve, Mu Yue flatly refused. The next day, on the way back to the capital, Yi Xianjin persistently asked again, are you sure you don't want some excitement? Just as the words left his mouth, the carriage suddenly lurched violently. Mu Yue lost her balance and fell forward, landing in Yi Xuanjin's arms. Their faces were incredibly close. She turned her head slightly, and with just a small movement, her lips almost brushed against Yi Xuanjin's. The sudden contact made them both freeze. A strange silence hung in the air. Finally, Yi Xianjin broke the tension with a chuckle. So, Yi wants this kind of excitement. He gently grasped her wrist and lowered his voice. It's not impossible for this king to sacrifice himself. Mu Yue immediately covered his mouth with her hand. After giving him a warning glare, she released him. Ye Yuanjin similit unjonjernidli. Since you're so shy, I won't say anything more. They barely spoke for the rest of the journey. However, the strange atmosphere surrounding them lingered. 3 days later, they arrived at the imperial capital. Eunuch Jiang announced an imperial decree. Trade between the Xian and Northern and was to be restored. The court erupted in an uproar. It had only been a short time since an imperial censor was nearly executed for smuggling silverware. How could trade be restored after just a few days? Many officials, though disapproving of the powerful Grand Chancellor, dared only grumble inwardly, fearing he held some incriminating evidence against them. Suddenly, a member of the Imperial Guard, Wen Xiao, entered and announced that former Minister Liu Yonghui was requesting an audience outside. Liu Yonghui, having been demoted to a minor 7th-rank official, no longer had the right to attend court. Eunuch Jiang stepped forward. This is the time for the morning court session. If he has any matters, he can wait until the emperor has adjourned. When Xiao looked troubled, Minister Liu, he claims he has something to discuss with Grand Chancellor Mu. The court was shocked. Hearing that Liu Yonghui wanted to speak with Grand Chancellor Mu, everyone was stunned. Upon hearing this, Grand Chancellor Mu scoffed dismissively. What nonsense! Emperor Xianyu was unsure what to do and looked towards Yi Xianjin. Yi Xianjin signaled with his eyes for Wen Xiao to admit Liu Yonghui. Soon, Liu Yonghui shakily entered the court and knelt down. Your humble servant, Liu Yonghui, greets your majesty. Liu Yonghui, how do you plead for disrupting the order of the court? Emperor Xianyu asked, his young face stern and displeased. Liu Yonghui looked apprehensive. Your humble servant knows he shouldn't have interrupted your majesty. However, I have just discovered a matter of grave importance. Therefore, I must come forward and reveal the truth. Liu Yonghui swallowed hard and declared loudly, I possess evidence that Grand Chancellor Mu Jiahui has been accepting bribes and colluding with local officials to embezzle funds over the years. The court fell silent. Emperor Xianyu, unsure of Liu Yonghui's intentions, played along. Liu Yonghui, you must be responsible for your words. Do you know what you're saying? I wouldn't dare come here without irrefutable evidence. This matter was revealed by someone from the Grand Chancellor's residence. I implore your majesty to immediately dispatch men to search the Grand Chancellor's residence for evidence of Mu Jiahui's crimes. Liu Yonghui spoke with conviction. Emperor Xianyu looked towards Yi Xianjin. Uncle, what do you think of this matter? Yi Xianjin waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Xian Kuan to lead the search. The officials followed to the Grand Chancellor's residence. After a search by the Imperial Guard, a ledger was indeed found. Your Highness, Prince Jin, we have found Mu Jiahui's ledger of embezzlement, along with silver notes from Tianyao Kingdom. Liu Yonghui said triumphantly. Yi Xianjin raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Let this prince have a look. Liu Yonghui presented the ledger. Please see, Your Highness. On the 2nd of this month, he received 20,000 taels in silver notes from Lingnan Prefecture. This silver was the yearly allocation from the court to the impoverished people of Lingnan. And on the 7th of April, he received another 15,000 taels from local officials. This was the money allocated by the court for flood control in the region. And on the 6th of June, as Liu Yonghui continued, his back suddenly stiffened. His expression changed from confident to bewildered and finally to terrified. He froze in place. Continue. Why have you stopped? Ye Yuanj invited patiently. Liu Yonghui's hands trembled uncontrollably. This wasn't the ledger he had prepared. It was his own personal ledger. How could this be? Even more terrifying, this ledger had been destroyed after his demotion. How could an identical copy reappear now? Xian Kuan walked over and examined the ledger, also stunned. Without thinking, he blurted out, Liu Yonghui, isn't this your handwriting? Mu Jingyu stepped forward and laughed. What's going on? Wasn't this supposed to be about my father's embezzlement? How did this become Minister Liu's ledger? Could it be that someone deliberately tried to frame me, but brought the wrong ledger? Grand Chancellor Mu scoffed, his face full of disdain. Su Fei, standing in the corner, breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, she could only be thankful for her last-minute betrayal, which prevented her from being implicated. She had intended to use Liu Yonghui to bring down Grand Chancellor Mu. Fortunately, someone had warned her, allowing her to escape this disaster. Originally, Su Fei had been determined to make everyone in the Mu family suffer. But then she remembered the luxurious life she enjoyed after becoming a consort. If the Mu family fell, what would become of her? Su Fei decided that since Liu Yonghui wanted to use her, she might as well use him in return. It was a good opportunity to prove her loyalty to Yi Xianjin. However, the sudden appearance of this ledger was something Su Fei had never anticipated. After the farce in court, Liu Yonghui reacted and furiously pointed at consort Su Fei. It's this wretch. Last night, she sent a message to my brother-in-law, telling him that Grand Chancellor Mu Jiahui was investigating him. That's why I spoke up in court this morning. The insider I mentioned from the Mu family is her. Everyone turned to look at consort Su Fei. She retreated in fear, denying, no, I didn't. My Lord Liu, although I'm a daughter-in-law of the Mu family, I'm still considered part of the family. Why would I betray them? Why would you wrongly accuse a woman like me? Even Xian Kuan couldn't stand it anymore. He slapped his father-in-law's head. Liu Yonghui, have you completely lost your mind? A daughter-in-law of the Mu family has a good life. Why would she conspire with you? Having such a father-in-law, Xian Kun truly felt he had been blind before. No wonder Lu Miaoling acted like a fool all day, stirring up trouble. Fearing that Lu Yonghui's dirty deeds would taint him, Xian Kun distanced himself. Your Highness, this matter has nothing to do with me. I know nothing. Yi Xianjin spoke casually. According to Xian dynasty law, the supervising official will detain him and gather all evidence before sentencing. Mu Jingyu, still relatively new to Xian dynasty law and criminal proceedings, watched as Wen Xiao took Lu Yonghui away. After everyone left, Mu Jiaowei glanced at consort Su Fei. She immediately stepped forward and knelt before him. Father, this matter was Su Fei's own initiative. Last time, when I was out, Lu Yonghui found me. He said I was just the daughter of a housekeeper, and now that elder sister Yu is back, Father cares even less for me. He told me to plan for my future. But Father's kindness to Su Fei over the years, Su Fei has always kept in mind. I already consider myself a part of the Mu family. How could I be easily deceived by Lu Yonghui? But Lu Yonghui has been too arrogant recently. So last night, I used a carrier pigeon to inform Lu Yonghui's followers. I'm sorry, Father, I was too rash. Consort Su Fei spoke with a trembling voice. Mu Xingze crossed his arms, watching her cry her heart out, and unexpectedly laughed. Enough with the theatrics. Who are you putting on a show for? You planned this quite well. If Lu Yonghui had come to investigate today, he indeed wouldn't have found anything. Then you could have displayed your loyalty to us. But if Lu Yonghui had a backup plan, it would be our Mu family who would suffer in the end, and you would still be able to escape unscathed. Consort Su Fei, you wouldn't lose either way, would you? Mu Xing's sharp words left Consort Su Fei speechless. Second young master, why must you think so poorly of me? Consort Su Fei didn't know what else to say, her voice choked with sobs. Mu Xingze scoffed and looked away. Mu Jiaohui's last bit of trust in Consort Su Fei had completely vanished. The only thing they could do now was to keep their promise and find her a good family as soon as possible, so she could live the rest of her life in peace. After Consort Su Fei left, Mu Jiaowei asked Mu Xingze and Mu Jingyu, by the way, what's the character of Lin Ke, the second young master of the Tongjingsi Su family like? Mu Xingze knew what Mu Jiaowei was thinking and exclaimed, Father, don't drag that poor Lin Ke into this for no reason. On the day of the Aiden festival, Mu Xingze, Mu Jingyu, and Mu Shuyan, the three brothers, invited Yi Xianjin out for drinks. Mu Yue, having seen them off, was about to enter the house when a carrier pigeon landed on her head. She removed the note from the pigeon's leg. Familiar handwriting came into view. Shusher Flower Street, small courtyard. After reading the note, Mu Yue's first reaction was, what is that guy up to again? He usually has Yunqing run errands for everything. Why is he using carrier pigeons now? Men's hearts are unfathomable. After dark, the entire Imperial City Street was ablaze with lights. Many young masters from noble families and unmarried ladies took advantage of this rare opportunity to stroll under the moonlight. Yi Xianjin wanted to take this opportunity to confess to Mu Yue. He felt he had wasted too much time already, and to continue wasting it would be too late. Mu Yue, holding the key Yi Xianjin gave her, arrived at the location. What's with the map and key you gave me? Yi Xuanjin's lips curved into a faint smile. Nothing much, just all my belongings. Mu Yue looked at him with a puzzled expression. All your belongings? What do you mean? Yi Xianjin looked in her eyes, drawing closer. His voice, laced with tenderness, whispered in Mu Yue's ear when Wang Xinyu. I mean, when you marry me, naturally, I will hand over all my assets. He took Mu Yue's hand and placed it against his cheek. I've given you all my possessions. Now, there's only one left. Does Tian Tian want to take me too? Mu Yue's heart inexplicably skipped a beat at his words. Her gaze fixed on Yi Xuanjin's face. After making sure he wasn't feverish, Mu Yue looked away. Did you run into some trouble? Do you need my protection? Yi Xianjin straightened up, a smile spreading across his lips. Indeed, I've encountered some trouble. So, will Tian Tian protect me for the rest of my life? Yi Xuanjin's sudden confession left Mu Yue flustered. She wondered what had gotten into him. Yi Xianjin frowned at her reaction. Wasn't he being obvious enough? Or was the little monster deliberately playing dumb? Yi Xianjin fell silent for a moment, analyzing the situation. He figured his actions were too sudden and had frightened her. Facing this kind of situation for the first time, Yi Xianjin felt a sense of helplessness. After a long while, he sighed. I suddenly envy those two wolves. Mu Yue was completely speechless. She thought, this Grand Chancellor must have been stimulated somehow. Today, he was giving gifts and saying these confusing things. Looking at Yi Xuanjin's ethereal profile, cold yet captivating, Mu Yue suddenly became aware of her own strange thoughts. Her heart began to race. She pressed a hand against her chest, took a deep breath, and swallowed all her emotions. Yi Xianjin stared intently at her retreating figure. After realizing his feelings, his emotions towards her suddenly became fierce and passionate. Back home, Mu Yue took out the map and key Xianjin had given her. Yi Xuanjin's words echoed in her ears. Mu Yue snapped back to reality and began to doubt herself. Could it be that Yi Xianjin likes me? As soon as this thought arose, Mu Yue quickly dismissed it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If the Grand Chancellor knew she had such thoughts, he would definitely laugh at her. Mu Yue's mind was filled with Yi Xianjin all night. In exasperation, she summoned Hong Yin and the others. The four spirits lined up. Master, what's up in the middle of the night? Hong Yin looked at her with a serious expression, thinking she was about to assign a mission. I have a few big problems and need your help analyzing them. Listen, it's the chubby ghost's turn for some brain work, something I excel at. My friend of mine, she and a man, they have a working relationship, pretty much. Today, the man suddenly gave her a key, saying it represented all his belongings. What do you think he meant by that? After Mu Yue finished, the chubby ghost slapped his thigh. Isn't it obvious? The man likes your friend. Mu Yue's expression was slightly embarrassed. No way, right? He usually treats me, my friend, completely normally. He hasn't shown any signs of liking her at all. The skinny ghost stroked his chin. I think this is not so simple. There must be a trick. The lanky ghost nodded in agreement. It's also possible that this man has committed a serious crime and is about to be sentenced to death. The chubby ghost slapped both of them on the head. Nonsense. I guarantee you, this man has been secretly in love with your friend for a long time. Now, who knows what triggered him, but he suddenly had a revelation and gave her a key, wanted to lock her heart. How romantic. Just confessed and immediately offered all his possessions. Imagine that scene. If I were your friend, my heart would definitely be pounding like crazy. Mu Yue touched her chest, suddenly feeling exposed. Red Smoke, who had been silent, surprisingly agreed with the chubby ghost. But, she said, did the man tell your friend he likes her? No. Mu Yue shook her head. So, it's hard to say anything for sure right now. Your friend should observe a bit longer. This kind of thing needs to be completely clarified before any conclusions can be drawn. Mu Yue, after being thoroughly persuaded, felt the four ghosts were right. It was indeed hard to say anything definitive at this point. It would make her seem a bit presumptuous. The next day, Xian Kun had just returned from court when he saw Yi Xianjin sitting inside. Yi Xianjin gave him a kind look. How are things lately? Any headaches? Speaking of which, Xian Kun pouted. Actually, there's a bit of headache. Maybe it's because I'm young, but I always feel like there's a distance between me and the ministers. Xian Kun seemed at a loss. Ye Wanjin nodded slowly. That is indeed your problem. Is there something I haven't done well? Xian Kun blinked his large eyes, earnestly seeking advice. Yi Xianjin used a roundabout way. As an emperor, you are not considerate enough of your ministers. Xian Kun's small face wrinkled. Why didn't anyone consider him, a 6-year-old child? Many ministers, including their families, are still unmarried. Doesn't your majesty intend to do anything about it? Yi Xianjin smiled faintly at him. Xian Kun paused, then suddenly realized something and began to ponder seriously. I see. So, who should be paired first? Yi Xianjin led Xian Kun step by step into his trap. Xian Kun, do you want a consort? Xian Kun's mouth dropped open as he looked at Yi Xianjin in surprise. Then, as if remembering something, he frowned with some difficulty. Does uncle want a consort? Is that not allowed? Ye Wanjin counted it. Nearby, Mu Yue, who was preparing medicine for Xian Kun, was listening intently. She hurried over with the medicine bowl. Matters of marriage are important affairs. Please think it over carefully. She placed the bowl heavily on the table. Although full of questions, ripples of emotion stirred in her heart. She was afraid Xian Kun would make a random match. Xian Kun was taken aback by Mu Yue's sudden appearance. Eunuch Jiang, being perceptive, immediately found an excuse to pull Xian Kun out of the room. Seeing Mu Yoyue's silence, Yi Xianjin reached out and placed his hand on her shoulder. He spoke earnestly and solemnly. This isn't a whim, and I have no ulterior motives. Tian, you're the only woman I will ever love. You might find this sudden, but I will respect you and give you time to adapt to our new relationship. After expressing his feelings, Yi Xianjin smiled confidently. But no matter how long it takes, you will eventually be mine. Mu Yue met his gaze. Accustomed to Yi Xianjin's usual nonchalant demeanor, hearing such serious and shocking words from him for the first time left her unsure of how to react. The impact was too great. Yi Xianjin, let me think about it. Mu Yue's thoughts were in disarray. Seeing that she hadn't rejected him outright, Yi Xianjin's smile deepened. And I've heard that when a man likes a woman, he should pursue her. Tian must experience this process too. Mu Yue panicked slightly. Now that they had crossed this line, she did need time to adjust. As they left the room, they saw eunuch Jiang chasing after Xian Kun, trying to feed him medicine. Mu Yue took the bowl, although His Majesty dislikes it. This medicine is essential for his health. He must continue taking it. Fine, but I want candied fruit afterward. Xian Kun sat on Yi Xianjin's lap, his cheeks puffed out. The heartwarming scene resembled a family of three. Yi Xianjin and Mu Yue accompanied Xian Kun in flying kites, the imperial garden echoing with Xian Kun's excited shouts. In the distance, Yun Qing nudged Yu Dao. Look at them, don't they look like a family of three? When Xiao immediately understood Yun Qing's meaning and chuckled. I think chuckling is useless. We need to let the Grand Chancellor see this. After leaving the palace, Yi Xianjin intended to escort Mu Yue home, but she refused. If my father sees us, it will be difficult to explain. Yi Xianjin acquiesced, but couldn't resist teasing her. Is Tian afraid of our relationship being discovered? Then he seemed to realize something. Oh right, it's only me who's smitten at the moment. Seeing him return to his usual teasing self, Mu Yue rolled her eyes and turned to leave. You should do more good deeds. Yi Xianjin stood there, a triumphant look on his face. So, this was what it felt like to like someone. Why hadn't he realized before how endearing the little monster was? One day in court, the imperial censor reported Tian Yao and Fangu have been interacting frequently lately. Northern recently tried to curry favor. Your Majesty, why not use Northern and to suppress Tian Yao and Fangu? Grand Chancellor Mu Jiaowei stepped forward. I believe that is unwise. Northern and is a tributary state of Xian. When the two countries ceased trade before, they were already crippled by our suppression. Being too opportunistic might backfire. The imperial censor snorted. While that's true, Northern is powerful. If we don't seize this opportunity, what if they join forces with the other two countries in the future? Xian will be in trouble then. Li Rui, Xian, also stepped forward. I agree with the imperial censor. Prime Minister Mu was irritated at the sight of Li Ruixian. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Xianjin, who was sitting beside Xian Kun, spoke up. This king agrees with the Prime Minister. After expressing his opinion, Yi Xianjin added, all right, the rest of you continue. Li Ruixian spoke again. Currently, the other kingdoms are eyeing us like tigers, constantly making small moves. If Xian doesn't act, I fear we'll ruin our centuries-old foundation. Yi Xianjin sneered. So, according to General Li, you want to completely eradicate them. All right then. Yi Xianjin turned to Xian Kun, bestow upon General Li the title of Grand Marshal, and have him immediately lead troops to annihilate all the vassal states. General Li, what do you think of this proposal? Normally, upon hearing these words, Prime Minister Mu's first reaction would be to denounce this treacherous minister for his shameless nonsense. But today, he inexplicably felt a sense of satisfaction. Seeing Li Ruixian's silence, Yi Xianjin turned to Wei Yushi. Wei Yushi, what are your thoughts? Wei Yushi, who had nearly lost his eldest son's life because of Yi Xianjin, now trembled, unsure what other tricks Yi Xianjin had up his sleeve. He quickly shifted the responsibility. Your Highness, General Li, please decide. After court was adjourned, Yi Xianjin followed Prime Minister Mu and proactively inquired about trivial matters at his home. I heard the back wall of the Prime Minister's residence has been repaired. Is the Prime Minister satisfied? Prime Minister Mu gave a forced smile and nodded. In the end, he practically fled, thinking as he went, has that treacherous minister been possessed today? He always opposes me in court. Why the sudden change? Indeed, after their back wall was damaged, they've lost their nerve. Yi Xianjin left the palace and, seeing the fine weather, watched Mu Yue board her carriage. Suddenly, he too wanted to visit the Mu residence. Once the thought arose, Yi Xianjin couldn't suppress it. He immediately summoned Yun Qing and Yun Dai. Go and intercept Mu Yue's carriage. Yun Qing and Yun Dai exchanged a silent glance. Ever since His Highness met Miss Mu, it seemed their duties as personal guards had become anything but ordinary. Despite their thoughts, they carried out their orders. On the main street, Mu Yue's carriage suddenly lurched violently. "Old Su, what happened?" Mu Yue asked the coachman. Old Su replied as he climbed down from the carriage. "Master, someone scattering money up ahead." By the time he finished speaking, Old Su had already rushed into the crowd to join the scramble. Mu Yue peeked through the carriage curtains. Good heavens! The people on the street were in a frenzy, surrounding the road and frantically picking up money. Old Su was also in the thick of it, completely forgetting about him in the carriage. Mu Yue looked around. Which idiot has so much silver they don't know what to do with it? Mu Yue glanced enviously, but reminded himself, I am the Prime Minister. I cannot do this. Seeing that the crowd showed no signs of dispersing after a while, Mu Yue sensed something was amiss. He decided to notify the Ministry of Revenue. He called out to Old Su, I'm leaving first. Seeing that Old Su didn't even turn his head, Mu Yue snorted angrily and walked towards the Ministry of Revenue. On the rooftop, Yun Dai scattered copper coins with an impassive expression. Yun Qing stood beside him, counting and recording the amount. Not a single coin can be missed. We still have to report back to His Highness. Yi Xianjin had Yun Qing and Yun Dai scatter money on the main street to block Mu Yue's way home, while he took the opportunity to visit the Mu residence. Mu Yue opened the door and saw Yi Xianjin looking at her with a smile. Why are you here? Mu Yue calculated the time. Her father would be home soon. Yi Xianjin stepped closer and studied her carefully. I missed you. Mu Yue's heart trembled slightly. Ever since Yi Xianjin confessed his feelings, he had become much more direct. This intimate tone made her feel a little awkward. My father will be back soon. You should leave. Mu Yue turned her head, intending to push Yi Xianjin out. Yi Xianjin gently turned her around. Don't worry, he won't be back for a while. Did you miss me today? Yi Xianjin lowered his head, gently stroking the hair by her ear, tucking it behind her ear. He then took out a pair of earrings. He carefully placed them on Mu Yue's ears. They suit you perfectly. Yi Xianjin looked at her with a satisfied smile. Mu Yue felt her ears growing warm. At this moment, Mu Yue admitted to herself that her heart was stirred. Yi Xianjin's eyes were full of her. He felt the urge to lean in and kiss her. But just as the thought arose, a knock came from the door. Young Miss, Master is back. The intimate atmosphere was instantly broken. Mu Yue snapped back to reality and quickly pushed Yi Xianjin away, her gaze evasive. I need to see my father. Exiting the room, she saw Old Su and her father walking towards her. Her father looked furious, while Old Su excitedly told Mu Yue about the incident where someone scattered money on the street. Just to see her, he'd resorted to such a scheme. Truly something that treacherous minister would do. Mu Yue's father stormed off angrily. But when Mu Yue returned to her room, Yi Xianjin was still there. Fearing he might repeat the money-scattering stunt tomorrow, she whispered, Tomorrow is my day at the clinic. I won't be home. Yi Xianjin raised an eyebrow. That's even better. Mu Yue and Yi Xianjin agreed on a time to meet the next day. Arriving at the main hall, she saw her father looking exhausted. He gestured for her to sit down. Taking a sip of tea, he said, I'm worn out today. I walked 2 streets to report the incident to the Ministry of Revenue, then all the way back home. He still hadn't recovered. Mu Yue asked, did they catch the person who scattered the money? I don't know. Probably some fool. Even if they caught him, they'd probably just scold him and let him go. Just then, Mu Xingze, who had just entered, suddenly blurted out, I picked up some today. Just enough for a serving of soup dumplings. You rascal. You dare to pick up that money. Mu Yue's father nearly threw his shoe at him. Why not take free money? I hope this happens again. Watching her father chase Mu Xingze, Mu Yue facepalmed. That treacherous minister is a bad influence. On the day Mu Yue was at the clinic, Yi Xianjin arrived even earlier than her. Mu Yue, organizing her medical table, looked at him. Are you going to sit here? Yi Xianjin picked up the brush and said, "Nanny, you'll be assisting me today." Mu Yue's lips twitched slightly, but she let him have his way and called in the first patient. The first patient coughed incessantly from the moment he entered. The coughing continued as Mu Yue took his pulse, and he sprayed saliva several times. Yi Xianjin took out a clean handkerchief and said sharply, "Cover your mouth." The man hadn't recognized Yi Xianjin yet, but he was startled by the commanding aura. He quickly took the handkerchief and covered his mouth. Mu Yue finished checking the pulse and was about to write down the diagnosis when Yi Xianjin took the paper and brushed first. He wrote as Mu Yue dictated, "Remember to come back for a follow-up after you've finished these medicines. Also, use this topical medication. Do not alter my prescription or dosage. The consequences will be severe. Do you understand?" Yi Xianjin glared at the man. The man, unnerved by his stare, nodded repeatedly. Mu Yue continued seeing patients, and Yi Xianjin stayed by her side, writing prescriptions. After each patient left with their prescription, Yi Xianjin would give a chilling warning. "If you dare disobey divine Dr. Mu's instructions, I'll skin you alive and feed you to the dogs." With the word "I," the man finally recognized the infamous Grand Chancellor Yi Xianjin standing before him. His hair stood on end. He quickly disappeared from their sight. Mu Yue, Glanjit Atye Yuanjin. My patients are going to die of fright before they die of their illnesses. Yi Xianjin remained unconcerned. A little show of authority is necessary to deter those who might have designs on what belongs to me. That evening, the family gathered at the dinner table. Prime Minister Mu grumbled that Yi Xianjin has been acting strangely lately. I don't know where Li Xiang offended him, but he never misses a chance to mock him. Mu Xingze looked at Mu Yue and chuckled awkwardly. Actually, Prince Jing can be quite helpful. He even helped Tian when Li Xiang was giving her a hard time. Isn't that right, Tian? You two are too naive. Something's definitely up. That Grand Chancellor's unusual behavior must mean he's brewing some grand scheme. Prime Minister Mu saw Mu Yue's nervous laughter. Don't you think so? He turned to Mu Jingyu. Mu Jingyu raised an eyebrow. Perhaps Prince Jing is trying to curry favor with you, but he's too embarrassed to do it directly, so he's targeting your nemesis instead. Prime Minister Mu scoffed at this, losing his appetite. Curry favor with me? Nonsense. Have you forgotten a few years ago, when the late emperor was still alive, he wanted to bestow upon him the unprecedented title of Prince of a different surname? As Prime Minister, I naturally opposed such a thing for someone of unknown origins, so I submitted a memorial. And what did that brat do after he took office? He charged me with insubordination and made me write a 5,000-word apology. And that other time, I was discussing matters in the late emperor's imperial study, and he deliberately kept provoking his gray wolf. Every time I spoke, the wolf would howl. I nearly had a heart attack. And another time, I overheard his subordinates reporting back to him about my conversation with him. That brat said, "That old fool Mu Jiahui just loves to make a fuss." He deliberately let me hear it. And then there was the time Prime Minister Mu recounted each incident, and it was the first time Mu Yue had heard these stories. She face-palmed. That Yi Xianjin. No wonder father has such a strong prejudice against him. Prime Minister Mu snorted, growing angrier with each word. In all my life, even my father never made me write a 5,000-word apology. That treacherous Yi Xianjin. I'll never reconcile with him. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the sky. You have no idea how wronged I felt. Prime Minister Mu turned around and found the dining hall empty. Those brats, they all ran off. I wasn't even finished talking. Back in her room, Mu Yue found a note on her table. Her heart pounded before she even opened it. The note contained a single sentence. Moon viewing together tonight. Mo Ypsilono's cheeks flushed. She suddenly realized she wasn't quite herself anymore. Her initial reason for returning to the capital was to deal with the Liu family and Li Xiang. Yi Xianjin was an unexpected development. A while later, she heard a noise outside the door. Thinking it was Yi Xianjin, she was surprised to see Li Saw. Li Saw, noticing her expectant expression, teased, "Who are you waiting for, miss?" "No one. Just looking around," Mu Yue murmured, suddenly self-conscious. Had she been too obvious? When she arrived at Prince Jing's manor, she noticed many servants hurrying about with anxious expressions. Did something happen? Yi Xianjin walked towards her and took her hand, a smile playing on his lips. The female wolf you sent just gave birth. Mu Yue flinched slightly, but Yi Xianjin held her hand tighter. She's a bit agitated after giving birth, so be careful. Mu Yue noticed Yi Xuanjin's hand and blushed. Ye Quanjin simile deep in it. The servants who saw them whispered amongst themselves, their first thought being, is the formidable Prince Jing's manor finally going to have a mistress? They arrived at the luxurious wolf den in the north courtyard. Beside the mother wolf lay a snow-white pup. Snow Region, the gray wolf, nuzzled the mother wolf's head. Yi Xianjin picked up the pup and offered it to Mu Yue. I'd rather not, she said, instinctively recoiling. She was afraid of dogs. Don't worry, it won't bite. Yi Xianjin placed the pup in her arms. He knew her fear of dogs and wolves was a weakness. He wouldn't allow her to have such a weakness, nor would he allow anyone to exploit it. This was an opportunity for her to overcome it. Mu Yue held the pup stiffly. The pup stirred in her arms and looked up at her with curious, innocent eyes. It licked the back of her hand. Mu Yue's hands trembled, just as she thought about dropping it. The pup nuzzled her chest, finding a more comfortable position. Mu Yue blinked. It was actually quite cute. He stroked the snow-white fur of the wolf pup. The soft feel was pleasant. If you like it, hold it for now, Yi Xianjin said, pleased to see Mu Yue taking the first step. Mu Yue glanced at the mother wolf. Seeing the two wolves engrossed in each other, completely ignoring their pup, she realized this was for real. And so, Mu Yue, holding the wolf pup, left the north courtyard with Yi Xianjin. There seemed to be no moon tonight. Mu Yue gazed at the night sky, then at Yi Xianjin beside her. Yi Xianjin, you proved to me that the bright moon in the sky is far less important than Mu Yue by my side. Mu Yue felt a blush creep up her cheeks at his words. Yi Xianjin bent down slowly, bringing his face close to hers. I said I wasn't in a hurry, but now I've changed my mind. Mu Yue, have you made up your mind? Mu Yue's heart pounded. Meeting Yi Xianjin's affectionate gaze, her eyes gradually reflected the same determination. I have. Yi Xianjin waited expectantly for her answer. A smile played on Mu Yue's lips. Actually, I already gave you the answer, Yi Xianjin. He continued to look at her expectantly. Mu Yue's finger traced lightly across his chest, finally stopping at a particular spot. Yi Xianjin paused, then reached down and pulled out a peach blossom sachet from where her finger rested. 8 small characters embroidered on the sachet were especially noticeable in the darkness. My answer is right here. A chuckle escaped Yi Xianjin's lips. So you finally admit you were the one who admired me first. Yi Xianjin's warm lips brushed against her cheek. Mu Yue's heart skipped a beat. He gently lifted his finger and traced it across her eyebrows. Then across her lips, alluring and intoxicating. Yi Xianjin leaned in again, capturing her lips in a tender kiss. One day, as the Mu family sat in the dining hall for breakfast, Mu Yue seemed somewhat distracted, but her good mood was evident. Yeah, did something good happen? Prime Minister Mu couldn't help but ask. Mu Yue returned to her senses and smiled. I found a treasure. Something that good. What good thing did you find? Prime Minister Mu's interest was piqued. Mu Xingze interjected, Father, if you don't leave now, you'll be late for court, right? Prime Minister Mu hurriedly stuffed a few bites of food into his mouth and prepared to leave. In the afternoon, Mu Yue went to the palace to accompany Xianyu as he reviewed memorials. Yi Xianjin arrived with a plate of pastries. Xianyu immediately perked up. Uncle, you made these pastries yourself. I really want to try them. Mu Yue, however, was skeptical. Did he really make them? Yi Xianjin's gaze immediately fell upon Mu Yue. Just something from the imperial kitchen, he admitted. Then, turning to Xianyu, he asked, do you want to try pastries I made myself? The gentle Prince Jing, who had been speaking softly just a moment before, immediately changed his demeanor when facing the gluttonous Xianyu. He launched into a barrage of questions. Have you finished reviewing the memorials? Have you practiced your calligraphy today? Have you practiced martial arts with eunuch Jiang? Xianyu, feeling deflated, pouted and dared not speak again. I haven't done any of that, he mumbled. Then it's a pity. You can't fly kites today, Yi Xianjin said, then sat down at another table in the imperial study, drawing Mu Yue into his arms. He leaned close to her ear. Let's practice calligraphy. Mu Yue glanced at him. Calligraphy. Ye wanjin kisit herchik. Yes, calligraphy. Xianyu swung his legs, only able to see his uncle's back from his angle. He couldn't see his sister, but hearing that she also had to practice calligraphy, he felt much better. And so, in the imperial study, Xianyu looked at the memorials. While the two beside him appeared to be diligently practicing calligraphy. They shared a brush, writing on the paper, occasionally stealing kisses when Xianyu wasn't looking. Can't you change the words? Mu Yue was speechless after a single sheet of paper was filled with the phrases love at first sight and pledge of eternal love. These words hold special meaning for me. They are proof of Yeye's secret admiration for me. Mu y side. If I had known it was for calligraphy practice, I wouldn't have come. They left the palace and arrived at Prince Jing's residence. Looking at the wolf pup in Mu Yue's arms, Yi Xianjin said, I've chosen a name for this little one. Mu Yue looked at him curiously, waiting for him to continue. Yi Wanjin Simidet. Her name is Yi Yuyu. Mu Yue was instantly dumbfounded. What kind of strange name is that? Yet, Yi Xianjin had a seemingly reasonable explanation. This little wolf is female. And Mu Yue waited to see what other nonsense he would come up with. Yi Xianjin played along. If you don't like it, we can also call her Mu Xianxian. It sounds quite feminine too. He actually produced 2 slips of paper and let the wolf pup choose. The wolf pup pawed at one of the slips, Mu Xianxian. And so, the wolf pup's rather embarrassing name was decided. Yi Xianjin stroked the pup's head, his gaze lingering on Mu Yue. So cute. Mu Yue, oblivious, looked at the wolf pup enjoying the attention and felt a pang of jealousy. Why do I feel like she's closer to you? Yi Xianjin said shamelessly. Because daughters take after their fathers. Mu Yue rolled her eyes. You're so thick-skinned. I'm not only thick-skinned, but I also take every inch given to me. He took Mu Yue's hand and kissed it. After all, I'm destined to be family with Yeye. Mu Yue blushed and glared at him. Just then, Prime Minister Mu's booming voice called out, Yeye, dinner's ready. Mu Yue placed the wolf pup on the bed and covered it with a blanket. Xian, be quiet. Xian. That's catchy. Mu Yue quickly covered Yi Xuanjin's mouth. She's tired, she offered as an excuse. Prime Minister Mu then pulled Yi Xianjin out of the room. Yi Xianjin looked at her reproachfully. You never call me that. Yi Xianjin, are you being childish? Mu Yue teased, though a smile touched her eyes. Yi Xianjin, however, continued to act like a child with the wolf pup. He leaned against Mu Yue's shoulder, closing his eyes in contentment. It's not childish. It's just that whenever I see you, I can't help myself. Mu Yue's heart raced, and she lowered her gaze, reaching out to intertwine her fingers with his. Yi Xianjin grasped her hand tightly, their fingers laced together. A playful smile tugged at the corners of his lips. So wasn't my heart racing. Sweetheart, why is your heart beating so fast? Can you shut up? Mu Yue wanted to shake off his hand and punch him. But Yi Xianjin held on tight, the curve of his lips deepening enticingly. So, sweetheart, how do you plan to make me shut up? He slowly leaned closer to Mu Yue's face, stopping just short of her lips. Suddenly, the door swung open. Sister, I'm here. Just as Yi Xianjin was about to do something with Mu Yue in his grasp, Prime Minister Mu came running in happily with Xianyu. The moment the door opened, Mu Yue felt everything go black. When she came to, Yi Xianjin was gone. She was still a little dazed, not even knowing which way he had disappeared. Only one thought remained. Falling in love is a bit too tragic. Did I just see a dark figure? Mu y feigned confusion. Was there? Maybe I'm seeing things. Prime Minister Mu looked around, but the courtyard was empty. The Emperor wanted to see you today. Spend some time playing with him. Okay. Yay. Thank you, Prime Minister. Xianyu clapped his hands excitedly. Prime Minister Mu looked at Xianyu, feeling a pang of sympathy for the child. So young, yet he has to shoulder the burden of the entire Xian dynasty. After Prime Minister Mu left, Xianyu reached out to Mu Yue. Hug. Mu Yue wondered to herself, is my embrace that appealing? Why does everyone want a hug? Nevertheless, she picked Xianyu up. The weather's nice today. Want to fly a kite later? Can we? Xianyu was thrilled. Of course, but I don't have a kite. Your Majesty, would you like to make one with me? Xianyu was ecstatic. Yes. The two went to the room to get the kite-making supplies. Upon entering, they saw a figure lounging lazily inside. Xianyu's eyes widened. Uncle, why are you in sister's room? Yi Xianjin replied smoothly, just passing by, stopped in for a rest. Xianyu believed him completely. Wow, what a coincidence. To meet Uncle here too. Is this what the books call destined to meet even from 1,000 miles apart? Mu Yue had thought he had left, but he had snuck into her room instead and fabricated this blatant lie. Only a 6-year-old would believe it. Mu Yue went to fetch the kite-making materials. Yi Xianjin got up, glancing at Xianyu. I'll go help him. He followed her into the room. Yi Xianjin immediately pinned Mu Yueyue against the wall. Will these days finally end? He asked, as much to her as to himself. Speaking of which, Mu Yue glared at him. Whose fault is it for being so heartless before? At Mu Yue's accusation of heartlessness, Yi Xianjin put on an innocent expression. Mu Yue began ticking off her fingers. You made my father write a confession, scared him with the snow domain gray wolf, and called him an old man. He remembers it all. My father even said that my grandfather never made him write a 5,000-word confession. He's feeling quite wronged. Yi Xuanjin's expression froze for a moment as he recalled the distant past. It seemed he had done those things. Seeing his expression, Mu Yue sighed. All right, I'm going back to my clinic tomorrow. You should go back now. It won't be good if my father sees you here. All right, I'll listen to you. Yi Xianjin chuckled helplessly, nuzzling his forehead against hers. The next day, while Prime Minister Mu was away, Yi Xianjin visited the Prime Minister's residence again. He sat beside Mu Yue, saying nothing, just carefully studying her features. Why are you looking at me like that? Mu Yue felt uncomfortable under his gaze. Ye Wanjin Simidet. I haven't seen you all night. I missed you. Why didn't you come to pick up Xinyu today? Mu Yue had expected Yi Xianjin to come during breakfast. Too lazy to. Yi Xianjin didn't care about the little boy. True. With me around, Xinyu will definitely be well taken care of. Yi Xianjin chuckled, taking Mu Yue's hand. My sweet girl will definitely be a good wife and mother in the future. Shut up. Mu Yue stuffed a cherry into his mouth. This man was becoming increasingly improper with his words. Behave yourself in front of my father and brothers. The wedding at Prince Jing's manor might happen sooner than you think. Really? Yi Xuanjin's eyes lit up. He pulled Mu Yue into his arms. Of course. Well, have I ever lied to you? Yi Xianjin leaned down and kissed Mu Yue's lips. Then I'll have to do my best. But the story ends here. The author didn't elaborate. I highly recommend reading the novel. The Liu family, who wronged Mu Yue and Li Jia, all met tragic ends. Lu Miaoling's fake pregnancy was exposed, and Xiang Fuyang's daughter, Fu Rui, was killed by Mu Yue. And there's Su Rong, who was often possessed by a fat ghost. He was always hilarious whenever he appeared. Mu Yue's mother isn't dead either. She seems to be the queen of another country. I only skimmed through it, so if you're interested, you can check it out for yourselves.